Hello, my Latinas and allies. My goodness, buenos dias, buenas tardes, good afternoon. Oh my goodness, HR Familia. I have so much excitement going through my skin right now. And I just want to say thank you for signing up, for being curious, to celebrating with us. I want to welcome you to Global Latina HR Day. Can we just take a moment to celebrate this incredible space that we've built together? Please, we mentioned it earlier as you were waiting, but we'd love to hear if there's anything that you're celebrating. Did you have a promotion? Did you have a baby? Did you build a business? Did you wake up? Did you make it today? Tell us a little bit about what you're celebrating today. We'd love to see it in the comments and keep this engagement going because it's amazing to see how many are here today with us. I can't believe we're all 84 folks joining us. We had almost over 350 Latinas and allies register. So I'm sure you'll be trickling in and out throughout the day. Wonderful. Oh, Vanessa. Happy to be spending my birthday with you all today. Happy birthday. You are my birthday hermana. It is also my birthday too. Oh, thank you, Patricia. We are doing such amazing things. Thank you, Lisette. If you haven't checked out Lisa Ibarra, please check her out on LinkedIn. She's doing amazing work for our community. And yes, Jackie, just celebrating living. I get it, right? Every day is a blessing and a gift for each one of us. I want to thank you so much. Thank you for the birthday wishes. This is the best way to celebrate. Congratulations, Luisa. You got promoted as an HRD 2 months ago. Oh my goodness, we're going to keep posting all the excitement things that are happening around us because again, we are, as a community, we do so many things for our people, and not often do we take a pause and actually celebrate it. And that's what today's about. Today's not about sharing the down and horrible stories. Today, we're going to inspire one another and really share all the great things that are coming our way. Sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once to read your comments. I don't want to miss any of them. So again, today is about us, Latinas and allies in HR, and we are going to be breaking barriers and building leaders. That is the theme that our community has decided to move forward with this year. And I could not be more excited about it because it's simple, but it's powerful. And it's our time to shine, not just individually, but as a collective group. And it's time to break those barriers, build those leaders, and take our rightful place in every space that we are in. I want to start with the simple question. How many times do we feel like we're on an island in human resources? Please let me know, because I want to say I wasn't the only one. In my career, that is how I felt so many times. Please let me know if that happened to you. My hope, though, is that changes in the future, right? And that we have this space and no one no longer feels that way. When I was the only Latina in the room, navigating a lot of different cultural things while climbing up the corporate ladder. Oh, yeah, I see you all. I see you. Yes, every day. I have to take a pause. Yes, every day we feel on that island. Again, you're not anymore. My hope is that you find a home with us here today and that you continue doing that with us moving forward, and that we see each other, that we see each other's names, we connect with each other on LinkedIn. That's why Latinas Rising Up in HR exists. I am your colleague, your friend, your comadre. I work in HR as well. And honestly, I've been surrounded by such beautiful women in our community, as well as men and other allies. And I would not be where I am today without each one of them. So I want to give a huge shout out to all our authors from volume 1 2 and 3. I can't believe we have 3 volumes. To our ambassadors that have raised their hand this year in different cities, Dallas, San Diego, LA, Miami. Shout outs to all this, Seattle, that said, Priscilla, I want to do this. Houston's coming soon. I saw a few of us from Houston, and my hope is that we're going to go to Mexico and to Colombia because we have a lot of presence there, maybe even Puerto Rico and the Dominican Republic. So why does this work even matter? I've spent over 19 years in HR navigating the corporate world as a Latina. It's one part of my identity. And let me tell you, the journey has not been easy. And from being the only Latina in many leadership meetings and feeling like I had to work twice as hard and always raise my hand and always try to put myself forward, I also know what it means to break barriers, creating a community that's never been done before. But there is so much power in mentorship and sponsorship and leadership and community that I truly believe that in this room, we can do so many big things. And personally, I didn't just want to succeed in HR. I wanted to create spaces where other Latinas could grow in HR and thrive, and not just in their profession, but also in their personal life. Spaces where we could build each other up, support each other, and make real change in organizations. Because I really believe that the truth is that when one of us rise, we all rise. Hence our hashtag, Together We Rise, Avanzando Juntas. I remember sitting in a room just like this and thinking, where are all my other Latina sisters in HR? And I knew a few. I had been connected to a few throughout my career. But why are our voices not shown in executive leadership? And where are our stories? And I knew we existed. And so here we are making that impact. But we needed a space to be seen and heard. And that's why, for those that don't know about Latinas Rising Up in HR, I felt it just right to share how we started. And we started with just a dream. It started as something one day, and a big shout out to our publisher, to Jackie Camacho Ruiz, who asked me one day, if you could do that one thing in life, regardless of money and accolades and all things, what would it be? I said, I just would want a space to not feel alone in HR and with other Latinas that are navigating things that we are, whether it's language, whether it's culture. And what started as a dream has now become quite the movement, because all of you have latched on and said, let's amplify this message. So thank you for helping us publish our best-selling book featuring our stories of volume 1, 2, and 3, creating mentorship programs and scholarships for Latinas at all levels in HR, for providing networking opportunities, sharing jobs, and empowering us to take a step in leadership to advocate for change. We honestly, in just the 4.5 years that we've started, we've come so far already, and I still have to pause. I may get a little emotional here, and I'm not sorry for it, because it's something that I truly hoped that we could obtain one day. And I'm seeing it when I see young Latina leaders connect with executive leaders and saying, oh my gosh, that CHRO or that chief talent officer, that chief learning and development officer took the time to speak with me. And she's Latina, and I can see what she's done, and I believe I can do it too. My hope, being a mom as well, that has changed my world. That's also why it's been a little quiet over the last few months, but I'm not sorry for it. We have different seasons in our life, and my beautiful daughter has thrown a different fire into what I do. And I truly believe it's going to benefit us all. So why does this even matter? It's important because facts tell the story. It's important because, as many of you know, you are my HR sisters and brothers here. We know that Latinos, at least when we put the lens of just in the US, we make up 19% of the workforce, right? Sometimes 20, depending on what you're sourcing. But we don't see ourselves in executive leadership. But today, we're going to blast that out of the water. You are going to see Latinas at all levels within HR. And that's the excitement, not just within the US. We have Latinas dialing in that took their careers to the Dominican Republic, that are dialing in from Mexico, that have roots in Argentina or Brazil, that are working out of Australia, that have taken their careers to other places, not just within the US. And it's all through the career of human resources. So here's the thing. We're not going to wait another 100 years to make a change, right? Because when you look at the stats, it says it's going to take a while. We are going to do that today. We're doing that now by each of you showing up, supporting each other, and truly walking into this space and owning it. As a dear friend Lisette says, we are jefas. We are making the change, and leadership is our responsibility, regardless of your title. And that's something I think we all believe in our hearts. It truly is a responsibility. And as HR professionals, we have the power to influence hiring, development, leadership pipelines, our employee branding. We are the ones that can help shape company culture. And I think sometimes we forget that because we are inundated with so many things coming our way. It's a hard job. I always tell everyone, if you like people and if you don't like people, you need to be in this role. You got to be able to handle it from both ends, because sometimes you like people so much and then you go, oh my gosh, this is really, really hard when you see the ugly of people. And we're pushing for equity. We're trying to ensure that there's all voices that are heard at the table of all backgrounds and talent. So if we don't advocate for our community, which is why I took a step away from looking at the entire picture and said, I want to do this for Latinas in HR. How do we do that? Who will? And I'm realizing more and more of us are doing that together. Because if we don't build these spaces for Latinas to thrive, who will? And I think it would be us, as well as many allies that are right there to lock arms with us. So today I challenge you, use your role to drive change at your organization. Advocate for more Latinas in leadership. You see a lot of things behind closed doors. And that's what I challenge. That we challenge outdated policies. We create new programs that align to the organization, and that we try to be that leader that opens the door for the next generation. This past year alone, we've seen more Latinas stepping into HR leadership than we've seen in many years. We're seeing a growing presence of us globally, as we have members joining us from, like I said, from the US, in Mexico, the Dominican Republic, Australia, Europe, and beyond. And our circles continue to expand. That's for me why I keep connecting more and more to our organization here in this movement that we're building, because we are creating top tier, amazingly talented Latinas rising up in HR. We're not just Latinas in HR, we're Latinas rising up in HR. And that was very purposeful when we created that title, because again, it's all about words, right? We're not talking about change, we are creating it. So what's next? How are we going to continue to break barriers and build these leaders that we talk about? Well, today we're going to talk about a lot of things, right? We're going to talk about bigger mentorship programs and leadership development programs, more global events and connections. Latinas need and will be leading everywhere. Whoever likes it or not, it's already happening. And advocacy efforts will need to continue to ensure we have representation of HR leadership. And again, at the end of the day, it's about empowering future generations. If you're a mom, shout out to you. It is not an easy job. Please tell us in the chat how old your little ones are, and if you have any tidbits or advice to give to those that are just starting. I'm in my 40s with my 1.5-year-old. Some days I go, was that the right thing to do? It always is. A child is such a blessing. But to be honest, it's hard. It's very hard, especially when you're building a career, a business, and as well as trying to raise a beautiful human. But it is so important for us to empower that future generation and helping Gen Z, Gen Alpha also rise up with us. We're not waiting for opportunities. Like I said, we're creating them. We're building them day by day. And as we continue to shine, we get to bring others with us. And that's something that I hope all leaders at all levels continue to focus on. Now, let's talk about today. We have an incredible lineup of speakers that will inspire, challenge, and empower you. They are authors, they are members, they have been supporters of us for years. And that is what we've decided to bring here. We will have powerful panels where we'll discuss breaking barriers. We'll be talking about sponsorship, mentorship, wellness, and leadership. But keep in mind, it's for us as Latinas in HR, because many times we are sharing this information to our employees, aren't we? And so it's just as important for us to focus on that for ourselves too. I share my story in our volume 1, and I continue to share more of my stories in volume 2 and 3. For those that weren't aware, early on in my career, when I actually got into an executive HR leadership role, Wellness is so important to me because unfortunately I lost 3 kids when I was early on in my career. And I share that now, I can share that without tearing up after a lot of therapy and working on it and helping myself grow. But it was a very dark time, especially when we're trying to give to those around us. And I'm sure each of you have had a loss of a family, have had maybe you're battling cancer in your family. Maybe there's just your marriages are having a tough time or falling apart. I want you to know that I see you. I want you to know that you're not alone. And I want you to know that we are here to help you rise up as well, because it is hard. It is hard to have a career, and it's really hard to keep things at home steady and flowing. But that also is what makes us so resilient and is what keeps giving me that hope and that excitement that every day is a new day. As one said, I woke up today and it's a new day. When we built Latinas Rising Up in HR, my vision is that we would have a place where we could share not just I got a promotion and I'm doing, great work. That's fantastic. We do want to keep that going, right? The baseline, the performance, to move that forward, right? But we wanted to also have a place where you could be real, where we could take off those masks of us believing or pretending or whatever it is you want to work towards and say, I just don't know what I'm doing. I need a 911. I need someone, right? From a mental health perspective, do you have a therapist that you can recommend? Or how did you manage this? Or I'm going through a hard time. I just need something to lift me up. That is what we're building here. We're building a space for us because we need it. We need it. And that's what makes us feel like we're an island many times. And so again, my hope is that as we continue to grow, that we don't lose that essence of who we are. Please keep me honest. Please hold me accountable. I tell this to our authors and our ambassadors and our scholarship winners and our members. As we grow, I understand things change. But again, we do not want to lose that essence of community because that's the secret sauce of who we are, not just as Latinas rising up in HR, but as Latinas, as and within our DNA and our culture. Please know that today is not just an event. This is something I've had dreamed of for years. I just didn't know how we would do it. And sometimes we overthink. I can be quite the overthinker. I want to give a big shout out to Yared Oliveros. She wholeheartedly raised her hand after having her son just 6 months after me and said, I am here for you. What do you want to do? How can I make it happen? And because of her help, we built up our ambassador program. And that's what we have today to shine bright across different cities. So Yere, thank you so much. You mean, honestly, the world to me because you also helped me put this together. You were the one behind the scenes, putting the panelists together, connecting with our panelists at all different time zones, and trying to make sure that today would be an utter success. On top of balancing 3 kids. So thank you for being that rock star and honestly just being my rock during this time. So, like I said, today is not just an event. It's your space to network, to ask questions, to get the tools that you need to level up. Ask away in the chat. This is your place. Don't wait till the end. Don't wait for the perfect time. Throw your LinkedIn there. Do something bold that's different for you that you think is going to help you level up personally or professionally. If you're just looking for some other HR comadres, throw that in there too. We are creating this space. You'll learn more about that as we go through our program. But we do have a membership program for us for those that want to continue down the road and love what they're seeing and want to roll up their sleeves with us. If you're interested in becoming an ambassador, our applications are open. We'll be inviting those when hopefully coming soon. We'll be in Houston and many other cities and other countries. And we're already creating what could our next Latina leadership summit look like. In about 2 years, last year we did it virtually because clearly I was very pregnant and I had my daughter, I think a week after the year. And then the years before we hosted it in Miami and it was, I always joke. I'm like, the boys can hang out on the golf course. Us gals, we had a great time on the boat with the water and sun, obviously a couple of beverages and delicious food. And what the best part was the amazing conversation amongst one another. And so here, as I mentioned, is my challenge for you today, is that you create the space for yourself. I believe that, and I believe it was Oprah that said this, where it's like we each need to leverage what we have inside to create these spaces. And what I want to do is just build a space, but we all get to create what it is. What is it going to be? And I'm listening very attentively. I'm watching very attentively to see what makes sense for us, because this has never been done. There is no other place, no other organization for Latinas in HR. And so let's create something fun. Let's create something exciting. Let's build a legacy together. And if you're fired up like I am today, shoot me a note on LinkedIn. It's going to take me a little bit after this event to follow up with each one, but it will happen and we will connect, whether it's with myself or one of our ambassadors or our authors. We are here to keep building these resources and these opportunities for us to shine. Exactly what it says today. It is time to shine. So my challenge for you today is step into your own power. You own your story, ladies. Own it. We are so used to being behind the scenes, clacking away on our computers, making things happen for our employees or for our employer, which is beautiful. I don't want to take that away because that's, again, our role in HR. But I would love for you to break a barrier today. Start that conversation, post what's going on today, share what you're learning, and then let us know if there's more. We will have a survey at the end of our program, and we'll email it out as well to see what more could we do down the road. Find at least one takeaway that will push you towards or push you forward in your HR journey, as well as in your personal and your professional space. Because today, more than ever, it is time to shine. Are you ladies ready for it? I don't know. I get the feeling like, yes, and kind of like our authors were like, Priscilla, I'm here, I'm excited, but I don't know what to expect. So if you're ready for it, can you type in the comments? Let's do this. Vamos. Let's go. Thank you, Desi. Tasha, I love it. Fantastic. I love seeing that I'm not the only one that's excited for what we're building here. And again, this is for us to take advantage of, to grow from, to learn from each other. We're not alone. And that as much as the world may want to make us feel like we are, this room alone is telling me that we're not. So with that said, we're going to take a pause of about 5 minutes. We're going to get your panel ready going for the next session. And then we will come back ready to speak about our Latina experience in HR, overcoming challenges, embracing opportunities. And they're going to talk about really what they're facing in HR, from representation to maybe feeling on that island, maybe having different cultural experiences. And we're really going to talk about those personal stories. And like I said, please ask questions. We'll be putting them up on the screen for our moderator, Maybell, who will be asking the questions and carrying on the conversation. But I can't wait for you to meet my friends, Maybell, Brenda, Anelis, and Jennifer. They each have such exciting information to share, stories more than anything. And like I told them from the very beginning, today's success is not about numbers. It's not about how many comments and likes and shares and posts we get. We're not even looking at that. What makes today a success is that you all showed up and that we inspired just one person. So if you feel inspired, put it in the comments when you feel that. You don't have to do it now unless you feel it. But if you feel inspired at any point, and who was it that inspired? What was it that inspired you? Share it away. That's what's going to tell us that it was a success today. So with that, I'm going to disappear for a minute, get our panel up and ready for the next session, and we will be back with you shortly. Wonderful. Thank you so much, ladies. We'll be back soon. All right. Let's go ahead and welcome our next panel. Hi, ladies. Thanks for making it here.
Hello. It's so great to be
Hello.
here.
All right.
Happy birthday, Priscilla.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies, for making the time and the space to be here. As I mentioned earlier, this is for us, right? This is a space for us to have just conversation and speak with one another on everything that's been going on in the HR space and your lives and your profession. But I'm going to disappear so we can get Brenda up here too, and we'll get started. So I'll be right back.
Awesome.
Good morning.
Hello.
Anielis, do you mind giving me your title?
Oh, I am a business owner.
Great. Maybe okay, that's good. Anielis, right? I'm pronouncing that right?
Angelise.
Angelise, I'm sorry.
And we are live, ladies. So
It's okay.
So go ahead and you can get started. This is the fun part of doing things live.
Good morning, everyone. I am Mabel Peña, as mentioned by Priscilla. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We have a great group of ladies with us today. We have Brenda Sanchez Pineda, who is a VP of HR People and Culture. Then we have Jennifer Ramirez, who is a VP of Global Compensation, followed by Angelis, who is a business owner today. And today we're going to take some time to get to know each one of the ladies on our panel. Each one of the ladies here are great HR professionals who have a lot of great insights. We're going to just have a little comadre moment where I'm going to ask a few questions and they're going to take some time to answer. So the goal of this discussion is to explore the unique challenges that us as Latinas face in HR. So we're going to share some strategies for success and highlight ways to advocate for ourselves and for others. So let's start out and talk about breaking barriers, the challenges and representations that we have in HR. Let's start out with, can you share what are some of the biggest challenges Latinas in HR face today?
I would probably say that what I've encountered is really finding those mentors and sponsors that really understand the struggles that we encounter as we grow up in our careers. Since we don't have that much representation at the leadership level, it's kind of hard to find those individuals that can relate to what we feel and what we encounter. So I would probably say that is a challenge.
That's definitely a challenge. That's something that we always advocate for with anyone that I talk to at my organization and with others. Anyone else have any other comments or feedback on those challenges?
Well, I would say my response to this question would have been very different a couple months ago. I would have said, underrepresentation in leadership roles, limited access to advanced opportunities, executive level coaching, wage disparities, all those, challenges that we normally have. And I think with the recent landscape of what's going on and discussions around DEI, initiatives that we've worked so hard for, how do we hold on to them? I feel like that's one of the biggest challenges now. And, for me and for us who are, and those of us who are working on these initiatives, just remember, it doesn't matter what we call it. We can call it DEI, EDI. We don't have to call it anything. We just have to remember to keep it in our practice. So wherever you are and whatever practices you're putting in place and you're behind, you always make sure that inclusivity is part of the thread and that you continue to drive that. I think that's the biggest challenge for us right now.
Amen, sister. I hear that loud and clear, and it's definitely a big challenge that's very out in the open at the moment. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, so the next question is, have you ever felt like the only one in the room, and how did you navigate that experience?
I can chime in here. So before I started my own HR consulting and professional development company, I worked in corporate America. I was there for a decade, and I worked in 2 different financial services company. In the first one, I would say that I felt like a small fish in a large pond, especially after having worked in a community-based nonprofit that was for the Hispanic community. The organization itself in HR was pretty diverse, and the person that hired me was a Latina, a Dominicana. But when I looked up in the organization across the executive leadership team in HR, it was all white, and it was mostly white male that came from the business, that they weren't even HR practitioners. And so I was still really young in my career, and I hadn't learned the importance of promoting my personal brand and finding mentors and aligning with sponsors. So I often wondered if there was room for me to grow, especially looking up in the organization. I didn't see that representation. And my bachelor's in behavioral sciences, so I tend to look at things from a science and a systems lens. So it was part me lacking that understanding of how to navigate corporate America, this system that arguably wasn't designed for women to succeed in, especially, women of color. So it was part system, but it was also part science. So I think that when you're the first, the only, the different person in the room and around the table, you become very conscious of that. And there's this different, sociological, psychological concepts that describe that, like imposter syndrome that we're all familiar with. There's also stereotype threat and minority spotlighting, but essentially the same thing is happening. So our brains are designed to keep us psychologically safe. And so when you are the only person in the room of color, or the only woman, if you're the youngest, the only millennial, the only Gen Z, you become hyper aware of that. And so your brain does these things automatically, and it pushes you into fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. If you've ever been in the middle of a presentation and all of a sudden you freeze up and you forget your words, that's what's happening in your brain, right? And so after some time, I realized I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. That organization didn't prioritize talent mobility. It was smaller, flatter in the HR org. So there weren't a lot of opportunities for me to move up in that organization, no matter how hard I worked. So that was me understanding that system. So I transitioned to a different financial services company that was more matrix and had a lot more opportunity. And actually, it wasn't as diverse as the previous one in the HR function that I worked in. But when I looked up, there was more representation. There were more women in executive leadership roles. And there was a Latina executive who eventually became my sponsor. And so in that organization, I learned how to navigate that system. And I had the experience of the previous organization where I worked as part of the team that managed the leadership development program. And that's where I learned, oh, I have to promote my personal brand. I have to align myself with mentors. I have to find sponsors. And so having learned that, I learned to navigate the system of that certain organization. But then I also learned how to convey the value of being Latina and having different perspective and how I could bring that to the table to, hey, help them hire more people that looks like me, right? Especially at the time I was in recruiting. And so I would say that when you are first only different, it's about learning to navigate systems, but it's also learning the science and managing our own emotions. So I do a lot of work around emotional intelligence and leadership. So understanding what's happening in our bodies that is, that we might not even be aware of it. So becoming aware of it and then minimizing that so that you can show up in your most authentic, powerful self. And when I was able to do that, that is when my career skyrocketed in that organization. I got promoted pretty often until eventually I left to form my own company. So if there's two things we take away from today, it's systems and science.
What a great share from each and one of you. Especially love that thought process and that share about fight or flight mode and how you react in certain environments, certain environments that you find yourself in, and how you can change that and you can have the power of changing and being in an environment where you feel more comfortable, where you can thrive. And yours is such a great story. Thank you for sharing that. So let's talk about how do you handle workplace dynamics such as being underestimated or overlooked, especially in, as Latina female leaders in your organizations?
I'll go there. I think it's important to network within and look for the opportunities and the projects that you can be a part of that will allow you to insert your ideas and your recommendations and allow you to partner with others that you have not had the opportunity to work with, because that's where you're going to gain the exposure. People are going to start, talking about you and, oh, so-and-so joined us for this call and made this recommendation. I think it's important to be ready. So to prepare, right? So we say, I would love to be part of that project. And then they invite you and you're not ready. So always prepare. I always practice and role play in the mirror. What would I say? I would have my notes ready and practice it so that when it comes up, because it'll be when you least expect it, you're able to respond and know exactly what you want to cover. But I would definitely say don't wait for it to come to you. Go out and seek the projects and the networking and collaborations that you can initiate on your own.
Such great advice. And it's actually the comment about practicing being ready and even practicing in front of a mirror really resonates with me. One of my mentors always says that to me. And when she first said it to me, I thought it was like, stand in front of a mirror, but it's true. And if you practice and you're ready, that's such great advice. Anyone else want to share anything?
Actually, I was going to say pretty much the same thing that Brenda said. I think, the biggest part is really raising that hand. And sometimes, especially when you're early on in your career, you don't want to do that little project, or, you're like, oh, that might not be big enough for the next step. But you don't realize that being in the room sometimes is better. It's a way of networking. It's a way of getting to know how everybody thinks. What is the dynamics even between those meetings? Whatever it is that you can volunteer for early on, raise your hand. And then that's how you meet people. That's how you learn how the executives speak. That's how you know what is it that they present, what is the information and the data that they're trying to get at. So definitely agree with that point. And I think that's what's helped me along in my career. I was always like, yeah, I'll participate in that project. And then little by little, people just got to know who I was and the skills I brought to the table. And then, you know, I would hop around in different teams, join different projects. So that was something, at least it worked for me.
If I can add to that, the nuance is to also be strategic about what you raise your hand for, because sometimes, especially women, tend to get tapped on the shoulder for more administrative, low visibility type of projects or tasks, or something that you're already really good at. It's like, oh, she's so great at this, like, let's give it to her, as opposed to doing something that's going to stretch you in a different direction, or it's going to help you grow, or it's more visible. And at least for me, being first gen and, you know, ambitious overachiever, in the first part of my career, I did a lot of the hand raising, but I didn't realize it wasn't the most strategic projects. It wasn't the ones that was going to get me promoted or get me in front of those leaders that could see the value that I could bring to the table. So raise your hand in a strategic way. And even if you're not ready, because we might not always be, you might practice, but it might take you in a very different direction. Sometimes you'll be tapped on the shoulder for something completely different that you are not ready for. You're going to figure it out. Think about all of the things that we have had to figure it out as Latinas in the workplace, as first gens in the workplace. So don't let that fear or of the unknown or the discomfort of doing something outside of your comfort zone dissuade you from trying something new and different because you might not feel ready to do it. Just feel the fear and do it anyway, because you got this. You're going to figure it out, and make sure that what you're doing is visible. It's going to get you that exposure to those in the organization that have decision-making power and that can say, oh, you know, that Jennifer, there's something about her. She's, you know, really consistent in how she shows up, or Brenda has that executive presence. You need that visibility from those allies that can help, you know, promote your career.
Yeah, and that's exactly actually what happened to me. I started off in compensation, and then as I started working on these different projects, people got to know, oh, she's very much into analytics and project management. And then I got tapped for a business intelligence role within HR. So it was completely different, but it was nice to be able to kind of hop outside of comp for a little bit. And then later on, I actually ended up combining both. So it's awesome.
Great. So we've talked about owning your power, leadership in the workplace, and even brought up ways and moments on how to advocate for yourselves. Can you go a little deeper and share, how do you handle workplace dynamics, such as being underestimated or overlooked, even after raising your hand, even after being strategic, but you're just overlooked? How do you handle that?
I think it changes as you move in your career. So early on, I guess I didn't do much advocating for myself. But what I started doing was really holding myself accountable in, okay, if I can't, for example, I wanted to be promoted for a senior, like a consultant role within comp. And I had applied everything, and then I was told that I was not assertive enough. So I asked for more feedback, like, why didn't I not get the role? It was, you know, trying internal promotion, right? And so from that, I held myself accountable. Like, okay, what am I going to do now to ensure that I focus on being more assertive? What projects can I take on to showcase that and showcase any of the other feedback that I got? And then by the time I was doing that, let's say 6 months, I ended up being like, hey, I've been doing this for the past 6 months. Do you not feel like I deserve a promotion at this time? Like, what is it that, you know, I asked the question, and then I ended up actually getting promoted. So, you know, those are ways that you can kind of make yourself early on advocate. I think as I've gotten older, it's kind of you become more confident in your skill sets, and then you're able to really advocate, like, no, I'm not going to take that role because that's not aligned with my goals, and not be afraid about it. So, and I've done things now as I've gotten older that I probably wouldn't have done. And especially coming from a Latina background, we're taught to kind of be grateful for what we have and not ask for more. But now it feels more powerful to be like, you know what? Everybody sees my worth. So let me ask for a raise. Or let me say, hey, yeah, I'll take on that role, but first I need to get an increase. And, things like that. So now I can do it and not feel like the guilty Latina asking for more. So that's how I've learned to advocate.
Such great points. I know that I suffer the guilty Latina. Uh, just that thought process of having the courage to speak up and speak up for yourself. I think most of us are more comfortable speaking up for others before we speak up for ourselves.
Yes.
So,
My dad is like, wait, you asked them for more? I'm like, yeah.
So I see a comment in the chat that says asking for more seems so tricky, especially with comp. So similar to your story, Jennifer, I had a point in my career where a lot of people on my team went to different areas of the organization or left the organization altogether. And I was suddenly less than a year in the role, like the most senior person on the team, doing the equivalent of like 3 headcounts worth of work. And I was like, wait a minute, I am underpaid for this position. And so when it comes to asking for more, it's about recognizing the different factors. And before that, I hadn't asked for a promotion. One had been given to me, because it was a promotion opportunity to get into this role. At that point, it was 2 promotions into the organization, but I didn't seek it out in the sense that I advocated for a raise, and I hadn't had a compensation conversation like that. So I felt very scared. I'm like, I don't know how to do this, and I don't know how to do this in the way that makes me seem greedy or uneducated about what's happening. So what I did was that I sought out somebody who had experience advocating for compensation raise, and especially outside, we work in HR, we know that there's cycles. It's really hard to get a salary increase outside of the performance management process, and that's exactly what I was doing. So I was being very bold and asking for an out of cycle raise, but considering the circumstances, I knew that I had negotiation power because literally I was the person holding the team down. But I went very prepared to the executive. I came with a presentation. I felt more comfortable because she was a woman of color and she was also very nice, and had made it a point to come on the floor and made sure that the few of us that were left felt like we could come to her. And so I came with a presentation and I highlighted, like, here's the scope of my role, here's the work that I'm actually doing, here's the value within the compensation range. So I didn't just go, blindly and ask for a number that didn't make sense. I asked for a number based on data, based on information. And I had help from a mentor who helped me create that presentation, who helped me practice. And that executive said, I'm really proud of you for, number one, coming here and asking for this, because I know that's hard to do. And especially I recognize that as a woman, that's hard to do. And you're doing this in such a prepared way. He's like, a man would have walked in here and just said, I need more money. And so it's about learning, again, how to navigate the system and see what factors are at play and what power do I have in this dynamic to ask for that. And then I just want to wrap up to answer your question that sometimes if you have done all of the advocating and you're still feeling undervalued and underpaid, perhaps you're in the wrong organization. And you consider that there are so many options out there. It might not feel it that way, especially in such a competitive market, but we all have options. And there are certain organizations where, because of the changes that they're going through, because of reorgs, all of these things that happen in major organizations, they just might not be investing in talent mobility or promoting employees. And so you have to seek out an organization whose values and whose, their growth trajectory aligns with where you're looking to be. So if you've done everything that you can and it's still not working, you have options. And when I went to that negotiation table, I had to reconcile with the fact that they can say no. And if they say no, then what are my options? Because am I going to feel happy if they say no? And am I going to want to stay and continue to be a top performer, feeling underpaid and undervalued? Probably not. So I also have to come to the table recognizing that I'm making a choice, and if I don't get what I'm asking for, then I have an option to leave, and I have to be firm with that, because I need to stand in the fact that this is my value and my worth.
Yeah.
Great point. We talked about advocate for ourselves, how we advocate in the company, how we own our power. But on the flip side, let's talk about what can a company do better to support us as Latinas in HR?
I would probably say allow a safe space for us to ask for support when needed. I think I've seen a lot of minority leaders be in a very overwhelming situation, and let's say a lot of reorgs, or a lot going on for that leader. And I sometimes wonder if that person was to ask their leader, hey, I can't do this all right now, like I need support, versus somebody who's not minority, would they get the same resources and the same help? Like sometimes that comes to mind. Like if I were to ask, hey, I need help, will they see me as she's not capable? But then somebody else that we clearly can see, they don't do the work and they ask for help. It's like, oh, let's give them head count, or let's give them, hey, here's some resources for additional support. So that's just something that kind of goes through my head sometimes.
I like that. I agree. I agree with that. In addition to the space to share and network with others in the organization. And I know we talk about ERGs all the time, and a lot of times they're around celebrating fun stuff. But you can also leverage those to sort of support each other and provide each other with resources that sometimes a company cannot provide. But to your point, you do often think, if I ask for help, do they think I'm not capable?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody else asks, they get the support right away. I think they need to understand that we are capable, number one, and how they can leverage us in different ways. But definitely to see us and meet us where we need them.
And at my company, for example, they offered a McKinsey executive leadership training for Latinos. And that was something that I was like, wow, they're doing that. And I got nominated. I ended up being part of that program. But I feel like it's one of those things that unfortunately not every company has the budget for. But it was something that I found very valuable. So I wish they had more programs like that, where it was the safe space for Hispanics. They had one for Asians and stuff like that. But it was a safe space where I got to meet other leaders, Latinos across the world. And during that program got to, hey, yeah, we always feel guilty for asking for more or whatever. And then those conversations would be brought up in that space where people understood you much better. So I wish there was more of those programs too.
Great shares from both of you ladies, and thank you. I think it's important to not just share these thoughts and ideas and spaces like these where we feel safe. It's also important to share it outside of these spaces, whether it's in organizations, with other leaders and professionals in the workplace and such. So I appreciate that. So we're going to go ahead and jump into some rapid fire questions. This is going to be super quick, 1-word answers, and it's just a couple of questions. So we'll go through each one. So give me 1 word to describe Latinas in HR.
Unique.
Powerful.
Courageous.
Love that. Great. And a Latina leader who inspires you.
Priscilla.
I love that.
AOC.
Who? AOC.
AOC, Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez. She makes me want to start all over again.
Yes.
Cheers.
So this one was a hard one because I wanted to say Ellen Ochoa. She's like the first one to go to space, the first Latina. But then I thought about it, I'm like, why not me? I'm the first one in my family, the first one to graduate, the first one to get a master's, the first one. I had so many firsts that I'm like, maybe I should say myself.
Yes, I love that, Jennifer.
I absolutely love that. That gave me chills. Why not us, right? Why not you? Why not me? Thank you for sharing that. So to wrap up, I want to thank each and every one of the attendees today, each and one of our 3 panelists. It's been such a great time chatting with you, getting your answers and those insights from personal experiences and firsthand knowledge. Such great stories that you've shared, personal stories. So we really appreciate that. And finally, I want to encourage our audience that has joined us today, continue to support and uplift all Latinas in HR, continue to push and make waves in the industry, and take away everything you've heard today and challenge yourself. How can you make a change in your own organization, with others and different organizations, and how can we make waves to make it easier for other Latinas that are trying to grow in HR. So thank you again, everyone. It's been great spending time with you, and I'll pass it over to Priscilla.
Thank you, Maybell. Thank you.
Maybell, thank you so much for bringing these powerful ladies together, between Brenda and Yanyelis and Jennifer, my goodness, and yourself, May. We can't make today possible with each of you ladies saying, I'm here, I want to be part of the panel. And it came from different ways, whether it was through the community, through being an ambassador, or through being an author, or through being a supporter after years and years and years. So we are going to take a quick 5-minute break. We want to make sure everyone gets some water, runs to the restroom. Last time we had an event, it was like, Priscilla, you didn't give us a break. So I'm going to go ahead and give us a quick 3-minute break while we get set up for the next round. And let us know what you're drinking, depending on where you are in the world. I've got lots of water in front of me. So, but we'll see you here in just a few minutes. And thanks again, Maybell, for helping lead the charge with this wonderful group of ladies.
Thank you.
All right. Now, this next panel is one focusing on our global talent. I get really excited because this was made possible, as I mentioned, through Yaret's vision of wanting to continue to grow us after we had a really, really good conversation. And she was like, why not have Latinas from all different backgrounds, from different places in the country coming together and sharing what it's like in their spaces. And so I am so, so excited to bring to the stage Joanne Mena. Give me 1 second while I do that. Joanne, can you hear me okay?
I can. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you for joining us today and saying yes to the power of creating change and really stepping into the room and making noise. You said yes immediately, and with your background in Latam as a chief talent officer and saying, I would love to bring full circle this conversation across the globe. So I'm going to go ahead and bring our panelists on board. We've got Patricia Wesson as well as Gloria Sotomayor. And I'm going to exit out. And when Christina makes it in, we will add her as well. As you all know, things happen globally, and we will work through it as life happens, right? So I'm just hoping that everything's okay with her because there's a lot of storms happening across the globe. So we're going to send her a note and just make sure she's okay. But in the meantime, I turn it over to you, Joanne.
Thank you, Priscilla. And hello, everyone. And as Priscilla mentioned, I am Joanne Mena. And while I am in charge, I'm sorry, I'm hearing some background noise, and I don't know if that's coming from me or someone else, but I will hopefully. Okay, good. All right. So as Priscilla mentioned, I am the Chief Talent Officer for Latin America in my company. And while I am representing Latin America, I am excited to be coming to you this morning from lovely New Jersey, where we're having a wannabe spring day, right? Wannabe because it's pretty cold out there still. But yes, this is your international panel. As it was mentioned before, we have Cristina Gonzalez, who hopefully will be joining us shortly from Luxembourg in Europe. And we have Gloria Sotomayor from Mexico Lindo. And we also have Patricia Wesson coming from the beautiful Dominican Republic in the Caribbean. So definitely a very international and talented panel that we're going to be leading today. I wanted to let you know that the reason, the topic that we're going to be covering today is somewhat one that's very, very important. Not only for HR, because we're the ones who have a crucial role in designing programs and initiatives that help or bridge the gap between the skills that our employees have and the skills that are needed for our businesses to grow. But it's because it's not only HR, right? It's a business imperative. And because of that, I'm excited to be leading this panel today. And so how about we just kick things off with defining what exactly this challenge is. And so I'm coming to you first, Patricia. How do you define the talent gap, and why is it crucial for HR to address it?
Yeah, thank you, Joanne. Good morning, everyone. Well, good afternoon to everyone. That's a really good question because I think now with all the technology evolving so fast, talent gap has become one of the biggest challenges for HR. So how do we define it? What is the difference, I would say, between what the organization needs to accomplish its goals and what it really has in terms of skills, capabilities, experiences, and everything else. So that space need to be addressed by HR. Why? Because this talent gap leads to underperformance, and that underperformance affects the future of the organization. I think the first thing for HR is to know and understand what are the company goals. And when you have that, you need to know what are the skills of your people. When you have that, you need to conduct a talent gap analysis to understand if you need to redesign your training strategy, your recruitment strategy. And that way you will help the company to upskill, reskill, hire new people. And as HR, I think that's a really important role that we have in terms of maintaining the competitiveness of the company and to help the company to become successful in the future.
Thank you, Patricia. You know, listening to you, I just noticed that while, you know, you were all introduced, we didn't talk about your background and why we think that you are the greatest ones to participate in this panel, right? So for all of you, Patricia was saying is in charge of leading development and succession planning within her company, which is Grupo Popular. And Gloria is the managing partner and founder of a executive headhunter firm called GS Talent Search. Right. And then hopefully when Cristina joins us, and I'm hoping that she can, and if not, we will, you know, take on. But, you know, she is also the human capital partner at a company called Caris Strategy, which with that name, you can already imagine how she's involved and what great background she has to help us with this panel today. So now that is all clear, I want to come to you, Gloria, and ask you, in your experience, what's the biggest challenge organizations face when it comes to talent development? And obviously you have a lot of that since you're engaged regularly to help them attract this talent, right?
Right. Well, first of all, I want to say buenos días, buenas tardes from Mexico City. I'm so glad to be here. And I'm very happy to share my knowledge. So what are the challenge that organizations face right now in developing talent? The first one is the talent deficit, meaning there are more demand of talent than the ones that are available in the market. You know, right now we have this happening. The second sector, like technology, like marketing, like sales, are been struggling trying to fill position in a right way. Here in Mexico, for example, 70% of companies have report difficulties in hiring. Another challenge that companies have right now is the expectation of the employees, meaning that since the pandemic, the employees are no longer looking just for a good salary. You know, they are trying to have more emotional benefits like wellness, like flexibility, like high hybrid work, remote work, so the high continuous development. So this will be a challenge for the companies also to give them what they expect. Another challenge is, and I love the word in Spanish, fuga de cerebros, brain drain. That means that, well, you know, in our Latin America, the issues of political issues and security and everything that we have right now, the skilled professionals are looking to go out and to have international opportunities in places that they can develop, in places that they can feel safety. So one of the challenges of the companies, for example, in Mexico, is that they have to offer better salaries and better opportunities to retain this person. But I think that is also, and I'm not going to touch that part, but I think also government has to do something. The government have to do something. Another thing is the impact of technology in the artificial intelligence, meaning that the companies have to reskill and have to make reskilling and upskilling. And the last one that I think is very, very important is the FOBO. You know what is FOBO? Fear of becoming obsolete. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I just made some research, and the employees in US, believe that the skill will become obsolete in only within 5 years. And 20% of this person thinks that AI will take out their jobs. They will not have jobs because AI is coming. So I think that these are the main challenge that
Yes.
human resource areas are living right now.
Great. Thank you so much for that. And yes, I love that whole concept about the brain drain. Yes, I think that when it comes to talent development, I agree that we are having brain drain across our organizations. And that's why talent development is so necessary and so important. And our role becomes even more important, right?
That's right.
Even with the advent of AI, right? I guess it would be more in spite of the advent of AI, right? Because AI is as good as we allow it to be, as we implement it into our strategies, right? So, Patricia and Gloria, I'm going to ask you to please help me with the questions that I have scheduled originally for Cristina. And so I will allow one of you to answer. Just raise your hand or just start answering. How has HR's role evolved in recent years to focus more on talent growth and learning? Who wants to take that one? Okay, go ahead.
I think recently HR, I think it has been a change for the company and for HR. Companies are really understanding that HR is not just a department to process payroll and to hire people. It's more a partner. It has a more active role within the company, and HR is being accountable of that responsibility. So I think that being working together with the company, being proactive, really designing new programs and trying to speak the company's language, it's making the difference, because now HR is part of the decisions. It's part of the group that is taking the decisions in terms of everything that's happening. And in talent development, I think that our speech is being more understandable for the company. So we are really speaking what they want to hear in terms of talent development. And we are actively designing new things, being in charge, understanding new technologies and new trainings and everything to make them part of our HR strategy for the company.
Great, thank you. You know, I am just going to go ahead and answer the next question because, you know, besides being a panelist, I'm also a practitioner, right? And so why not? Right. So what I wanted to ask was, what strategies have you seen work best in closing the skills gaps in organizations? Right. And so I have to tell you, I just came back from a regional summit where I was so lucky to be able to join 208 of our employees in Latin America from all of the 9 countries where we are. And this is one of the one presentation that I had for the group at large had to do with how do we become a continuous learning organization, because we need to close the skills gaps in our organization, right? And so thankfully, I work for an organization that's very techy and that where learning and development is at the forefront of the talent strategy. And so how do we close that skills gap in the organization is making sure that we understand what skills our people need to be future proof. And so that way we don't have to be chasing and trying to fix the talent gap, right? We are trying to stay ahead of it so we don't wind up with the gap. But not every organization has that. And so what my recommendation is that you give employees and you give our talent different options on how they want to learn, right? Because if there is something that we all know is that we all don't communicate the same way, we don't understand the same way, and we don't learn the same way, right? So giving them different options to learn, and then applauding and recognizing when they earn those new skills, right? Because yes, it's easy for us to say, well, you better keep up with your skills, because if not, you're not going to be valuable to the organization and we might have to replace you. I mean, we don't say that, but we behave that way, right? Is making sure that people feel empowered to learn the way that they like to learn. They are given opportunities to show and use the new skills, right? Because as adults, that's how we learn, right? By doing. We can read all kinds of books, but until we get in there and roll up our sleeves and get it going, we're not really going to actually have the chip, click in our head. And so basically, that's my recommendation here, is to make sure that we understand what skills are needed for the organization, provide opportunities for our people to learn, provide opportunities for them to implement and test out their new learnings, and then recognize and reward them for those new skills that are keeping our business afloat and are keeping us ahead of our competition, right? So now I want to go back to Gloria, and I want to address a key issue here, and it has to do with inclusivity. So what are some innovative ways to ensure inclusivity in talent development programs, especially for underrepresented groups, the ones that
I know. We know about the group, women, racial, ethnic community, people with disabilities, LGBTQ plus people. There's one interesting, people over 50 years old. Yes. Raise up your hand.
I want to address that comment right there, Gloria, because in the United States, it's illegal to discriminate.
I know.
Over 40, but us as part of the international team, we do recognize that people will always raise their hands and say, oh, I'm 35, I'm 45, I'm 60, right? They will tell us their age in the recruitment process, because age is not protected in most Latin American countries, right? So
I know. That personally, in my process, I do not talk about gender. I do not talk about age. I do not talk about if they are married or not. I don't care about that in my personal process as a headhunter. Yes. But right now we are talking about these groups. So, what strategies can help? One is the reverse mentoring. So young employees take the role of mentor for those more experienced employees. Another is that the companies can have more active sponsorship. That means that they can support events and programs that promote the real inclusion. Another is personalize the learning programs, meaning that they can have flexible platforms that provide training opportunities for employees with diverse backgrounds. Have transparency in career growing opportunities, meaning that to have clear promotion process and structured feedback to help them to know what skills they need to improve. And also, I think the most important is that all human resource areas, all consultants of human resource have to be aware of their own bias, and must be trained to recognize and mitigate their own bias in hiring and promotion. I think that's the main strategies.
Thank you very much. Yes, recognizing that we all have biases is very important when it comes to inclusivity and making sure that we are designing programs that include underrepresented groups. So I appreciate your input on that a lot. Patricia, what are some key indicators that an employee has leadership potential, right? I mean, this is right up your alley, right?
Yeah, yeah. And we have a lot of things that could indicate that a person, an employee, has leadership potential. But I think one of the most, if not the most important, in my opinion, is to have exceptional communication skills. Because this person needs to motivate, needs to influence, needs to convince people, and needs to communicate clearly the information they want to share. So once you have that one covered, I think all the other ones, not that they are not important, but I think the main one is that. Then we can talk about having initiative, being solution oriented, strategic listening, emotional intelligence is really important as well. Delegate efficiently. I think that's one thing that we all need to work on. Not micromanaging our people, develop our people, being able and being humble enough to understand that you need to develop your people, to give people opportunities to grow, and that doesn't make you less of a leader. All the opposite. That makes you a bigger leader. So I think those are, for me, the most important ones to recognize when someone has that potential there.
Thank you. Yes, definitely emotional intelligence, right? That is, in my opinion, the hardest one that we have to deal with on a daily basis, because we have very smart people, but IQ and
Yes,
EQ is very different, right?
very.
And dealing with one and the other is a very big challenge. So this is another one that I wanted to ask Cristina, and so I will throw it out there for either one of you. What advice would you give to organizations just starting to prioritize talent development? Maybe Patricia, you can take this one too, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. I think the most important thing is that us as HR, as partners, we understand completely the company goals, because that's like the start point for all this talent development that we are going to start working on. Then we need to understand and identify our critical roles within the company, our hypos. I think it's really important that we understand in which group we have every of our employees, to make sure that we can design a talent development strategy that will address all those little gaps or big gaps that we have there. We need to have a really clear talent goals, what we want to accomplish, what we want to get at the end of this road that we are studying. Having analytics is really important, because we need to measure what we're doing. We need to compare where we start, how we're going, and when and how we're going to end. Important getting the leadership support, because if we don't have them as our allies, I don't think there's much we can do. It doesn't matter how bad we want to do a change, or we make a change within the company. If leaders don't speak the same language as us, I don't think we're going to get too far. And I think starting to work in a learning culture within the company will help us keep this going within the future.
Yeah, definitely. The next question I have, I wanted to ask you as well, but so what I am gonna do is I'm gonna answer it first, and then I'll let you follow it up if you don't mind. So, what trends do you see shaping the future of talent development in HR? There's the obvious one, which is artificial intelligence. Obviously, it is taken a huge. It's a great way, right? There are some very positive things that are happening with AI. There are a few negative things, right? But the very positive things that are happening within AI have to do with talent development and helping our people continue to learn and develop new leadership and core and technical skills, right? So that's a trend. I don't know if it's a trend more than it's in our face. It's here and we need to embrace it, right? But a trend that I think that is happening in some organizations, and I think that needs to happen across all organizations, is having, like you said, Patricia, having our business leaders involved. But what I mean in this one is not only having their support and their partnership, but having them lead and actually teach the skills, right? Because, we all know how great we are, but we also know that our employees sometimes are like, well, that's an HR program. I don't know. I want to focus on something else here, right? And no, this is not an HR program. This is a business program. It's just being sponsored and delivered and communicated by HR, but this is business leadership. And so that's what we have been doing is, enrolling our business partners, our business leaders to lead a webinar, to teach a course, to be mentors, to teach our people the skills that they need. And so that is a trend that needs to continue to happen. Personalized learning, as one of you mentioned before, right?
Yes.
Because it is super important that we are not wasting our people's times teaching them skills and things that they already know or they're not going to immediately use, right? And so, yes, Gloria, I'll give you
Yeah. And also, meaning this personal talent development is to identify the individual skills, so they can improve that and they can give more results to the position.
Absolutely.
Because you already said, ladies, the role of HR right now is not longer processes, not longer payroll. It's more a business partner for the company.
Yes.
Because the company is made of people, So human resources has to be the main partner of the company.
Yes, absolutely. And then I guess the last one that I would mention here is cross-functional training, right? Because cross-functional training and learning and developing people into other functions, not their core function, because businesses change, priorities change, and the people who reach the top is because they are not necessarily specializing in something. They're being generalists, right? And having that generalist approach to development will help us bridge that gap as well, right? Because we don't have to be waiting to see, oh my God, I have to go and hire another one of these. Well, actually, no, right? Because we actually have some in this other department that are ready to go and looking for opportunities to move sideways, because as we already know, right, we don't only grow up, we grow in a zigzag as well. And so that's my input to that. And so Patricia, I don't know if you want to add something to that.
Yeah, sure. While I was preparing for this panel, I read about this trend, which I found really interesting, which is the immersive learning experiences. It's not new, but I don't think a lot of companies are using immersive learning experiences for their employees. I think, as you said at the beginning, us as adults, we learned by doing. So if you expose your employees to these critical experiences, having them exposed, they have to use all their capabilities, all their resources to make things happening, I think that's when the learning fixed in their minds, and you can have like a more prepared workforce for the future.
Great, thank you. So Gloria, tell me, how can HR professionals stay ahead and continue to drive meaningful change in this area?
Well, we have been talking about that, but I will make a resume. Adopt a continued learning mindset. That's very important, not only in the human resource department, but also by ourselves. Meaning that if the company do not give you the resources or the tools, go out and try to do it by yourself. Okay. The second one is, as I told you, personal talent development. Be promoter on inclusion and equity. Also use data with purpose. That's very, very important, because meaning that you can have this talent analyst in human resource that helps you to know how people react and how. And another one is challenge the traditional and align talent with strategy. Okay, because as I told you, human resources not only payroll and recruiter is a partner in the companies. And the last one that I think I like it very much, you can think like a headhunter. You don't have to wait to the talent come to you. What you can do as a company, you can go and find, even you do right now, you are not looking for any position. What you can do is go to the market, see how your competitors are doing, and then prepare yourself, prepare your company in order that when your company needs these people, you know where they are. You can call me also, but if not, you know where they are. That's very important, because you are going to be one step ahead.
Great. Love it. You know, we were told this morning to plug our business and plug ourselves and take advantage of that, and that's perfect. Okay, so listen, ladies, thank you so much. I wanted to close out today's panel with a series of rapid fire questions, right? And so here we go. I will participate as well, since Christina wasn't able to join us. So I'm going to participate as well. So one word that describes the future of talent development. Patricia, one word.
Personalization.
Perfect. Okay. Gloria.
Transformation.
Okay. And I am going to say strategy.
Okay.
All right. And then in 10 seconds or less, tell us, what's the best advice you've ever received about professional growth?
In my case, is when I was told, align your work with your passion.
Perfect.
And in mine, do not forget what you do. You change people's lives. So always be and stay humble.
Yes, I'm answering this one.
Hi, ladies. I had to pop in. I was like, this is a good one. I would say
step back and ask you one word that describes the future of talent development.
promising.
Perfect. And then the next one is 10 seconds. Best advice you've ever received about professional growth.
Go for it.
Wow, that's
Go for it.
Very good.
Don't stop overthinking. Just go for it.
exactly. And mine is like, what are you doing in finance? Move your butt over to it. And here's the last one, is a book, a podcast, or any other resource that every HR leader should check out.
In terms of a podcast, I have the Talent Development Hot Seat podcast. It's hosted by Andy Storch, so I think it's a really good one.
Okay, good.
Okay, so podcast podcast, Mel Robin podcast. She's a motivational speaker, and I love it the way she sees life. And I have also a book, Robin Sharma book, The Everyday Hero Manifesto. Also, I think it's promote positivity, increase productivity. That's it.
Okay, great. Thank you. How about you?
I'm going to spin it to you, Joanne. What about you?
Okay, with me, a business podcast called Pivot, and it's because Professor Galloway and Kara, his partner, they are excellent. They have a pulse on what's going on right now in business and how it impacts our employees on a daily basis. So yes, very, very awesome. Go and listen. It's very good.
I love it. We've got some great ones in the chat. We've got podcast Hot Seat. We've got Mel Robbins. Dominica is agreeing with you on the Mel Robbins podcast. And I would say, you know, because we're here, there's a Latinas Rising Up in HR podcast out there, season 1 and 2, talking about the different careers, doing very similar things of what we're talking about today, but going deeper into everyone's story. And we have another season coming up, which is why I was like, I'll go last. So I would say that. And if you haven't gotten your book, we are on Amazon, Latinas Rising Up in HR Volume 1, Volume 2, and Volume 3 is our executive volume. All of them have at the back of the chapter really great insights of how do you elevate, right? How do you rise up your career? So I would definitely do that. If you have any questions for our panelists, please go ahead and put them in the chat, because I think some are like, hey, I might have a question. Can you include the recommendations from the panel here? Yes, yes, yes. We're not always the best in multitasking with new technology and talking. So we'll do a recap of all these resources. I think that would be more helpful. So then that way you can take away everything with you. And what an amazing development plan, right? That you'll walk away with. So Joanne, Gloria, Patricia, thank you so, so much for making the time. Again, we're here because you said yes. And you each are in different time zones, very busy women, very executive, very doing everything. But thank you for taking the time to give back to our community, because all of us need to hear these insights at any point of our career. I said, this is a conversation for us, regardless of our title, and just really how do we continue to be even greater leaders? Yes, we're Latina. Yes, we're in HR, but we're leaders at the end of the day, right?
Yes, we are.
Yeah, yes, we are.
I loved this opportunity, and I loved leading us through this discussion today. I just want to close out by saying that while they have given us a lot to think about, let's take action, right? Let's make sure that what we learn today, and not only in this panel, but in the rest of the day, right? Make sure that we are taking action, because we have influence in what happens in our organizations, and we need to make sure that we use our influence for good. And what better use than helping our people develop and gain those skills that they need to continue moving forward, not only for their professional and personal lives, but also for the success of our businesses, who will keep the economy going, right?
Globally, regardless of where we're at, right? So I want to say thank you, ladies, for helping be that bridge and connecting us to the Dominican Republic, to Mexico, to Latam, to Luxembourg, to everywhere we're going today. I'm like, if only I could get on a plane and actually be next to you, ladies. One day we'll make it happen.
Sure.
One day we'll make it happen. Gloria,
I want to say something.
Yeah.
Well, we are Latinas, we are women, and we know something. We are living with fear, because trying to do things and fear. So the problem is not the fear; it's what we can do with it. So let's do it. Go on. If I can do it, you can do it, ladies. So
I hear you. There's this thing that I've been reading that's face everything and run, right? Fear, or face everything and rise. I'm going to say we're going to rise, right?
Right.
Well, with that, thank you, ladies. I'm going to take you off stage. I have an exciting guest that's joining us today. As with things that happen, right, we want to also ensure that we're constantly giving you good information, that we're not just here talking away and not providing resources. one of the beautiful things that we have within Latinas Rising Up in HR is we are creating impact when it comes to how we're even getting published and how we're actually sharing and owning our stories. And so one of the things that I wanted to have quickly, since we have a little bit of time before we have our first HEPA, HR HEPA talk with Erica Hurt, I'd love to bring a good friend of mine. She's a very close bestie of mine. I have to be very, very open about it. But I brought her on here and I said, hey, do you mind having a chat with me? For those that know me, I will pull you impromptu sometimes. And what I'm learning too is these amazing women are always ready for it. They're like, yes, I'm here for it. Call me when you need it. And so I'm going to have a quick little chat with Stephanie. Stephanie, thanks for joining us so last minute.
Of course. Thank you for having me here. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. I love the colors we're representing with our brand. Can you share with us in the couple of minutes that we have? The reason I brought you here is I wanted to have you share with the group that's listening how your writing journey was when you became an author of Volume 2. Because I remember when we first spoke, and you're like, I don't have a story. I don't want to write it. I don't know what you're talking about. So can you tell me why you thought it? Like why you said even yes, outside of us being good friends.
Yes, and I know that you may know the answer, or you may not actually, but I will tell you that when you first asked me, like you said, my first instinct was like run. The fear where the last one was run. I was like no, okay. But after really thinking about it, after seeing what you've done, after getting to build a community with you and the Latinas Rising Up in HR, I realized that phrase that has been very prominent for me in the last like 3-4 years has been do it scared, do it anyway. And I will say that it was a big like personal dare for myself. I said, can I do it? When was the last time I pushed myself to get into that uncomfortable feeling and finish it anyway? So that was definitely the first motivating part of accepting that challenge. And then while I started doing it, it's a really reflective, growing journey. When you look back and say, not only what happened and what's the message I want to share, but how is that going to impact the people that are reading it, the next generation, as mothers of young women that are always looking. I said, what will my daughters think when they read this when they're 20 and 30 and 40? So those were the two biggest experiences that I would say that I had during the journey of being a writer of Volume 2.
Now, were you a writer beforehand?
No. I will say reader. I've always been a good reader, and that was maybe a portion of the fear. Dancing with that, imposter syndrome. Am I the person that has the microphone? Am I the person? I've always wanted to read about women like you and women like the people in our community, but to have the voice, it's like, wait, no, yeah, I'm part of it. It is part of it with me. So no, I had not. I've never written anything before. I will say that the openness of the community allowed me to be myself. The sounding board that you have when you have women that are doing the same thing that you're doing really starts giving you trust in yourself. And definitely, the publishing company, the editors, it really just kind of gave that extra support.
Yeah, we're not just throwing you out to swim with no floaties. I'll give you a raft. Don't worry. No, thanks, Stephanie, for sharing. I remember when you were writing your story, you were going through a lot of stuff, right? You had your 2 little ones, job changes. You were even looking at going into like doing a whole career switch into HR. I remember you're like, I have HR people all around me. All my friends are in HR. And then all of a sudden now you're in it. Can you share a little bit more about your journey? Because you're now a recruiter at a large recruiting firm. And you made that pivot later on in your career, right? We're not such young spring chickens. And so for those that are listening, I'm sure they would love to hear how you made that pivot.
Yes. And I think to your point, it's almost been 3 careers. It came from my first career in operations, from being a people manager. And when you do that, and as you grow and as your teams get bigger and bigger, it is very important that the way you message with your team is dynamic, that it's impactful, that it's positive, that it gives people the ability to grow. As a people manager, I knew that my team not only is community, but it was the best, like the best resource we have, right? So there was nothing that I couldn't do if I had my strong team with me. So in the process of leading people for years over years, I really had partnerships with HR, with business partners, with, you know, everything. And I realized the hiring, the developing, the teaching part of leadership really, really spoke to me. That was something that I thought, if I can give one person on my team that trust to take that leap to the next role, I know that I had that chance with strong leaders in my past. That would be very rewarding to me. So that first pivot was within my own organization, and I saw that the you know, the ladies in the previous panel kind of were speaking on compensation conversations and these very tough asks. But like I know that you know, when I started my family and when I was going to build my part of my personal life, I struggled with getting pregnant and I struggled with, you know, fertility. And I knew that my career was very, very, very physically demanding at that time. And so I ended up saying, okay, I want to pivot within a very large organization to another role. And I think I could do it. And I asked for it. And, you know, it was a bit of another dare in my life for sure. But you really do miss any shot you don't take, you know? So it was that first pivot into talent acquisition. And then from there, getting into, you know, really large talent acquisition as I am with now, now we're on like, I think year 5, year 6. And it has been so rewarding and I love it. And I love it, absolutely love it. So it's been a gradual process. It was definitely part of a growth that came from having people that believed in me. And now I know, and it is part of my everyday, every minute to make sure to return that to the people that I work with now.
So talk to us, if you don't mind, a little bit about your 2 beautiful girls, because having a career and having your daughters is not easy. It's just not, right? And if you're open to it, right? I tell the ladies, I'm like, I'm always going to peel back the onion here because it's great that we're sharing what we do and how amazing we've been, which I believe we all are, but also like what it took to get there, right? To celebrate that. And so you have your 2 beautiful daughters that you worked really hard to have, and you have a thriving career that you're trying very hard to continue to grow. I mean, where do you find that motivation every day?
The motivation is definitely actually, so I would have maybe said years ago it was, you know, with them. But now it's more like they hold a mirror to me daily, right? Like as I see them looking at me, I say, what do they see? You know, are they proud of what they see? Are they proud like I am of my mom and how strong of a force she has always been and continues to be? So that motivation mix is definitely there. I know you and I have talked offline about the shifts that happen with motherhood. And I will say that as, you know, a more mature mom, I didn't understand how much having kids would come into play with changing of priorities. I had always been successful in my career. I had always, you know, really gotten that promotion every time I was going to go into corporate America. But when I realized, oh, now I have 2 gigantic responsibilities aside from this, you know, 9 to 5 and that 5 to 9 that is very real. How do I do it? And that I don't know how I got to where I got to now, but I will say that not doing it alone, doing it with community, having sounding boards, saying, oh my gosh, which one do I pick here? Where do I go? That has been pivotal for sure.
Thanks so much for sharing, Stephanie. It is hard, and I think what I love most about our community is regardless of what the ask is, everyone flocks in to support, right? Where it's like it could be as like simple as like, oh, I'm having a hard day. And then all of a sudden that person tells me like, oh my gosh, I got 6 texts from people just be like, what's going on? You okay? How's life? And or things like, hey, I just don't know what to do next in my career, or I have questions. And so we do have our own private chat for our members and our authors and our ambassadors that has been slowly growing as of the last 2 months. If that's something that you're interested in learning more about, please feel free to take a look at our membership on our website at Latinas Rising Up in HR, or even if you want to become an author, right? It's not a, it's I say that now, right? It was somebody told me like, oh yeah, Priscilla, well, you all have published 3 books. And I go, I didn't even know how to publish one. And again, it's all in community. And the second and the third book only came out because I had women like you and others, one that we'll hear of shortly, and a fun story I hope she shares of how we both met too, and how where we are today, right? How our lives will intertwine. My dad jokes, he goes, Priscilla, once people are in your life, it's really hard for them to leave. And I go, yeah, I'm very intentional with what I do. But I again, we can't be everything to everyone, but I hope that in this space, it leaves that little legacy for each one of us, right? That we can
100%.
find a place to go to. And again, we're not on that island. And I'm so glad that you said yes, because if you're my friend and I would say, and you're in HR, you've got to be in here. So shout out to the other friends I have out there that I haven't pinged yet. It's coming.
It's coming.
It's coming. But it is. Yet shared, the motherhood struggle is real, but rewarding. We just push through it. Thank you for sharing and bringing light to this topic. It is. And we'll be in future summits that we're doing. We're actually going to talk more about that amongst each other, because there's things that we're battling through, whether it's fertility, whether it's we're hitting all different types of new medical things happening to us. where we don't know. We just don't know as a community. And the more that we can share with one another, the better, right? Just life things too. So, oh, Stephanie, thank you for making the time. If you could leave everyone with one thought on how to engage or get active, or we were talking about like taking action, what would you tell everyone today?
Oh, that's a good question. I would say follow the love or follow the passion. I have never been the person that wants to be on the microphone. And it's easier to do when you're following someone that you love and trust. So if there's one person in your life that you think does something well, follow that light and use that light to grow your own light and just multiply that power. If you're doing it with someone you love and trust, it doesn't seem so scary. And once you start doing that, you realize, oh my gosh, is this what the leaders do? Is this what everyone else? They have a cheat group, a cheat group with all the answers. Brilliant. I don't have to try it all by myself.
Oh, that's so true. I realized later on, I'm like, why did we not do this sooner? But
Right?
again, the timing, right? I believe in divine timing. And for me, it was like, God's like, now is time. And I believe it because now that I have my daughter, I'm like, there was no way I would have been able to do this with work and daughter and my husband and my friends and being able to balance it all. I still don't know how we're doing it. Some days, some things are up in the air, some things fall on the ground. But we're still trying to make the change. I love it. We have comments saying, Arelis, menopause. Thank you. I was like, I've been trying to think about what the word is. I was like, medical things that are happening to us. Perimenopause. That too. We've got to say it loud because that's coming. I was laughing with my mom the other day because she goes, Mija, you went through so much with your daughter, right? And I had my daughter through IVF, and I go, yeah, mom, all the hormones, and it was horrible. She goes, I know, mija, but wait till perimenopause hits you. You're in your 40s. And she goes, I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm just trying to prepare. I was like, I thought we were done. I thought this was all done. But we definitely
never
need to
done.
talk about it. We definitely, and in safe spaces. So it's not like, oh, these women are all talking about it. It's things that are happening to us physically and are affecting the decisions we're making and are affecting the way we act and they're affecting. And so I believe that it's so important to just keep educating yourselves. So yes, Lord have mercy with perimenopause.
And others, right? We're seeing that, crazy how little there is on the science side of studying aging women. We have, specializations for doctors to get us these beautiful blessings. But what happens after? What happens as we age, as we continue to grow and succeed in our lives personally and professionally? What happens? And if we don't keep talking about it, we'll never know those answers.
Yeah. And again, not being by ourselves, right? We've got to continue coming together. I thank you much for this. It means a lot to me. Your words, everyone's words. Thank you for being here with us. And please engage with us. If you have questions, if you have thoughts, ideas, keep it going, keep it running. Because again, this is a live event. This is not fully scripted. I'm a very A-type person. We have a run of show and all of that. But at the same time, I leave room for the impromptu because there's always something there. I agree with you, Maria. There is a movement right now to say it loud and educate ourselves on the next generation. So let's keep talking about it. Again, when we use our platforms, right, we've got to talk about all these things and then and share and just help one another. Well, Stephanie, thanks for saying yes offline to me and jumping in here so we could talk with the ladies and bring up some really good points. You brought up some really good points about family and career and creating that future that you want, right? Taking that future into your own hands and also dabbling a little bit of hope and faith and love and following that spark. So thank you so much, Steph.
Thank you for having me on your birthday. Love you.
Thank you. All right. So the fun's not over. I mean, if someone told me like, Priscilla, we're really going to go straight through 5 o'clock. I was like, oh yes, it's me times a lot of the ladies with all this energy. So it's not going to stop here. You have a dynamite speaker coming. Erica Hurt, she has been a good friend of mine for years. First, we started off as colleagues in the hotel industry, and then we became really, really good friends over time. Lost touch a little bit as life happens, right? And then we came back together. She tried to hire me at one point. I tried to recruit her into Latinas Rising Up in HR. We lost touch again. The years just kept going in. I feel this has happened over 20 years, maybe, Erica? And so here we are years later. I think I've been in HR now a little over 19 years now. And our paths have crossed, I think, right when they were supposed to be. And Erica said, yes. Erika's like, I will be an author with you. But it wasn't that easy. And I'm sure she'll talk a little bit about that. But I'd love to bring her to the stage, this powerhouse HR executive. Thanks for joining, Erika.
Thank you for having me. I am so excited. And you mentioned, I hope that she tells the story of how we met. And I was about to do it, but you kind of just summarized it.
Oh, you have a different version, I'm sure.
No, it's pretty similar. We met so many years ago working for the same company. And I think we both made a great impact on one another. And we wanted to stay in touch. We both left the company. I think I offered you a job twice, not once, twice. And you turned me down. And I know, but you know what? I knew we were going to do something at some point. I was not going to give up. And I think I probably will offer you a job again sometime or the other way around. I don't know. We're not done. And then you call me and I said, I'm sorry, it's not revenge. It's not getting back to you, but I can do right now. And eventually it worked out and I'm thrilled that it did because you've always been really important. But it is a lot of fun when you come back together and it's like no time has gone by. We just picked up right where we left it and just with a few extra gray hairs and wrinkles, but nothing changed. So it's nice to see that in essence, you're the same wonderful person that I knew 20-some years ago or something like that. And happy birthday.
We're both stubborn. Which is why I love you so much. Well, Erika, you are our first HR Jefa Talk today. And when we were first setting this up, you were like, yes, let's do it. And we'll figure it out and we'll learn and grow. But you've been speaking for a long time too. So I am thrilled to give you the stage and for having you and sharing your inspiration of your story over the next few moments. For those that don't know, Erika, I mentioned, she is a powerhouse HR executive that has worked in a number of industries, specifically in the hospitality industry, which is where we met each other, and continues to grow with her own business now. She is a true leader when it comes to those that have head, heart, and gut with people. And she's constantly changing the barometer with those businesses that work with her. And so, Erika, with further ado, I'd love to give you the stage.
Well, thank you. And thank you for the introduction. Hola, buenos días, buenas tardes, buenas noches, buenas, para no errarle, wherever you are. I am thrilled to be here, and I'm grateful to Latinas Rising Up in HR for the invite and honestly for the journey. It's been amazing. So let me start with a story. It's really important to me. It was, I don't know, maybe some time ago, maybe a decade ago or maybe longer. I was in my office, an employee walked in and she was visibly emotional. She was overwhelmed. She was flustered. I mean, her hands were shaking. You can tell she had been crying really hard. She had puffy eyes, a red face, a swollen nose, and she was struggling with a deeply personal matter. She seemed broken, and honestly, every time I think about her, it just makes me sad. It breaks my heart. What was I to do, right? What I think HR should do. I listened very attentively, and I was trying with all my might to show her love. I held her hands really tight, and I looked at her, I hugged her, and I let her cry on my shoulder. I obviously guided it through the employee assistance program and all the HR things that we have to do. But through the process, it was important to me that she knew she was not alone. That was key. She returned from her leave about 3 months later and handed me a jar of marbles. With tears in her eyes, she told me, oh my God, I'm going to say, you helped me not to lose them, literally and figuratively. The day she came into my office was going to be her last day on earth. She had planned to take her own life. Something drew her in, and I was shocked. I mean, I still can't think about it without breaking down. I was so incredibly grateful that I was able to help her. That jar of marbles sat in my office as a powerful reminder of the impact that HR can have and has on people's lives. It reminded me of my own story and how I have my own marbles, right? We all have our marbles, and how HR actually had been a lifeline for me when I needed it the most, which was during my husband's deployment. So HR is not just about policies or compliance. It is about people, about humans. Remember that the H in HR stands for human. It is about ensuring that individuals feel valued, heard, and supported. And this journey, my journey, has been filled with unexpected turns, challenges, and an immense growth. Today, I want to take you through that journey, through some of that journey. I'm not going to take you through 30 years, I'll be too boring, but some of that journey and through some of the obstacles, some of the breakthroughs, some of the lessons, and ultimately the transformation that has led me to be here with you today. So a little bit about the challenges and the breakthrough. I was born in Mexico City. I'm a Chilanga. I am the sixth of 8 children, and I grew up in a lively and sometimes, well, always chaotic household. I learned early on about the value of hard work and resilience and family. My father instilled in me an impeccable work ethic. A self-made man who started working very young. He had to leave school to support himself, support his family. He began his journey washing dishes in a restaurant in Veracruz, worked his way through, continued to grow, study, learn whatever he could, and eventually he became establishment within the hospitality and the restaurant business in Mexico, had his own restaurants, his nightclub. That's my dad. My mom showed me the power of positivity and humor. Her glass is always full. There are no exceptions. My mom is amazing. The world can be falling apart, and she will find grace in the way that the pieces are falling into the ground. She is unbelievable. My sisters, my brothers, we were first generation in our family to attend college, so it was a big deal for us. There was a strong female presence in my family and my life as well, from my grandma, my mom, my tias, primas, my girlfriends who have become family. All added to the values that I learned in our family-run restaurant really shaped who I am today. HR was never part of my original plan. I actually started out in graphic design, drawn to the world of art and creativity, set to make the world prettier. However, a freelance job with an uncle in Mexico City introduced me to HR and also to my husband, Jay. So what began as a small project quickly evolved into a broader involvement in training and development, management, people development. I was training teams in Mexico, Chile, the US. HR happened to me. HR found me, even before I realized I have a passion for it. So some of these challenges, well, when in Mexico, I had one of my first unpleasant experiences. My boss was a no call, no show during a really important meeting with a sponsor. There were all these men with dark suits, ton of hair gel, snooty look, looking at me, waiting for me to fail. At least that's how I felt. I had two options. I could run and hide, or I could jump off the cliff and try to stick the landing. So yeah, you guessed right. I jumped. I managed the meeting, I secured the sponsorship, and I kicked ass, all while feeling incredibly nervous and terrified. But this moment gave me confidence. I was really proud of myself. And then a major shift came my way. I moved to Chicago, where I live now. I followed my heart, and I couldn't be happier. My husband is just an amazing guy. All of you who met him know he's a great guy. I had a fun dog. We had a good life. I felt great. But professionally, it was really hard. That was a whole other story. I had to start from scratch. Suddenly, while navigating new HR practices, unfamiliar labor laws, cultural adjustments, it just felt overwhelming. Everything was different. Everything. I very quickly realized that I was at a huge disadvantage from my peers and I had to catch up. The transition was tough. There were moments of doubt, there were moments of fear, and moments where I questioned if I had made the right decision. And guess what? One more major change and challenge came my way, 9/11. For those of you who were born after 2001, 9/11 is when the United States suffered a huge terrorist attack, when the Twin Towers in New York and the Pentagon were attacked by terrorists. My husband, an Army reservist for the US government, was deployed to the Middle East for 2 years. Though his family had welcomed me with open arms and was extremely supportive, extremely supportive, I was alone in a new country, managing a demanding career, figuring out how to rebuild while feeling extremely vulnerable and honestly scared. No, I was terrified. I could not watch the news of the war. It was unsettling. I just couldn't handle it. But fortunately, HR became my anchor. Helping others navigate their own personal and professional challenges gave me purpose. Ensuring their well-being became my own form of therapy, and it preserved my marbles. Over the years, I have worked across a variety of industries, from hospitality to food production, to training, to retail, real estate. I have worked in well-established corporations, in small mom-and-pop operations, startups, which I love, consulting, coaching. Each experience has enriched my perspective, and it has also tested me. It continues to test me. In 2008, when the financial crisis forced me to have mass layoffs, oh boy, that was one of the hardest moments of my career. I knew what people had going on in their lives, right? As HR, we're just not aware of what the policies and what has to happen. We have to meet this deadline. We know people. We should know who people are. We know what they're doing. I knew who was adopting a baby. I knew who was recently engaged. I knew somebody was getting married. Those were young children. So some of them were taking their kids off to college. There was a group of new employees who had just arrived to the US after being for 20 years in a refugee camp. Somebody had just bought a new home. A couple was in the process of bringing their parents to the US from their home country. I knew that this layoff was going to change their life. This was a life-defining moment for them. For the company, it was a process. It was a number. It's a number to meet, a savings to achieve. For people, it was life-changing. It was going to define the rest of their lives, or at least a big change in their lives, in their trajectory. And I kept that in mind. I did not want this to feel as a process at all. I wanted each one of them to feel cared for. I met with each employee one-on-one during the layoff. It was difficult. It shredded me. It was the right thing to do. Till this day, I am so proud that I handled it that way, despite the criticism, the pressure, and the pushback that I had not to proceed that way. My boss was furious. Why would you do that? That is going to be so hard. Why would you put yourself through that? Because I knew it would make a difference. I had to make a choice, and I made a choice to do the right thing, to do right to people who had trusted me as their HR confidence. I had a process to meet, I had a layoff to execute, but I didn't want to do that without having that respect for people. Again, I am so happy that I made it that way. So HR is just not about hiring, right? Or audits, or benefits, compliance, recruitment, legal. It's just such a big variety of disciplines within our human resources discipline. It's not just celebrating milestones and remembering the new hires. It is very often about making tough decisions, but making them with empathy and with integrity. That moment, the layoffs really shaped my leadership philosophy because I had to fight to do it that way. I had pushback on the way I wanted to do things, and even though I knew it was the right way, people come first, even in the hardest of times. Actually, especially in the hardest of times. And boy, was that experience valuable during the COVID-19 pandemic crisis. You remember? Seems like it was yesterday. What happened during COVID-19? HR took its due place within the business partner. Nobody knew what to do. Everybody was panicking. Companies closing. What is an essential worker? Who comes in? Who goes out? Who gets furloughed? Who gets benefits? Who gets unemployment? Who did the world turn to? HR. Because remember, H stands for human. And we knew what to do. And I know that I can say in this group confidently that even though we were all in panic and we were all running crazy, we tried to do right by people. So some lessons on the transformation, right? Lessons and growth throughout my journey. Through my experiences, I really have learned so much, and I continue to learn every day. For today, I just want to share a couple of powerful lessons, or 2 or 3 powerful lessons that I actually carry on my HR repertoire in anything I do. 1, lead with empathy and courage. HR is the heart of any organization. Let's remember that. We are that heartbeat. Whether it is celebrating wins or it is delivering difficult news, our role is to be a guiding force with integrity and compassion, to do the right thing always. You are the voice of others, and often one of the few female and Latina voices in the room, if not the only one. I know we heard about this in the presentations prior to mine. A lot of times we've been the only one in the room. Don't waste that moment. Don't be afraid to push back. Don't give up in finding the right way to do the right thing, even if you have to swim upstream. 2, embrace change as an opportunity. Moving countries, as many of you have done, shifting industries, as many of us have done, facing crisis, as many of us have done and will continue to do, each challenge has forced me to adapt and to grow. The more we embrace change, the stronger we become. It's like my pal Churchill used to say, never waste a crisis. Be unapologetically yourself. Be you. So, as we embrace the 3rd important lesson that we have, being yourself. Don't apologize for who you are. Own who you are. As a Latina in executive leadership, I have had to prove my worth time and time again, as I am sure a lot of you have had to do. But remember, your authenticity is your greatest strength. Your background, your voice, your experiences are valuable. They're yours. Never let anybody tell you otherwise. You do you, and remind those around you of their own value. It is so important that we lift each other up. And this is one of the most important ones, and one that I really try to exercise, not just at work, but in the everyday life. Lift others up. Own who you are, be proud of who you are. When you make a mistake, own it, learn from it. But remind others of their value. Lift other people up. For example, there are many times that somebody will give you a compliment, and the first thing that we do is excuse, like, nice dress. Oh, yes, it was on sale. Why do we have to say it was on sale? Why can't we just say thank you and enjoy the compliment? We need to do more for that. We need to be there more for each other. We need to lift each other up and lift yourself up. One of the proudest realizations that I've had, it really came when I embraced my identity. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've always been a very proud Mexican. I love my tacos. I love tequila, mariachi. I love sunbathing in Cancun. However, I really feel like I became a full Mexican, or I understood what a Mexican really meant in my soul, in my core, when I left Mexico. In my country, as there are many Mexicans here, as you know, the main challenges are really gender, and sometimes it comes in a form of a caste system, but I'm not going to get into that today, but it's really gender and machismo. In the United States, when I moved, I found a deep, deep pride in my heritage, in acknowledging the sacrifices that my parents had made, and in the responsibility that I carried to represent my family and my community. Latina women bring a distinct and an invaluable perspective in the workplace. Our ability to build strong relationships, everybody's family, right? We foster creativity, we navigate challenges with resilience. This makes us very powerful leaders. So in closing, a call to action, because I know, as always, I run out of time. What can you take away from my journey? A few things that I would really love for you to take away from today, or that I think can be useful for you. Become an expert in your business. In wherever you're working, whatever job you're doing, become an expert. Know your industry, inside and out. Don't stop learning. Stay informed about labor laws that affect you, best practices, and emerging trends. Ask questions. Build your network. Connect with mentors, peers, leaders who inspire you. No one succeeds alone. Latina Rising Up in HR has been an incredible partner to me and a great source of love, community, and support. Join us. It really helps. It has helped me a lot. Stay true to yourself. Your identity and experiences are assets, not obstacles. Do you. And one that is really, really important, embrace failure and own your mistakes. They're your mistakes. Learn from them. Press forward with confidence. Stay true to your beliefs and values and never underestimate the impact of doing the right thing. For it is the foundation upon which lasting success is built. Share your knowledge, protect others, and always, always do the right thing. So HR is not about policies, as I said earlier. It's about people. Remember, the H stands for human. We have the power to transform workplaces, to uplift employees, and to create cultures of belonging. Let us try and lead with the heart, with resilience, and yes, with a few marbles of strengths in our pockets. Don't underestimate the influence and impact that you have in the organization. And I'll wrap up really quick. I know I have 2 minutes left. Just saying a thank you to my husband, Jay, that has embraced my culture and is my biggest supporter. I actually think that he's more Mexican than I am. He totally is. My parents, my dad, wherever he is, my mom, my sisters, brothers, primas, nephews, nieces, friends, everybody. Dani and Carmen, my partners in crime. Life is really so much fun with these ladies around. And everybody for the love and encouragement that I've received throughout my life. To Latinas Rising Up in HR, gracias, hermanas. You have brought me so much joy and life and purpose. Priscilla, thank you for creating this platform. The sisterhood lives forever. And for all of you who came today, thank you. Embrace your journey, own your voice, and go out there, make a difference. The world needs more compassionate, courageous, and authentic HR leaders. You are that leader. Find your tribe. Remember, this is a lonely professional and support is key. So I'm going to leave you with a passage from my chapter in Latinas Rising Up, Volume 3. Your voice is your strength. Your heritage is your armor, and your authenticity is your guide. The road ahead will test you, your doubts and challenges both from within and from outside. But it is in these moments that your true power will emerge. So in a world where you can be anything, be kind. Take care of yourself, build others up, and take care of your marbles. Thank you.
Ah, Erika, that was beautiful. Thank you for putting so much love, heart, and attention to your HR Jefa talk today. I don't know if it was easy for you to see all the comments, but
I didn't want to see them because I was going to cry.
But they're feeling so inspired, and be kind to yourself and clapping. Fuerte aplausos, felicidades. And as with everything, again, a huge thank you. I have the pleasure of bringing on stage our ambassador from Dallas, Texas, Miss Janet Flaca Martinez, who also has joined us and will be doing your Q&A. If you have any questions that you want to ask Erika, now is the time. Throw them in the chat, but I'm going to bring on to the stage Flaca so we can go through the Q&A.
Hi. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to finally see you.
I know.
I know we connected briefly and it just your story oh my gosh, I myself am I say I'm a capitalina because I was corrected by my dad because he's a Chilango. So I'm also from Mexico City. Migrated here back in 2001 to Dallas, Texas, baby. So if you're in Dallas, so great to have you all here. And I just thank you so much for sharing, Erica. Right from the start, you started sharing about your big family. And I was wondering, because my family is really small and tight. I only have one older brother. And I'm just wondering, how do you feel your big family tied into your role as an HR professional?
You know what? I have to make a confession. We actually cheated. I let let Flacca know about what was happening because we wanted to be prepared and give you a better experience. She sent me her questions beforehand, and I first answered one way in my mind, and then I thought about it, and I really think that my family has everything to do with how I perform in HR because we're so many, right? My father was married 3 times, had 5 kids, then 2, then 1, then another. So it's just I'm kind of in the middle pack. So I could be the older sister or the middle sister, but technically I'm one of the babies. So I've been pushed around. They took away my food, my candy, like it's really hard to get to me. It's fine. But also I grew up I went to a small school where my friends really became family as well. But back to home, with such a big family, so many such a strong female presence. My dad said, "El coche es camioneta y el perro es perra." Everything was a female. You learn so many skills without realizing it until you start going further with the education, your career. You're like, oh, that day that my brother beat me up so hard and I had to do this, I learned this or I learned that.
Right.
You learn different personalities, right? We're so many and each one of us is so different from the other, completely different. We couldn't be more different. And how can be a people so unique and so different and be together all the time? Like, how does that happen, right? Personalities are so incredibly complex, but it does help. I have very interesting family. So yes, you learn about personalities. I learn about dealing with people, conflict resolution, not just the chancla, right? That was one. That was exclusive for me.
I love it.
Tons of like techniques and things of how you can do things, and you learn to be, I don't want to say sneaky, but you learn who do you team up for what? Who do you go for? If I want this out of my dad, which of my siblings is going to help me get through that? Which of my sisters is going to help me through this? So you really learn to navigate personalities and systems without even knowing. I mean, family dynamic are pretty complicated, whether it's small or big. Now, when you have big, you have more to choose from. But yeah, no, I definitely help shape.
Immediately when I hear big families and HR professionals, I'm like, man, they got this down because they can distinguish different people. And I'm like, I just had one brother and my parents, and I've had to build up my network. So thank you so much for sharing that. You shared the very touching Marvel story, and that being a survivor of miscarriage myself is just it can be very hard to be in those very dark places. And thank you so much for being there for that individual, that employee. Can you walk us through how you yourself stay grounded and just emotionally resilient when you're supporting others through those crises, especially staying professional and not letting our emotions get to us?
You know what? Honestly, I don't know. If I am completely honest, I don't know. It just happened. Maybe it's where the family comes through, right? It was just very natural. It was a very natural reaction. I just couldn't just go all HR and her like, well, the policy states I must do this, this, and this. I'm like, oh, well, who cares about the policy? This girl needs a hug. It was just very like I jumped into action, almost like a protective way, like I don't have any kids, but it felt like a very mom moment. it was tough later on. I mean, it was really difficult because then you get the most of it. At the time, I didn't realize how difficult it was until she actually gave me the marbles. That's when I think it really hit me. I'm like, oh my God, I could have screwed this up really bad. It just gave me it was a reality check. Like, hey, this is not just, I'm glad I reacted that way and that it was so natural. And I've always tried to do the right thing. But I didn't realize the seriousness of it until she gave me the marbles. And that's when it really got to me. A huge support has been my husband. And it really has been my husband that I talk to him. And I don't know if he listens to me or not, or he just like tones me out and lets me talk, but it helps me. I talk to my dog. I know it sounds crazy. I tell my dog a lot of stuff and it just looks at me and it's like, yeah, lady, wags his tail, gives me a lick and goes on, but it helps. I talk to my mom a lot, and it just, you just take it in and try to think, okay, this is I'm just a tool for this, and I just let it all out, try not to absorb it and take it out. But it is hard. And how did it happen? I don't know. So whenever I have to deal with something now, as I grow older, I try to meditate a little bit and get myself in a more zen place so I can be more, I don't want to say objective, but more effective. Because when people are emotional, yes, sometimes you need to get emotional too. Sometimes you need to be strong. I mean, you kind of have to read the room and react to what is going to be the best. It's almost like not an acting job, because you're not acting, but you have to adapt to what is going to be best for the person who needs you at that moment. Some people may need a hug. Some people may need a Kleenex. People may just need the policy and walk out. You need to start learning what is the best thing that I can do for this person.
Got it. Now we do have 3 minutes left, so I want to be mindful of this next question because I think it's a very deep question for myself, and I also want to make space for everyone sharing in the comments. Miscarriage survivors, thank you for sharing that. It's always very impactful to me to see other professionals that have gone through that, and I know what it is to survive through that. So, Erica, when you talked about becoming like really feeling what being Mexicana or Mexican, man, I felt that because I felt like I've never felt exactly what it is because I was only like 4 or 5 when I arrived to the country, but I know that I was born in La Capital, right? So it's like I feel it, but I truly did not feel it until I started in HR and I had to start wearing the blazers and the heels and sitting in rooms with everybody in their suits, right? And having these conference meetings. So how do you honor both your culture, our Mexican culture, and your professional responsibilities when the two are feeling at odds, right? Like we don't want to talk about chanclas when I'm wearing some stilettos. And then a second part question on that one, what have you had to unlearn to really embrace your identity as a Latina, especially in corporate America?
It's a very interesting question because I don't know that I have consciously done one or the other. I just felt that the best way to describe the Mexicanism, or what I could relate it to when I said that to my siblings, was when you go to a soccer match and they play your national anthem and you win and like the stadium shakes and you're like, yeah, 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 and everybody goes to the ankle screaming that's how I felt. But I honestly understood what it felt like from inside. Like, oh, I wish I was running out there. Or I wish I had this. I wish that. It just, I don't know, it just kind of dawned on me. I've never had to separate the two, but I do have to adapt, as all of us. Like when you're in a room, I cannot come in with my mariachi hat and say, hey, no, we're going to listen to El Chente and that's it. You have to be open because also within HR, we want to be welcoming to everybody, Latinos, not Latinos. It doesn't matter where people are from. We have a responsibility towards everybody. I think our heritage has helped us with that. Sometimes I have to turn it down, and I think it has been more in adapting myself culturally. I've had a big chunk of my career has been in hospitality operations, which by nature is a very diverse industry, very, very diverse industry. In a hotel that I worked in Chicago, we had over 50 nationalities at one point, which was fantastic. But it also made it for really interesting conflict and things that I have never dealt with. So I think that may be one of the ones where I either had to turn the Mexican really on or really off, to really adapt to what the needs of the other person were going to be. Because my who I am absolutely helps, and your ethnicity absolutely helps in a lot of things. But like that tendency that we have to hug everybody, like, oh yes, everybody's here. Not everybody wants that. So I had to learn to read the room. Okay, this group of employees don't want to be maybe alone with a female during a meeting. So I have to take everything out and adapt so that I can get the best possible outcome and do the right thing for that employee. And it doesn't mean that I'm less Mexican or less Latina. It means that I'm doing the right thing for that
In the
individual.
right moment. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you, Erica, so much again for joining us today. I'm so excited to be an ambassador, and just this space has been amazing. So glad that we're all connecting through here. So, um, just thank you so much.
Thank you. I hear the music.
I was ready. You beat me to it.
I needed 40 minutes.
It's all right. You did wonderful. 1 minute over. I love it. For those that don't know me, I'm very to our time. So that was wonderful. And Erika, and Janet, Flaca, thank you so much, ladies. Again, you both bring your leadership, your insights, everything to us. And this is how we continue to make that trickle effect across the globe, right? This is how we use that light, similar to what Stephanie said earlier, and we share it and we grow it and we build it and we continue to rise up together. So I'm going to let you ladies head out for the day, but please stay engaged with us online. Thank you for making the time. Have a wonderful rest of your day. I have next the pleasure of bringing our next panelists. I'm going to bring our moderator first, because Frida has been just an amazing woman from the very get-go. She's one of our ambassadors in Chicago. Frida, thanks for being here today.
Thank you for having me. Does my mic work?
It sure does.
Okay,
You are
perfect.
on and it's live.
Oh, I'm just live. I'm trying not to be nervous, but everybody's been so welcoming. So I think myself and our panelists will be okay. We're gonna kick butt.
I 100% agree. We're gonna kick it out of the world. Well, today we have both. We have Frida and Alana and Carmen and Yareth. I can't wait to bring them on stage with you, so that way I can remove and you all talk, because this is a really great panel that we're talking specifically about the power of community. I can talk about it until I'm blue in the face. I love doing speaking on that, but it's great when our actual community speaks about it, right? So I'll turn the mic over to you and I'll bring our panelists on stage.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Priscilla. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Global Latina and HR Day. Thank you everybody for joined us so far. I know, it's sometimes tough to take some time out of your day, especially when we're back-to-back meetings and nobody ever puts in 5 minutes for a bathroom break. So I truly appreciate that. Priscilla. Had some amazing discussions so far. It's going to be a little bit hard to follow up Erika's session because she's just such a wonderful individual as is, but I have a bunch of badass women with me. I don't know if I can say ass or not, but I just did. So I know we'll keep everybody engaged. We're going to have a really good conversation. So, like Priscilla mentioned, my name is Frida Arroyo Perez. I am the Chicago ambassador for Latinas Rising Up in HR. I'm actually currently in La Ciudad de Mexico, in Mexico City, visiting my team here for my company. So I'm pretty excited. But joining me are three trailblazing mujeres who are going to share how mentorship shaped their journey and how community creates opportunities, and most importantly, how you can pay it forward. How can you pay it forward to the people, the women, the mujeres who are coming in after us? So our first panelist is Alana Withers. She's a senior director and HR VP with Americas at Celanese. She has 15 years of HR experience. She's a passionate HR leader with a deep focus on transformation, talent strategy, and leadership development. And I asked each of our panelists to just share a quick tidbit. What's a defining moment in the career regarding sponsorship or mentorship? And she talked about how she was empowered to step into a critical leadership role that brought together two HRVP teams across North America, while simultaneously building out the talent acquisition function of operation. Really testing her limits, expanded her trajectory, and reinforced the power of sponsorship and shaping her career and shaping the careers of others. Wow, I'm reading this and I'm like, oh my gosh, badass jefa. Thank you so much for joining us, Alana. Welcome to the panel. How are you today?
I was doing great. So happy to be here.
I'm happy to have you. Next, we have Yared Oliveros. Yared Oliveros joins us with 14 years of experience in roles ranging from talent acquisition to leading a diversity, equity, and inclusion function. She is also one of our fearless leaders here at Latinas Rising Up in HR, and she's been one of the masterminds behind today's event as well. Thank you so much, Yared, for all that you've done for Latinas Rising Up in HR and the Ambassador Program. And she mentioned that one of her defining career moments related to sponsorship and mentorship occurred early on. She started her career in college recruitment and she inspired to be an HR business partner. So, what did she do? She connected with the director of HR, asked for mentorship, which helped her transform into an HR VP role within 1 year of the initial outreach. Wow, that is, I mean, I don't know. That's amazing. That is the definition of using your network for advancement. Thank you so much for joining us, Yared. How are you today?
I'm great, nervous, but good and excited to be with all you phenomenal ladies.
Don't be nervous. We have a good group of ladies, of people who are standing behind us, and everybody has been so wonderful. So, no need to be nervous at all. And finally, joining us is Carmen Torres. Carmen Torres comes to, or joins us with 20 years of HR experience. She is the CEO and Chief HR Specialist of My HR Specialist, which I mean, just overall, just that alone, badass jefa. I don't know what else to say. Amazing. And her experience has been profoundly shaped by mentorship. She's mentioned that early in her journey, she was taught that great leadership isn't just about strategy, it's about being a good listener and investing in people. And she believes that truly listening to understand and not to respond, the power of active listening, which I know we all talk about it, but we all can sometimes forget how powerful that can be. You know, thank you for joining us, Carmen. Thank you for spending some time with us, sharing some insight, and just for overall just inspiring us to be great jefas. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Thank you, Frida. And I'm looking forward to this conversation.
I am too. Now, before we jump in, and I promise I'm not going to talk the whole time. I'm going to let the panelists talk because I think they're going to share a lot of really great, amazing insight and just feedback for us to take home. I just really wanted to quickly talk about what's the difference between mentorship and sponsorship. You know, sometimes they can be used interchangeably. Sometimes, you know, it's one or the other. But think about mentorship about as guidance. A mentor offers advice, shares experiences, and helps you overall just navigate challenges. So use them as like a sounding board, brainstorming, someone you can go to for perspective. And then sponsorship, on the other hand, that's kind of more so advocacy. You know, who is that somebody who is influencing others to open doors for you, recommending you for opportunities, putting your names in rooms that you're not in just yet. So, in short, think of mentors as helping you grow and sponsors helping you go. I thought that was a kind of easy way to describe the two. So now that we know the difference, I promise I'm going to stop talking so much. I'd like to understand from our panelists, what was the role of mentorship and sponsorship in your career growth? I'm gonna give that first question up to Alana. How did mentorship play a role for you in your career journey?
So I'll kind of tap both because it did take me a while to kind of understand the differences myself in my career. But mentorship and sponsorship, you know, they played critical roles in my career. Quickly, I learned they weren't the same, as I just mentioned, but I'm grateful that I had mentors, you know, I would say very informal mentors at first, people who just, you know, reached out or said, hey, let me help you through that, or I'm on a project, I don't know what I'm doing here. Can you show me what you might have done before? So like you described, it's people who have been down maybe the same path that you're headed on, and they're just kind of sharing their experiences with you. So I was grateful for all people that I've had in my life that helped me there. Now, sponsors, I quickly learned those are hard to get and that you actually have to work at achieving those. As you mentioned, they're advocates, and that's where they're increasing your visibility and endorsing you and speaking in rooms. And the part about rooms was a little tricky, to figure out. People were maybe sharing, how great my work was, and that I have a long runway in the past, but it's learning, where is the room that decisions are actually made. I think that was like a critical moment for me, is who's in that room and when do those, rooms happen. And once you learn who that is, a turning point for me was doing a skip level early on in my HR manager years, with that leader, and I was talking about my aspirations to lead and wanting to be in a business partner capacity, more in a strategic capacity, and they were extremely surprised at the fact that I had aspirations to do that, and I had been sharing those aspirations with my manager several times. So I learned maybe my manager isn't in the room, or maybe is sharing or isn't sharing this information, and so I really started to quickly make intentional moves to build sponsorship and ask questions about, where are the decisions for promotions or high visible projects, who's in there. So that took some research, to do that in a casual way. And then I started to make those relationships so that I knew at least 50% of that room knows who I am, knows what I want, knows where I'm trying to go. And then you're trying to advocate for yourself to get on those projects and places that those, sponsors, again, at the decision-making table, that you're somehow connected to them in what you're volunteering for, saying yes. So it's not just that performance, that's going to get you somewhere. It's really learning and doing that strategic work of who's there, where's the table, where are the decisions made, and are the people that you're actually talking to and advocating for yourself, are those the right people? And do they have the right connections? And that was huge for me. So for anybody out there, feeling overlooked, I would say, make sure you do the time and tap into your network and tap into having, very casual conversations, learning about how to build relationships and get your aspirations heard. Because once you're at the table with the right people, everything changes. It really does.
As a follow-up question to that, how did you find those tables? How did you go about really starting to ask the questions of, who is this person or who are the players? It might
Mhm.
be a little bit overwhelming for some to think about, okay, maybe I'm sitting in my desk, or maybe, I'm
Yeah.
deep into the day-to-day. How do you find those tables?
I think it's, if there aren't skip levels, depending on, where you are in your career, ask for a skip level. Sometimes you don't need to wait for that. You need to kind of work your way up the chain and just do an introduction, whether that's your CHRO or a director or someone who would be, again, at a decision-making table where we're talking about promotions or succession, talent reviews. Pay attention, look around at your desk and see those times of year, who's going into the rooms, where is the room? And then you just start studying or asking your talent partners sometimes, like, hey, for HR, from a talent review perspective, who should I be talking to about what I want? So you just start tapping those different departments. Your mentors, ask them, where do you go? I used to, see who was kind of moving up quickly and start to connect with them, even if they were outside of HR, and like, how did you move so fast, or what steps did you take? And I got a lot of advice, unsolicited, of just, you got to get out there, you got to do this, or only get on projects that, these individuals are involved in. This is what really took me, in the direction of getting seen faster. I can put a word in for you. So it was business, people, it was HR people, it was finance, you just have to kind of network, use every opportunity, to work the room.
Yeah, no, great advice. And I think that was something that Jennifer had mentioned earlier. Hey, raise your hand for certain projects and you'll get noticed quickly. So thanks for sharing that insight. Now, speaking of mentors, speaking of sponsors, we always think about, hey, what qualities make a great mentor or sponsor? What should I be looking for? And then invertedly, what should I do as well once I am able to become a mentor and sponsor? So I'd love to hear from Yere to understand what you think would make, what's the qualities of a great mentor or sponsor.
Thank you, Frida. There's so many out there. I'm going to focus on 3 for the mentorship part and then 3 for the sponsor piece. A few, as we already know, or it's kind of a hidden rule maybe, mentors really are the ones guiding behind the scenes, right? They're guiding that mentee, and the sponsors are the ones at the table advocating for those decisions that are being made. So when you are seeking for a mentor or a sponsor, from a mentorship piece, find someone who has kind of that empathy already, right? That they've already kind of gone through some of the challenges, that they can truly offer that support and encouragement that is tailored to what you need. Also, someone who has those strong communication skills, right? That they can listen attentively, that they can really devote time, that they can provide some constructive feedback, which is really important. And you being okay with the constructive feedback, not maybe getting a little tense or, maybe unmotivated, but it's really important to make sure that you have someone who's going to be really a straight shooter along the way. The other part on the mentorship piece would be trustworthiness. Someone that that you can just be safe, that you can really just share what you need to share without any concerns or fear of judgment. And a lot of that really comes through building relationship, right? I think it's already awkward enough to just ask someone, hey, can you be my mentor? It's really, how do I set up a really good relationship building or build those relationships to make sure that you trust that individual. From a sponsorship standpoint, I would say someone who has that influence and credibility, right? That they have that position of authority that can open doors for you, that they can recommend you. You are their protege, right? You are that person that will make this person a little bit more easier to make those decisions and advocate on your behalf. So look for someone that definitely has that already, who can advocate for you actively. Unlike the mentors who focus more on the guidance, sponsors really use their influence to directly advocate for your advancement. And then the last part, or another point I like to make here on the sponsorship piece, is someone who is committed to your development. Sponsors can take an active role in your growth and providing that advice. And again, someone who will give you that candid feedback, which are key things. There is one book that I wanted to just share. It's called the Latino Leadership Playbook. I don't know if you can see it here. But this is from Refugio Atilano, and it is what it is. It is a playbook. And in this book, there is actually a whole section that talks about mentorship and sponsorship. And that is a playbook. And I really encourage you to take a look at it, read through it, and get some additional kind of nuggets and insights that are shared in that space. So hopefully that helps.
That's a great piece of advice. I'm adding the Latino leadership playbook into my to read list, which is already very long, to be quite honest.
It is.
But it sounds like an amazing book to read. So I'm going to add it to my list. And I'm going to share an industry secret that I have about business books. There's a website where you can actually get the highlights of them. We have so much going on. So I'll share that with Priscilla, and then maybe we could share it out to the group so that everybody can look into it, because there's so many books out there. We all want to read them, but we don't have the time. So I'll make sure to share that as well. Now, I'd love to hear a little bit about, we talked about mentorship, sponsorships, how you can find them. I'd love to hear from Carmen to see, hey, has there been a mentor who's helped you navigate challenges as a Latina in HR?
Well, Frida, it's a really tough one to answer because the truth is I've had so many mentors throughout my last years, my last 30 years of my career. But one thing that I have been able to notice is that we evolve periodically, throughout the years, right? For me, it seems to be every 10 years. So my first mentors were actually men. And early in my career, I realized that I developed a kind of like a tough and structured mindset, which is kind of what back then when I started personnel, today human resources, human connections, right? It's different. It's a different mindset. But at the time, being structured and being tough perhaps is what worked. It's what helped elevate my experience in that moment. But then I realized that I was being viewed as controlling or cold, and we really wanted to change like how people look at HR, right? Because in our industry, people look at HR as, the bad guy, right? So I know that I wanted to make a change for that. I wanted people to really look at HR as a partner and an advocate, someone who I want to be viewed and as someone who advocates for the employee, ensuring that they receive, the benefits and tools and resources that they're entitled to, while at the same time ensuring compliance for my clients. So I realized that that's not how I wanted to be viewed. So I began to work on my personal and professional development, where I had opportunities to work with more women. I had opportunities to share and to be vulnerable. And, I recognized that I could be both. I could be in control when I need to, and I can be open to other ways of doing things. I can be flexible and understanding to individual needs. And all of that has occurred as a result of, having those mentors, having people to look to, having been able to see other men and women thrive, in those fields as well. But I really feel that that was a differentiating factor in my growth, both in for my business and personal relationships. And having amazing women in my space, my amigas, right? I've been able to show up in the ways that my clients and their team members need me to. Understanding what need is critical, and you know, uh, showing up the way they need you to is really what has made a difference for me.
Wow, how powerful. I think, that speaks directly to me. I've, been in a space where I felt like, hey, I can't necessarily be myself. I have to be a hard rock, and that's not who I am. So wow, that's so powerful to hear that, you've been through that as well, and you did the work to kind of find what does that person mean for Carmen, So thank you so much for sharing that. Now, Yared, I'm curious, how can sponsorship help break systemic barriers in leadership?
Yeah, thank you. And you're going to hear me refer this book a lot because it's definitely has a lot of good insight. But in the book, it says sponsors are the holy grail of relationships, and it is so true. And I'm going to read this verbatim because I don't want to miss anything here. But the glasshammer.com, HBR.org, and CNBC reported Americans who have a sponsor are paid 11.6% more than their peers. Latina women with sponsorship earn 6.1% more than peers who lack support. And another one is only 5% of full-time high-earning Latino professionals in large companies have a sponsor in their corner. Only 5%. That is crazy, right? So when you have these sponsors, when you have these advocates, it is these opportunities that will help us break these systematic barriers, right? It is really tapping into these influential leaders who are going to be in your corner to advocate for you to get into that opportunity. So I don't have a long-winded explanation of it, but I think it's pretty, factual. We gotta really focus on the data that's out there. And the data tells us there's a lot of still room for opportunity and sponsorship. We've heard in the previous panels before, raising your hand for those opportunities is how we will be able to close that gap moving forward.
Yeah, that is so powerful, so true. We've all talked about, the help that we've received along the way, our HR, network, our just professional network. Now, I'm curious to hear a little bit more about maybe the personal network. We're building our community professionally, but I think that's just as important to build a powerful community around you and your career in general. So I'm curious, Alana, how have you intentionally built a powerful community around you to support yourself and your career?
Yeah, so it's interesting looking back on 15 years and going, did you really recognize that that's what you were doing this whole time? So for those, still early in career, just getting started, it's not too late, and at least you can do it more intentionally than I initially did. But making genuine relationships, honestly, that's kind of just more about me personally. Like every conversation is an opportunity for a relationship. And you'll get turned down by a few. It's like, yeah, this isn't clicking or whatever you feel, and like even when you're casually like meeting up with people for the first time. But I think making sure that you're truly focused on genuine relationships and not a transactional conversation, or you're just trying to get something from someone. People can tell when you're just out to I don't know, get a connection, get a network. Hey, can you introduce me to somebody? Sometimes you have to just be bold and say those things and like, I really need a connection to this person. But hopefully you do have a relationship of some kind and you've taken a time to get to know them. So a few things that have worked for me, and I kind of do this exercise every year because it can change, is know who your people are. And like, what does that mean? Like, people who have positively impacted me in my career, in my life, people who inspire me. Sometimes those are strangers on LinkedIn that I'm like, I really love what's going on here and I just want to meet you. And yes, I do go send them a message and see if they'll talk to me. People who've challenged you, and who have access for opportunities. That's not transactional to look and see, like, look at all these people that this person knows, and like, how can I engage with them? Be clear on what you need. That one's actually kind of hard sometimes when you don't know what you need. But if somebody asks you, like, what can I do for you? Say you're in between roles or in transition of some kind, and that's what they're going to ask you. What do you need from me? And that could be, I need guidance. I don't know where to go. I don't know where to start. Or I need a new opportunity, or I just need support during a tough time. You need to know how to answer that question at that particular moment when you're creating a genuine relationship. And then just get out there. I think we stay behind the screen sometimes, no pun intended here, because we're on a virtual moment, but you do need to get out there and introduce yourself. I think a lot of times people wait to be tapped or wait to be approached when you're in like networking situations or be introduced. Like, what's the worst that can happen when you introduce yourself? You have an awkward moment. Maybe it's not for you or for them, but at least you tried. And it does take more than one time to introduce yourself sometimes. So don't take offense, like that person didn't remember you. They meet a lot of people. And then, give as much as you take. Like I said, this isn't a transactional relationship to build a community. You need to like bring your full self to the table, whether that's skills or advice or like the ability to support others, and see what you can do for them, just like what they can do for you. And then staying consistent. It's not one time that you meet someone and hope they remember you. It's that follow-up. It's the celebration of their wins, whether that's looking on LinkedIn or attending a place like this where we're doing a panel and we're hoping somebody we know shows up and supports us virtually or in person. You want that lasting impression that keeps you top of mind when somebody's sitting at a dinner discussing casually about openings or opportunities, and they're like, I know somebody that I think fits perfect for this. You want to be top of mind. So community is just one of the greatest assets you can have, and it is something that needs to be, nurtured and can completely transform, your life and your career.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I think you made a lot of you highlighted a lot of big tidbits: not clicking, being intentional, also not just being transactional, and then also as Latinos, Latinas, community is very big in our culture, and the ability to bring that into our professional world. I mean, we're doing that right now with, what we're doing right this moment. We're creating a community of Latinas in HR. So you highlighted a lot of great tidbits. Now, you mentioned some of the things that you should be doing to building your community and your support system. Carmen, what are some common mistakes that people make when they're seeking mentorship or sponsorship?
When they are seeking mentorship and sponsorship, well, definitely Alana, mentioned that, right? And it's like not being clear, in what you're looking for, not making the ask, like truly asking for what you want. Even just having expectations that have not been communicated. And, we can't be mad at someone for not reading our mind. If we don't tell them what we need, we're not going to get it. And so don't be afraid to ask for specifically, what it is that you need. I think one of the biggest ones would be, follow through. If someone says, let's meet for coffee, follow through, check in. Hey, you mentioned we should meet for coffee. I'm available on these dates. Does that work for you? Like, again, that's very clear ask. So those are some of the mistakes that I often see. And I think that if we can be more aggressive in that ask, then we're going to see more connections, more powerful and meaningful connections.
Yeah. Yep. Another tidbit. I started writing down on a calendar or my OneNote all the people that I want to connect with this month. I think that's been a very helpful tool for me because I used to have a better memory, but I don't anymore. There's too much in there, so I have to start writing things down. So being very intentional is important. So thank you for sharing that, Carmen. Now, leveraging our community and career opportunities, I want to make sure that we spend some time talking a little bit about that. Yara, how can Latinas in HR better advocate for each other in the workplace and create those opportunities for each other?
Oh my goodness, I apologize. Thank you. Like, what's happening? Yeah, that is a really good one. And before I jump on this question, if I may just piggyback a little bit on the previous example of the follow through, which I've seen it both from a mentorship standpoint and both from a mentee standpoint. And I will be very vulnerable and share an example with you all, and you all are probably going to be like, "Oh no, she didn't." Yes, I did. I made a horrible, potentially mistake, I would say. So this time I was working at Tesla, and I was working with this pretty big director who reports directly to Mr. E. And I've been working with him for quite some time. So I'm thinking like, okay, this is my chance. Like I've never asked for sponsorship. Like I've always been like that imposter syndrome. Anyway, so I connected with Refugio and I was like, hey, I would love some advice on how can I do this. And so he walked me through. And actually on this playbook, I talk about this particular example. So I'm this gentleman, he's this director, always busy all day, every day. So I finally scheduled, a coffee chat and I said, hey, I'd love to connect with you. I'm thinking we've already built a relationship. Like that is my superpower, building relationships. So he agreed and he said, yes, absolutely. So I was super excited. I was preparing everything. I had my roadmap ready to go. And of course, as the moms, things happen, life happens, and I had to put a pause and I said, hey, I am so sorry. I cannot make this coffee chat. Could we please reschedule? And he said, sure. And I will tell you, we never rescheduled it because he couldn't make it anymore. And it was this one of a moment where I was like, oh, like, what could have happened, right? What could have been if I would have stuck to this, but then it's this motherhood piece of priorities. And anyway, so it definitely was a very big learning for me in terms of like, what could I have done better in the future, right? Because it takes courage to seek that. And those are some common little mistakes, right? Little mistakes. I don't know if it was a mistake or not, but being that my kids are a priority, but it's definitely something challenging to kind of balance along the way. So I don't want to go off on a tangent, but I did want to just share that story because I think many folks maybe could relate to it. But how can Latinas and HR better advocate for each other on the workplace was your question. Be a cheerleader at the meeting. If they are not at the meeting that you're in, say, hey, you know what, Frida brought up this amazing, project. I think this aligns with our roadmap. We should definitely, connect and see if this can be an opportunity. Celebrate each other's wins. I think that's a big piece. Back when I was working at Nestle, they had this, it's kind of like a Facebook, but it's called Yammer. So you would go in there and you would post pictures and I always made it a point to tag all these people that I worked with. Hey, I want to give a shout out to Luz, another HRBP who's doing some amazing work in this space. Like tag people who are not in the room. Talk about those people. The other thing I would say is provide resources that will help each other, right? So shameless plug, Latinas Rising Up in HR organization, definitely another resource that y'all can leverage. But those would be some things in terms of advocating, but the main one would be be present and be that kind of shining light for someone that may not be there.
That's great piece of advice, providing that room for other people to come into, like being in the room where it happens and say their names out loud. That's amazing. Now we talked about helping Latinas in HR, but I'm also interested about paying it forward to our communities. We can't forget about the people who have helped us in the communities that we come from. So Carmen, I'd love to understand what are some small but meaningful ways that we can give back to our communities?
I think one of the ways, and we've been talking a lot about it today, is really to be a mentor. There's a saying that goes, if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. Well, I don't believe that. That's actually the best opportunity for you to be able to give back. Be a mentor to someone who needs your support, perhaps to a Latina rising up in HR. So you just find those spaces, but giving back is one true way. I'm a true believer that the more you give, the more you receive.
Agreed. We can't forget, we always have to think about the people to help us get there. Give back to the people who are coming back. I can't speak anymore. The people who are coming after us as well, and just making sure that we're paying it forward. Alana, I'm curious, as a successful professional, how do you actively mentor or uplift others in your community?
Yeah. I make it a point to do it any time I can, whether it's with someone like you said who you're working around, or someone who's left your organization, or that you're meeting like through Latinas Rising Up, and you see them, needing a mentor, needing a connection, or again, it all goes back to genuine relationships. I just always like to keep those going and either offer myself, if you ever want to run something by me, or if they're leaving and they're going to a bigger position. If you ever need anything, but it really does come down to that mentee sometimes. Like we were discussing, I can offer myself, but if you don't take any, if no one takes you up on it, that it's as far as it goes. So I never stop offering, but it is that mentee that really needs to come back and drive the relationship that they want, know what they're asking for. But any up and coming professionals, I like to keep track of people who I've met along the way, or who are starting their HR generalist or any HR journey, or have crossed over from business or some other function and start their HR journey. And I just offer myself, because mentorship isn't a one-way street, right? It's just making sure people are good. You mentioned celebrating milestones, so I always make sure I send a message like, it's been 3 years, but I see all the great things that you're doing. Like, I'm still, watching you and rooting for you. And so it's that celebration. And in other cases where some people do feel stuck, if you see them in the same role, and maybe I had a powerful conversation, at some point with them, where they expressed all their aspirations that they wanted, and it's not happening, at least per LinkedIn or something like that, then I'll send a note and just kind of like reignite the fire of, it's been a long time since we talked about where you wanted to go, maybe we should connect. What's changed, or can I help you in any way? And sometimes you need that, like somebody who saw you and remind you of maybe what you left behind for personal reasons, or maybe you didn't get sponsorship, or maybe I was your sponsor and I'm not there anymore either. But just keeping that connection is really important. And if you see somebody struggling, making sure that you let them know that they're not alone. I've had a lot of great people who've done that for me, and I give that back anytime that I can, so that people don't forget about themselves. It's easy for us to do in our profession.
Yeah, no, oh my gosh. It's so great to hear that, hey, you're keeping track, you're checking in. I think sometimes, when you least expect it, hearing from somebody that you've talked to in the past and just saying, hey, just checking in, just seeing how we talked about this, that can make all the difference. So that's great to hear. And we talked a lot about helping others. We talked a lot about helping our communities. I just want to quickly shift the focus to how do we make our voices heard? How are we amplifying our own voices in these spaces? And how can we, make sure that we're advocating for our own values? So, Yaret, how can we as Latinas amplify our own voices in leadership spaces and confidently advocate for ourselves?
Yeah, thank you, Frida. I think we all face so many hurdles already as it is, right? From being underestimated to even battling so many stereotypes that we've go through. But one thing to always keep in mind is that those challenges can also be opportunities for us, right? So we talked about building our personal brand. What does that look like? What do you want folks to know you for? What is that? What does that personal brand really talk about who you are, and what value can you bring? The other thing I would say is increasing your visibility. It's mentioned here in this panel, and previously, it's say yes to projects or work that may come. Right, you may or may not enjoy it, and Carmen knows this about me, but it will give you and provide you with some positive results, and just try your best right at that. But raise your hand, say, I got this, I can do it. Even if you don't feel comfortable, I think it definitely just helps force you to build a new skill set along the way. And again, it also helps with that visibility. Seek that career sponsorship as well. We've talked about this, and we have a lot of resources available, which Frida will share, and even in our handy dandy Latinas Rising Up in HR book, and all 3 volumes, there's a lot of wonderful stories about wonderful women who share their stories about how they've been able to kind of really how they faced the hurdles, and how they've overcome them. One thing that I have learned along the way is to stop focusing on what I don't have and what I wish I had, right? Because I realized that it only made me bitter, and it made me bitter towards people that were in higher roles, and I had to stop that in a very early in my career. And I've learned, and until this day, I've learned to just shift my mindset and realize that I have a lot to offer. And you all have a lot to offer. We've been blessed to possess a cultural wealth that many in the workplace don't have. We have that sazon, we have that work ethic, we have that vibration of really bringing our best selves to work. So shift that mindset about, oh, I don't have this, but what do I have, and how can I really just give back and show that I can be of value and I can amplify my voice in these spaces. So hopefully that helps in terms of being an amplifying voice in the leadership space.
Yeah. No, these are all great pieces of advice. You have to forget that sometimes you can get into that space of, I don't have this, I don't have that, but it's good to always inventory, what have I done? How amazing am I? Look at what a badass person I am, badass Latina. Like, I'm going to cheer for myself. And, like I keep going back to Jennifer's comments, and she had like a lot of really great tidbits to say in the previous panel, but I am somebody that I admire. So it's really great to make sure that you take some time
And
to
Frida,
recognize that.
if I may also add one piece too on that, is that we don't talk a lot about, and the imposter piece is having confidence in yourself, right? That is, I think, the big part of it. Like, build that courage, be bold. I know it doesn't come easy, but that is key. And one more thing of advice that I don't think is also brought up is knowing where you want to go. In my early career, I would have directors tell me, well, what do you want to do next? And I'd say, oh, I'm open to anything. Wrong answer. You do not want to say you're open to anything, because then, someone told me, well, if you don't have like a roadmap of where you want to go, it's going to be hard for you to be navigating these spaces, right? So anyway, those two things I wanted to just kind of make sure we put in your little list of fantastic things to look out for.
Writing them down. I'm definitely going to have to go back and rewatch this to put all the tidbits in. Now, with the future of Latinas in leadership, we want to see ourselves. We want to see more of us in those boardrooms, in those conversations. What's one thing that you hope to see change for the next generation of Latinas in HR, Carmen?
Well, I'd like to see the next generation of women, particularly Latinas, to have the courage and the confidence to unapologetically advocate for themselves and other women, right? I know a very powerful Latina who was told early in her career that it was not her turn. It was not her turn to rise. Well, luckily she didn't listen and she was able to successfully achieve her goals. So, I think that it's important for us and young women to do what makes you happy.
Yeah, I agree. Oh my gosh, that can't be.
Yes.
That's a great piece of advice. Do
Yes.
what makes you happy.
Yes. Don't wait for permission, right? Just do what makes you happy.
And don't ask for forgiveness either. Do what
Correct.
makes you happy unapologetically. That's
Yes.
amazing piece of advice. I have one last question for all of the ladies. How can organizations better support mentorship and sponsorship programs? So this one's whoever wants to answer this question, or multiple answers too.
It's like I'm happy to share a little bit. So I've been a mentee and a mentor in corporate, I would say, programs. And one thing I felt like the first time I had a formal mentor was, it was an odd experience, especially, I don't know, maybe it was being a Latina, or maybe it was the difference in like our personalities and how we kind of presented. Telling mentees why they're being placed with a specific mentor, especially if it's not like in their area, if it's something, an attribute or something they're supposed to take away of, like, this person has great executive presence as an example. I really want you to work on this. We've been talking about this. This is what I want you to observe. I want you to have a meaningful discussion with this person, but like, be watching for that. Like, if I had somebody tell me like, what is this for? Like, it felt like a cold start. And I mean, honestly, me and some of the people through those programs that were more formal, like, it didn't feel like it clicked, probably because there wasn't like, I don't know, either something that naturally connected between people, and sometimes it doesn't work. But if companies could actually take the time, not just to do like the match, but to like talk to people about like why there's a match and what they're supposed to take away from it. I think that would be something. And then like from a sponsorship program perspective, like showing the results, like showing promotion, like what actually comes from that. Why be in the program? Why invest all this additional time? Like it's good to be put in programs and do the exercise, but what promotability comes from that so people can see the success and like drive harder to participate. I think that's sometimes a really big miss.
Yaret, Carmen, is there anything else you want to add to that?
I think just briefly, is for organizations to really create space at the table, in the boardroom, and to uplift other women, to be open to listening to what more women have to say, because we really can make a difference, and so we just need to be able to have that seat at the table.
One last thing that I would also mention is share those programs publicly within the organization, right? Because half of the time people don't even know that these programs exist. And, they're like, well, why is so-and-so getting an opportunity to be in this mentorship? Is it because X, Y, and Z? And most of the time there's no transparent communication for employees to know that these programs are available. So whether it's in a cafeteria, whether it's in a break room, whatever it is, promote these type of opportunities so people know that they too also have an opportunity to invest in themselves.
Yeah, we're fortunate that we're in an amazing community of Latinas in HR, and we mentioned it. Put your LinkedIn profile in the chat. There's going to be share opportunities. Say them out loud. I know sometimes it can be a little bit daunting to post on LinkedIn, but if you have something that you'd like to share, an opportunity, you're building a community here, so we can all see it and we can all share as well. So I know I'm a little bit over time. I do, if I have the 1 minute, I do want to do a really quick rapid fire round question. We'll just do one. I'll ask the ladies, who's a mentor who changed your life? Rapid fire question, and then we'll wrap up, I promise.
I will start us off, and I'm going to say my mother. I've learned to give fully without expectations.
I'm clapping for moms. I'm snapping fingers for moms.
Yeah, I was gonna say, probably you're gonna make you follow me. I was gonna say same with my mom. Always pushing forward, always seeing what I had to offer before I actually saw myself. So,
yeah, shout out to the moms. My mom definitely inspired Guerrera all the time. So shout out to all the moms out there who are really shaping our future generation, current generation. So y'all are killing it.
Yes, you are. Every single one of you. Thank you to our panelists for sharing their insight today. We're encouraging you all to seek mentorship, uplift others. So, who's your next mentor and who are you going to mentor? That's a call to action.
Thank you, Frida, Alana, Yaret, Carmen. Oh, ladies, I'm telling you, like the excitement in the chat's on fire. I'm trying to keep up. This whole time I'm sitting here like, oh, and just the shout out to moms again, why it's so important. The work that we do, not just at work, but the work we do in our own homes. I'm always saying that it's great to be leaders in our community, but the first area we need to be leaders is in our home, because our kids will definitely always put a mirror to our faces, as we heard earlier. Frida, thanks so much for making the time here to be with us. We have an amazing next speaker, and you're probably gonna get tired of me hearing that, but I know all these ladies. I've seen them speak. I know their stories inside and out. And when we get a chance to be able to actually showcase them, and that's what we're trying to do today. We want it to be a celebration. Yes, there's facts and there's things that work against us, or at least make us feel like we're fighting the odds, right? How do we beat the odds? But today is a day of celebration. Today is the day of showing our story and really stepping into that light. And I have the pleasure of bringing on stage Jennifer now, who we've known each other for some time. I remember when we were first talking about maybe sharing the story, maybe having you share your story, maybe becoming an author someday. I remember that was back in New York, and we kept running into each other in different spaces. And so I want to thank you, Jennifer, for trusting us and for saying, I'm here for this. And then even more so for our HR Jefa Talk, which is something new. It came out of months ago, right? Where we're like, let's put something together. And when you were asked, would you mind being one of our HR HIPAA talks? You were just like, here we go. Yes, here we go. And you have such an energy to you that I know our leaders will hear of you today. But for those that don't know Jennifer, she is a leader in the DEI and the talent and the recruitment space. You've worked in campus recruiting. You've done a lot in your career in various industries, still on the hunt, right? Still looking for exciting opportunities. And that's what I love about Jennifer's spirit that you're going to get to know. She pursues forward. And so with that, no further ado, Jennifer, I'm going to leave and give you the stage. Thank you so much for having us here and really inspiring us with your words.
Thank you for having me, Priscilla. You are the absolute best. I am blessed to have you in my life. Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to see everyone virtually. I'm really excited to share my journey and my story. So I'm going to kick us off with a very important quote, and it's in the book in my chapter. So rejection is God's protection and redirection. And these words have carried me through every defining moment in my life and in my career. I used to see rejection as failure or as a sign that maybe I wasn't good enough or that maybe I wasn't meant to be in certain spaces. But as I have looked back, every redirection, every no was really leading me to something greater. And even now, as Priscilla mentioned, as I'm in transition and figuring out what's next. So who am I? So I'm Jennifer. I'm a first generation Latina. I'm a daughter to an immigrant Peruvian mom and a Puerto Rican dad. I'm an older sister. I'm an aunt. I'm a single co-parenting, never wed mom to 2 young boys. I'm a survivor of postpartum anxiety, not once, but twice. I'm a friend. I'm a sister of Blend Theta Alpha, Latin Sorority Incorporated, the first Latina sorority in the nation. I'm an advisor. I'm a listener. And I'm also all about therapy. I'm a career enthusiast, a DE&I strategist, a talent connector, an early career advocate, and an author. I'm also an entrepreneur, and now I can officially say that I'm a speaker. Did I mention that I'm a Jersey girl, even though I'm in New York? So I've had all types of nicknames growing up, from Trouble to Golden to Jenny from the Block. I also love dancing salsa and anything that ties me back to my Afro-Latina roots. And now you pretty much know everything about me. So I spent my career not just opening doors, but breaking them down, ensuring that we don't just talk about diversity and its importance, but building workplaces and environments where our multifaceted identities thrive and are embraced. I consider myself a human-centered leader. My journey has taken me across industries from telecom to financial services. I work closely with technologists throughout my career, and honestly, just ensuring others, especially those from those historically excluded backgrounds, see themselves reflected, valued, and empowered in the workplaces and the spaces that we are in. And I can personally attest to the feelings of being the only Latina in the room. And it can be scary and intimidating, yet it's also incredibly, incredibly powerful. Representation matters, especially to the HR community. You see, when we see someone who looks like us, sounds like us, and shares our lived experiences, it unlocks a belief that we too belong in those spaces. So I recall the moment I saw the call for authors for volume 3. And I remember saying to myself, I just landed this director role not too long ago. I don't belong in this book with all these other tenured Latina HR executives. But it took one conversation with Priscilla to realize that the journey to become and achieve a director level role in corporate America is a story itself. In 2024, Latinos represented 5.05% of corporate directors in Fortune 500 companies. And this is despite the fact that Latinos are the fastest growing demographic, accounting for a purchasing power of $3.8 trillion. So our representation literally matters, and so does our money. We are on track to reach a GDP of 5.7 trillion by 2029. So we need to own the spaces and make sure that we're represented in everywhere that we go. We matter. And it's up to us to use these data points to speak up to the importance of representation in all of our spaces, especially for us as Latinos. So how did I get here? My path has been anything but linear. So I'm going to walk you through a little bit of my journey. You might cry, you might laugh, but hopefully you'll connect at some point with some of the things that I'm sharing. Going into my senior year of high school, I lost my first cousin in a tragic car accident. She was literally the closest thing I had to a sister. She lived upstairs from me. She was 20 years old when she passed, and she left us her legacy, her 11-month-old daughter, my niece, and my goddaughter, who you'll hear about a little bit later. It was a tough year, but pushing through was all that I knew. I mean, I was the oldest sibling, so oldest sibling responsibilities, I know many of you can attest. We have to be high achievers. We don't know how to slow down. I was student council president, graduate 8 in my class. I was also on the cheerleading team and cheerleading captain. I'm sure you can all relate. So it was a busy time and never the chance to grasp what that was. So fast forward a year later, while I was in college at Rutgers University, I would meet 2 women who would ultimately save my life. One late night, I finally broke and I wondered, why am I here? I don't deserve to be here experiencing life when my cousin's life was taken away so shortly. So I'm walking around campus. It must have been maybe 1 a.m. in the morning. And I remember I looked up, I'm sitting on the bench, and I said, God, help me. Give me a sign. So I decided to call these 2 women in the middle of the night, and I prayed that they would answer my call. Lo and behold, they did. And through them, I then found the sisterhood where we joined Lambda Theta Alpha together. And why is this important? LTA really began my connections and my journey into both HR and DE&I. During one of our many undergraduate programs, we had Nelly Borrero as one of our Latina panelists for one of our sessions. She was and continues to be a global inclusion and diversity senior leader in corporate America. She shared her experiences working her way up through the corporate ladder. Her work was really centered around how her organization was focused on being more inclusive. And I remember sitting in the audience that day, and I'm like, oh, I want to be like Nelly one day. I want to be a DEI executive. But what really stood out to me is that she was authentically herself through and through. Her Latinaness, her mannerisms, her upbringing from the Bronx. I really looked up to her. I admired her authenticity. It gave me hope for what my future would look like. And then Rutgers became the home of where I pursued my master's in HR. LTA also was the reason I landed my first HR role. I started off as a recruitment coordinator and my manager, a Latina. I was so lucky. I was responsible for all of the temporary contract hiring for the hospital. I had all the power. And in true recruiter form, I found myself reaching out to all of my diverse network of friends from college, asking who needs a job. I can hook you up. I was reaching out to all of my diverse Greek friends. I was reaching out to the cultural centers on campus. And I was even asking and reaching out to the EOF counselors. Like, if you know anyone that's looking for a job, tell them to send me their resume. I was building my own pipeline of hires for the hospital. And yes, while they were only temp jobs, you never know what doors can open just by getting your foot in the door. I found myself back on the market and landed my next role in the campus recruitment space to yet another Latina HR leader, Teresa Torres. So now I'm 2 for 2 for Latina leaders. I started off as a contractor, and when she offered me my first salaried role a few months later, I signed it without hesitation. And she taught me one of the most important lessons in life. You always come ready to negotiate, and it has served me in all of my career decisions ever since. So one day, my goddaughter says, Titi, why do you talk like a white girl for work? And it hit me. Had I been changing my voice just to fit in? That moment made me rethink executive presence and what authenticity truly meant. The notion of executive presence held me back from being my authentic self. You see, to me, executive presence had to represent what the executives look like. And for me, then, and still unfortunately now, the majority were and still are white leaders, whether male or female, it's been white. But when I finally decided to embrace my full self, my Latinidad, my motherhood, my curls, my energy, my passion, my confidence, it grew. And so did my relationships. That I was able to embrace my J-Lo vibes. I made a choice. I wasn't going to alter how I was communicating. I would focus the what of my message and the impact of my work as I was going to be delivering messages in meetings and with my peers. When I finally landed my director role, it was really due to finally feeling free. I'm like, oh, I'm finally myself. There's no boundaries here. The less I was trying to impress, the more confident I became. It was reflected in the interviews leading up to my director offer. I had a high degree of confidence, sharing my achievements, delivering my stories in the best way I know how, as myself. And I did this while 7 months pregnant with my second child, walking away from a paid maternity leave, bold and risky, I know, but I had faith. I had faith that God had me. And you better believe that when I received that offer, I did not accept the first one that was given to me. I learned my lesson from Teresa the first time around, and I made sure to negotiate my offer this time. And I asked her, how do I properly negotiate my way into this next role? And I learned all the cues and all the words and the languages that helped me negotiate and have a stronger offer, make me whole. And she helped me work through how to figure out those numbers. And to this day is one of the biggest lessons I learned in salary negotiations and throughout my career. Yet, if I'm being honest, this is still much easier said than done. You see, imposter syndrome, it still tries to sneak in on me. Just last week, and this is a true story, I was preparing for an interview for a role. And somehow, these feelings of not worthy crept in, and they crept in hard. I didn't think that I can show up as myself to this role. But all it took was this community of Latinas in HR to remind me of how my authenticity has gotten me to where I am today, and to shake those feelings off. This is the importance of having this community and an incredibly safe space. You are the master of you. Trust that you have earned and deserved every opportunity that has come your way. Don't let anyone ever dim your light or tell you otherwise. See, I've learned I do what I do because, one, I'm really good at it. And it's not bragging if it's based on facts. So write that down for yourselves. And simply, number two, I really just love what I do. And because of those two things, my energy is always on high and very contagious. If we ever met in person, this is literally my energy all the time. My high energy sometimes doesn't equate to executive presence, but I've learned that the right leaders will capitalize on my energy and offer the right tools that will continue to enable me to succeed. And the rejections along the way are just simple reminders that God has a better plan for me. I'll leave you with two more things before we transition away. A strong woman has faith that she is strong enough for the journey. But a woman of strength has faith that it is in the journey that she will become strong. I challenge you, own your story. Walk into every room knowing that you belong. And when the world tells you no, remember, it's just a redirection to something greater. Oof.
Wow, thank you, Jennifer, for sharing your story with us. I was reading your story in Latinas in HR, Latinas Rising Up in HR, Volume 3, and truly an inspiration. I think the grit, the resilience of your story, and how you came across human resources, right, and the adversaries that you have gone through. Thank you for sharing, and I would love if you can elaborate just a little bit more. Something that really stood out is, and you just mentioned faith, right? How has that been a guiding, I guess, a guiding light, like through going through imposter syndrome, right? And when the world tells us who we are meant or who we're supposed to be, but what does your faith tell you, and how have you navigated through that?
So, it's funny. So I was raised Catholic, and in the last couple of years since having my children, I've kind of started to rediscover my relationship with God and what faith looks like for me. When I've been in transition now, looking for my next role for almost 2 years. And what I've learned is that as difficult as the no's may seem, I just know that it means something greater is coming. And it has allowed me to pivot and really think through, okay, if that was a no, which way is it redirecting me to? And so I landed eventually in this world with going into this authorship experience. It also gave me the courage to say, okay, well, if I can't figure out where to fit in corporate America, I'm going to do things for myself. And that allowed me to start pivoting and digging my feet into entrepreneurship. What does that look like for me? Is it speaking? Is it workshops? Is it, who knows? Is it just consulting? It's a variety of different things, right? And so as I've leaned into my network of friends and other HR, like, I don't know what to do next. Like, I'm stuck. Sometimes I just have to look up and say, God, tell me what to do. Give me a sign. Tell me something positive is going to happen from this. And that's really all that I can lean into.
I love that. Thank you for sharing that. And I think that that really talks about, right, that the authenticity. Oftentimes, we when we go into imposter syndrome and who we're supposed to be, but to your point, right, when you know who you are, and you talked about this earlier, right, the facts, it's like, knowing yourself, who you are, what you bring to the table, like, no one knows that better than ourselves. So to really step into that, and knowing ourselves, so that when there is this no, to see it as a redirection, right? Where are we meant to be, right? And I think it's hard sometimes to see it that way, because it's easier to be self-critical of, well, why, and why not me? And so I love that you see that as a redirection, right? And where it has led you throughout your career, and now exploring entrepreneurship and being an advocate, for other women. So thank you for sharing that. And how, I guess, can you walk us through, right, what has that journey been like, to know that you are showing up as your authentic self, and I'm really, just having that confidence, right? Because I think that's a struggle too, of stepping into that confidence of who we are. And what has that journey been like for you, from even just early in your career as to where you are now?
So, it's funny. Not too long ago, I went through a session called I Am Remarkable. And a lot of the content around that workshop was about self-empowerment. And so writing down statements for yourself on a regular basis. I am remarkable because, what did you do this week? What did you accomplish? For me, I meal prepped as a single parent and trying to figure out life after children and health and career. Meal prepping is half the battle. So for me, I meal prepped, and that was an accomplishment. So that means that I am now taking care of myself, and I made the time to meal prep. Right. And so in the same instances of how you make those anecdotes on your personal life, you do the same thing at work. What did you do this week? What did you accomplish? So I can speak now. I'm helping build pipelines of candidates for our team. So I have a pipeline of about 800 people that I've worked in tagging in our system, so that the recruiters have a diverse pipeline of people to reach out to for a variety of opportunities, right? And that's a fact. Like, that, if I go in the system, like, I can see where I added a pipeline and where the diversity sources are coming from. So it's making sure that you take the time every week to acknowledge what you do, what you've accomplished, and every little statement counts. Because at the end of the year, you want to say, wow, what did I do this week? Or what did I do this year? And you can go back to your list of accomplishments and say, wow, look what I did last month, and the last month before that. So that for me has helped in keeping me kind of like on top of keeping that confidence that I do deliver great work, I am making a difference, I am helping other people. And so I encourage others to also to do the same for themselves, both personally and professionally.
I love that. Thank you, Jennifer, because I think you're so right when when we have to kind of think back on, well, what have I accomplished, at least for me, especially during annual performance review, if I'm not keeping track of it in real time or just really waiting until that annual review, I think it's a disservice to myself because I'm not celebrating in real time or really seeing what have I accomplished, how have I grown. So I really appreciate that. I think that for me is definitely a takeaway to do more in real time more often than waiting until then, right, until this review time where then it's like, what have I done? So I love that. I love that to be that you like have that as a practice and share that. I don't know if anyone else has that struggle, but I sometimes just go and don't pause and see, you know, where is the growth, and kind of have that self-reflection sometimes. So thank you for sharing that.
And to that point, I will say, I think we also have to remind ourselves that we need to be gracious and graceful to ourselves. You know, I read somewhere, you know, you can never give everything 100% all the time. So if I'm at work, I'm 100% at work, which means I'm not going to be 100%. My mom brain is not going to be at 100%. And when I'm home with my kids, I'm going to be likely more in 100% mom mode than I'm going to be in work mode. And so it's just understanding that at different points in your life, at different points throughout your day, you're only going to be able to contribute 100% towards one thing at any given time. So it's also understanding that that's going to be part of this part of life, and accepting, like, yes, you're going to do some really great things for some and maybe not so great for others, but eventually it will balance out.
Yeah, no, thanks for pointing that out. And again, speaking to authenticity, right? And having that recognition that whether it is, you know, your mom, or there's something that you're attending to outside of your work, day to day, that work isn't our only identity, right? What we do, but the different things that we're handling. And that, yeah, sometimes it's about prioritizing in the moment what is important. And that means that we may sacrifice, but it's also seeing it as why it is a priority, right? And staying true to ourselves and not trying to be everything all at once, because I think then we deplete ourselves.
Absolutely. You know, I think for me, how I've learned that I'm officially myself all the time is when my coworkers and people are me, like, are you always like at 100%? I'm like, yeah, this is me all the time. And so in all the spaces that I come in and out of, you know how I am and how I show up. And so that to me is a compliment, right? Because they're not seeing a version of me that's not me. They're seeing me all the time in my full self. And that's the best that I can do, right? Show up as my full self to everyone I come across and hope that I'm leaving a positive impression, of course. But it seems to have that effect so far. So I think I'm doing something right.
No, yes, I love that. And I think that that is definitely so important, right? Is doing that self-reflection of how am I showing up? And I love that that you have that intuition, right? To know how you're showing up. Because when we can show up as our best version of ourselves, that really makes a difference with the people that we are in front of, right? Or having that presence. Can you tell us a little bit more, Jennifer, about how do you take care of yourself to be able to show up with the best version of yourself?
So I de-stress in a couple of different ways. My children definitely recenter me. Even though my boys fight like cats and dogs, they do recenter me. I feel like one of my biggest blessings is being a mother to two young boys and showing them like a love for a mom and then how to respect women. So that's definitely one of my ways of resetting. My other ways of resetting, I get filled and refueled by other people. So my love language is a physical touch. So most of my friends know that I'm going to give them the biggest hug every single time I see them. when I'm with others, it really does generally fill me to hear how they are doing. Just being around the presence of other people really does wonders for me. Music is another. Like when I talked about salsa, I really mean you play salsa, I'll dance salsa right now. That is just, I was coming to the office and I was listening to bachata classics. So I am literally in music mode. And then sometimes Mama Mo just wants to be alone. Oh, I lost you.
Yes, you did. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Yeah, and then the other is just alone time on the couch watching some Netflix. So I have a couple different ways of resetting and refilling myself, but I think that that's important for all of us to have a variety of different tools that are going to refill us.
Yes, thank you so much for sharing that. I think that that is important also to make note of, right? And knowing how to take, what does that look like? Because it's different for everyone, and it sounds like you're very intuitive as to like what makes Jennifer, what fills your cup, right? And how you're going to show up as your best version of you. And I really encourage that. Definitely taking notes on some new practices, right? Just to pause and do the things that fill us, that fill our cup, because it really is going to matter in how we show up. So I know that we still have some time. I don't know if there's any questions. I'm trying to look through the chat, and of course I got off instead of like checking on the chat. But I was just trying to see what questions, if there's any for Jennifer. Feel free to add them to the chat in the comments section. But Jennifer, yeah, thank you so much for sharing just what what really works for you, and your how you stay authentic to yourself, which is not easy, right? Again, when that imposter syndrome hits, and in your story you share. I love that. And actually I wanted to ask you, when your niece asked you, Kiki, why do you sound like a white girl? Have you ever gone back to, like, I think that was a question that really made you self-reflect, right? And kind of think of like, yeah, why am I showing up this way? But have you ever had the conversation with your niece as to like why, or maybe why not anymore?
Yeah, officially no, but I will. So she just graduated college this past semester, and so she's taking a gap year and heading off to vet school. But I feel like me shifting how I communicated, I then saw her always showing up as herself. Like I never heard her change how she communicated. She works in a vet's office, and as I would hear her pick up the phone or I would go visit her, she was just her. She didn't change her voice. She didn't have her white girl voice, right? So I just knew that in that moment, we may have never talked about it, but it resonated and it stuck with her after, that she never had to change who she was, how she communicated, how she spoke, just to be accepted to be anywhere. And she's done well. So I did something right.
How powerful. Thanks for sharing. Yeah. So yes, I was checking to see. I don't think we have any questions. I'm gonna let Priscilla jump in.
Hi. Wow, ladies, I gotta say, we have had a solid viewing of 100+ women on here all day. So shout out to each of you ladies that have been putting this on a second screen, that are downloading this motivation. Jennifer, thank you for honestly blessing us with your energy, because when we were looking at our thing, it's like we need that lift, right? Because it's a long day, but all these stories are so important. And thank you for saying yes. Thank you for believing that your story from the very beginning would make a difference, not knowing that we would be here today. So thank you so much for just believing in yourself more than anything and continuing to do the work. And Edith, Hermana, thank you for always just being present and being available and really sharing your skills as a moderator. I'm going to bring you both down as we prepare for the next panel. And ladies, I'm going to give us all a quick break, because I know that's what I keep hearing. I got a little message on the side saying, hey, will we have a moment to grab some water, go to the restroom, maybe grab a bite to eat? Yes, please go ahead and grab something. We will get started again in give us about 10 minutes. I think that's a good, let's see, it's about 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time is how I'll put it out there. And then we will get started with our next panel where we're going to talk about a little further of protecting our wellness. Ladies, before we all run around, and that it's so appropriate that we have this time, right? Is walk outside, breathe the air, take care of yourself, take a minute to just have it for you. I tell all our ladies, I'm like, think of me sometimes as your madrina. We in HR are constantly running on fumes. We're trying to take everything on. We're trying to help everyone around us. And little do we actually take a pause and do it for ourselves and really focus internally on what we're doing. So with that said, go ahead and take a break. We will be back in just a little bit. Hello, ladies, and we are back live again. If you were on Instagram or LinkedIn, just jump back in. For whatever reason, technical difficulties, but we're back online. Nothing happens. We keep moving forward. So with that said, I have an amazing next panel here for you. These ladies are going to talk really raw, on wellness. And as Latina leaders and just leaders in general, it's something that we definitely need to talk more about, especially when we've learned through the pandemic how hard it's been with COVID, right? How it was really bad with burnout. We're constantly battling and working through so many things because life keeps lifing. I feel like I keep saying that all the time. Life is just lifing. But with that said, we would love, I would love to bring up to stage Evie. Evie is an HR leader. She's also one of our fearless ambassadors joining the group. Evie, thanks for moderating with us today.
I am so excited to be here.
I'm going to leave it to you. I'm going to bring all the ladies on stage because I know you all practiced and have your notes and definitely know where you're going. So without further ado, I'll bring Areli, Arlene, and Edith back to stage.
Wonderful. Well, everyone, welcome to Global Latina Day. We are so excited to be here. I am Evie Suarez. I am the daughter of an immigrant single mother. I am also a first-generation professional. I have over 12 years of HR experience in helping to lead teams through people initiatives and change. In 2021, I founded an organization called WorkWise Guide, where I help people who grew up just like me, an organization to empower and equip first-generation professionals with the practical tools that they need to grow their career. And today, we have 3 wonderful panelists with us today. I am going to read through their bios so that you can all get to know them a little bit better. So first we have Arlene. So Arlene Rodriguez is a first-generation Mexican-American from Chicago. She has over 15 years of experience in HR and business leadership. She holds a BA in Management and Marketing from the University of Illinois at Chicago. Arlene has held leadership roles in both business partner and talent management, driving success through talent acquisition, leadership development, and HR transformation. Specializing in HR strategy, Arlene aligns people strategies with business goals to drive growth. She is known for collaborating with leadership to drive employee engagement, retention, high-performance cultures, while also leading organizational change and optimizing HR processes to achieve results in fast-paced environments. Rooted in a strong, humble upbringing, Arlene is committed to evolving as an authentic leader and inspiring others to reach their full potentials. Outside of work, she is a devoted mother of 3, married to her high school sweetheart, and enjoys traveling and coaching her children in volleyball. Everyone, please welcome Arlene. All right, and next we have Edith. Edith was born and raised in Chicago, Illinois, and is a first-generation Mexican-American. A lifelong learner, she received her BA in elementary education at Northern Illinois University. She has more than 25 years of human resources and hospitality experience. She embraces her roots and loves to learn more about her heritage through travel. She leans into her faith in this season of her life to be her North Star. Everybody, please welcome Edith. And last but not least, we have Areli. Areli Lagunas is a first-generation Latina. Born in Mexico and raised in the United States, Areli is a mother of 3 active children and has been married to her husband for 16 years. Areli is a founder and CEO of Evolve HR Leadership Consulting. She leverages her extensive HR experience as a visionary leader, shaping the workplace of the future and empowering organizations to thrive through HR leadership. Outside of her professional pursuits, Areli is an avid advocate of holistic wellness and advocacy. She is the host of Dropping Gems con Mucho Colores, and she interviews guests and shares valuable insights on sharing harmony and achieving professional norms and being a mom in the workplace. Her podcast is an audio community focused on celebrating Latina motherhood voices, leading with purpose, breaking barriers, and living bold dreams, integrating wellness and overall well-being. Additionally, Areli is a contributing author of Latinas Rising in HR book. She has graduated from the DePaul University with a Bachelor of Science and in 2007, and she obtained her Master's of Science in HR from Capella University in 2012. So these are amazing ladies that we have on stage today, and we are so excited to dive into this conversation because it's just so important. It's important to set our boundaries so that we can protect our wellness while we're balancing career, family, and self-care. The beauty of the session today is that we get to celebrate and highlight the voices of Latinas in HR, which is just so special. Because all of these stories and all of these panels, it's a thread that ties us all together, where our connection goes way beyond just the screen. We hear from people who have walked in our shoes. We hear from people who understand our stories. And we hear from people who can provide insight to things that are actually relatable, things that we can actually put into action. So without further ado, I'm going to start our questions. I'm going to start with Areli for this first one. So Areli, please tell us, why is it so hard for us to set some of these boundaries? Areli,
On the panel.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay. Thank you so much for the introduction. Happy to be on the panel today, along with all the other wonderful HR pros that have been on the panel and in this event today. That is such a great question. I think it's a question that I have asked myself many times because, in my opinion, we're work in progress, right? There's still room for setting strong boundaries, but I feel that part of the reason why it's so hard to set boundaries is just what we've been exposed to through childhood and through our culture. So, for example, a lot of times we're exposed and then we learn to be the caregivers first, and that makes it hard for us to prioritize ourselves without feeling the guilt. Nowadays, I think that the culture is embracing more of setting ourselves for boundaries and giving ourselves wellness and self-care. But I think part of the reason it's hard to set these boundaries is because of the exposure and what we learn, and we have to unlearn so that we can prioritize ourselves. Another reason why I feel that it's hard to set boundaries is coming into the field of HR, right? I feel that there's also that expectation to be always available for employees who essentially are like our clients, right? They are the people that come to HR for many reasons. And a lot of times I feel that having this expectation of being available makes it a little harder to implement boundaries, not just in our personal life, but also in the professional setting.
Right, absolutely right. That always being available, I'm sure that resonates with every single person who's listening right now. So, Edith, why don't you tell us, why do Latinas often struggle with setting boundaries in both professional and personal spaces?
Yeah, thank you, Evie. So just to kind of piggyback on what Adeli was just sharing, right? The exposure. I feel that for me personally, like at home, boundaries weren't modeled, and I think that's probably from a cultural perspective, right? Whether it's my mom teaching me from a young age to take care of the house, take care of my brothers, setting me up to take care of everyone else, but also, you know, I think about my dad and always being available. He's a very servant leader, and like not seeing at home. I didn't see it at home. I didn't see it modeled what it is to have boundaries. Like what are boundaries? And as an adult, I've had to really look into, well, what does that mean? Because it always felt like that's selfish. If I don't do this, or if I don't take care of people, if I don't put everyone else first, it's selfish because I wasn't modeled. So once I have learned that boundaries are meant to protect you, are not meant to hurt, then I have been able to implement from a personal and professional that it's in, really boundaries are healthy, and they're good for all of our relationships. So I think it's a struggle for me. I can say that it's not something that I saw modeled at home. It was frowned upon if you weren't always available or took care of everything. So it's really rewiring and understanding that they are meant to protect us, and what is a healthy boundary, and to operate from that place.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with that. Things not being modeled at home have us writing our own, story of what this can look like. And it's trial and error. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But since we don't have anything to look forward or look back on, we can't really see what we're supposed to be doing. So it's definitely an adventure for us. So, Areli, can you share a time when you had to set a boundary, but you felt like it was difficult and necessary at the same time?
Yes, I can go back to when I first started in HR. So my story is a little interesting because the last year that I was about to graduate, I was a senior and I was exploring the idea of going into HR as I was studying management. And I knew a little bit about what HR was, but I wanted to get that hands-on experience. So I went ahead and applied for an internship role for a catering company in Chicago, and I was accepted into the internship role. And so when I started there, I interned for about 8 months, and then I was offered a full-time job as an HR coordinator. And that happened at the time that I graduated from college from DePaul. So it was perfect timing. I felt like I had made it into the corporate world, with a recent grad and going into HR. And what I noticed right away is that I was really, I didn't have healthy boundaries at all. And that comes back to, not having someone to kind of guide me, what is healthy, what's not. And I was spending a lot of time in my HR coordinator role. Constantly answering after hour messages, thinking that I was being supportive and showing commitment as a new grad, as a new HR coordinator. But in reality, I was enabling a culture where I was expected to be available 24/7. And so I didn't learn that right away. I thought that was the norm. Until years later, I reflected back on that and I said, what was I doing? I have always, I feel like I'm humble to know that I am committed to an organization and to the role that I'm going to do, but I also wasn't protecting myself, right? And so one of the things I learned from that lesson and how I establish boundaries is in the future, I make sure that my employer, my supervisor, that we are in the same communication, that we are aligned on our communication as far as like what is a healthy boundary. So in the traditional HR role, right, you can establish healthy boundaries by still being professional. There could be time boundaries. So as an example, like one scenario I can think of is if you have a time boundary, let's say that you have a commitment, and this happened in reality. I had a director who had to do a closing after work, and an emergency came up, right? So one time boundary that I have used is sharing with the manager or my management that I'm happy to help, but I need to wrap up by a certain time because I have a time commitment. And so, by setting that workplace boundary and being clear, being professional, there is no way that the other person's going to take it in a wrong way, right? You still want to show you're helpful, but you're also letting them know that you do have a commitment. And, if for some reason they need additional help, then maybe there is a second follow-up meeting. So I learned so much from that experience about putting time boundaries. Another one that was really hard for me was putting workload boundaries because I tend to because one of my strengths is a learner. So I want to grasp as much as possible and I want to take as much as possible, but I also need to understand my boundaries of how much workload I have capacity for. So one of the hardest boundaries that I had to learn and to implement was workload boundaries by saying like I'm at capacity right now, but I'm more than happy to help, in the future or maybe like next month. And that one I would say has been the hardest one that I struggle with, the workload boundary.
Absolutely. And those words are so powerful. When we can feel those words and we can communicate them with confidence, they really change the landscape of our lives. So, Arlene, I want to bring you up for this question. What advice do you have for Latinas who struggle with feeling guilty about prioritizing themselves?
Yeah, no, thank you, Evie. I think for me, my advice is to, for us to take a step back and really reframe the concept of self-care. I think, if we learn to kind of lean in and change the narrative where it's not a luxury anymore, but it's really an essential tool. It's really important for us to invest in ourselves, right? To sustain mental, our emotional, our physical well-being. And I think for me, what's been one of the learnings that I've had the opportunity to take a look at is when we make ourselves a priority, we're better equipped, hands down, to show up as our best selves for other people. We're better equipped to succeed and lift others as we climb the ladder, right? As well too in our professional careers as well too.
and there's a positive impact that we tend to leave on others, creating a ripple effect on our community, and it just really kind of engages people very differently around us. So for me, the advice is it's about learning how to recharge in a way that really works for each one of us. And I hear you on that. It's not necessarily a no. I think it's just not right now, but leaving that door open for future collaboration. Then again, sometimes it's even better when everyone kind of is at their best self with the right time as well.
Right, right. It's striking that balance between knowing that you have to say no right now, but also leaving the door open for the future. And Edith, you mentioned before that people in our community sometimes can view us as selfish when we put ourselves first. Is there a way that any of you have, been able to respond to that, to people in your community, or maybe your direct family members who say, well, it's selfish for you to put yourself first?
That's a really great question, and it's definitely a challenging one. I think that when people, and I guess in your family or just the people that know you, that they know that you're coming from a good place. That it may take when you're establishing those boundaries, right? When you're so used to saying yes to everything or just overextending yourself, I think that's also a habit, right, that we've created. So starting to put those boundaries in place and maybe saying no or not right now, right, that is going to be a different behavior. So you might get questioned, but I think that when people truly know your intent, and I think that communicating, right, it depends on the situation, or I mean really to have that transparency. So for me, I at home I talk about my self-care, my non-negotiables. Why? Because if I deplete myself, then that is how I'm going to show up. And it doesn't just affect how I show up at home. It's going to start pouring into, work, into the people that I'm in front of. So really that self-awareness of how am I showing up when I deplete myself, I don't like the way that right how I feel, because I'm going to be less patient. Then maybe the anxiety creeps in, and that is not how I want to show up. Or yes, the anxiety, I'm worried, looking at time versus really being present. So I think for me is really advocating for myself and sharing when I think there's a safe space to say why these things are non-negotiables and important, because that is how I'm going to show up, and it is important to show up as the best version of myself. So really also having those non-negotiables with myself, right? Not just say it, but okay, I've really learned this over the past few years to be intuitive and how am I feeling? Am I feeling tension in my body? Maybe I'm not moving, and just being very aware of what I'm experiencing. Am I feeling tired? Am I feeling the anxiety? What have I sacrificed in my well-being that these things are coming up for me? So it's like knowing myself, knowing what are my non-negotiables, and absolutely communicating it. And I have learned that my family, my friends, as I've grown in that, really appreciate that I can model that. And so it isn't just what I need, right? But then it models, it shows others like, oh, that's what it looks like. Because a lot of times we don't have others that model it. So I think that there's an opportunity there to actually show and model what these healthy boundaries are and why it is so important to take care of ourselves, because we pour from a place of having a full cup and a best version of ourselves.
I love that. I feel like there's so many good gems in that, especially the piece about communicating with people who love you, right? And having that transparency with them after the self-recognition, but also the piece about modeling behavior. I feel like that's something that's not talked about often, but we are walking models. We are paving the road for others who, are looking at us for guidance on what they could potentially do. And that leads us into our next session about protecting our own wellness. So, Arlene, what are some practical, realistic self-care habits that help you specifically stay grounded?
Yeah, no, I think that's a really great question as well, too. I think for me, staying grounded is about feeling in control of my mind and my body while I'm preparing myself for the future and just really for new opportunities at any given time as well, too. Recently I had a great opportunity to network with many just folks, leaders internally and outside of my organization. And I met with a great leader by the name of Andres Tapia. And he reminded me of a timeless saying that goes, luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. And I think for me, taking it resonated a lot. And I find that when I take the time to prepare and to reflect on what my purpose is and what's important to me and what fuels me, I'm in a much better place to mentally and emotionally prioritize my own needs and support others as well too along the way. And I think for me, when I take a look and what does that look like and how does it show up, there's probably about three habits I would probably share that are kind of best practices that I've instilled in my daily practice. And one of them is planning, really, at the end of the day, right? I carve out time to plan both personally and professionally. And I tend to do this by breaking things down into manageable tasks for myself. Otherwise, it feels so overwhelming when I think about, goodness, my three active kids, work, all of these other things that I am, a part of in a very humble way, but at the same time too, it just the list adds up and adds up. And so that helps me to progress towards my goals, which keep me focused and organized. And again, feel like I am preparing myself for things that are important to me at the end of the day. The second one is disconnect. A little opposite of preparing, it's also learning to take a step back when appropriate. And sometimes when it comes to work for us, it's so easy to get caught up in the grind, right? And time slips away. Before you know it, it's 10 hours and you're probably sitting in the same spot. I know it sounds terrible. I've been there, right? In the same spot that you were in the morning, right? And so I think for me, one of the habits that I've learned is to take a moment and prioritize making a point to disconnect to give myself permission to step away from my computer. I always tell myself, we're not saving lives, right? In many regards, and really, take an opportunity to take a quick walk, to stretch, to listen to something that's really interesting to you. And it's interesting, right? Because those breaks really help to refresh my mind and sometimes even sparks different ideas and perspectives. When you can come back, that you can really quickly pick off nicely from where you went. They do say that some of the best ideas do come from, being in the shower, doing things that are kind of abnormal. And so that kind of connects back to just taking a moment to take breaks in between for your own well-being. And then the third one I would say is reflection. So not only do I focus on planning and disconnecting where it's appropriate, but reflection is a big part of me and my process, excuse me. And I regularly take time to review my actions, right? After different interactions, after a body of work that I presented, an initiative that I introduced, launched, and I review it. And I also recognize what's working. And I also refine what's needed at the same time, too. So for me, it's about always focusing on progress over perfection, right? We're in a time when there's so much change and there's so much evolution, and you're doing the best that you can with the information that you have, but continuously being in that growth mindset to take a moment, do what you need to do, but also continue to refine so that it does become a resilient path to achieve what it is that you're looking for at the end of the day.
I love that. And I think the disconnection piece, is something that's not very common in our day and age, in our culture, et cetera, et cetera. Disconnection is just so important. And I think that, thinking about overwhelm and thinking about how overwhelm just comes and creeps into our lives and, it just fills us with so many demands. Edith, how do you create space for yourself when you feel like you are just overwhelmed?
That's a good question, and just kind of thinking about what Arlene just shared, and it is like, what are the ways that I ground myself, right? So when there is overwhelm, I can recognize what I'm feeling, in my body. I've become very intuitive, and like, oh, when I start to feel the tension. So how do I create a space for myself? I look at, okay, did I honor my non-negotiables? Did I go on that walk? For me, going on walks, weather permitting, are essential, right? Just having movement. If I didn't go on a walk, did I get up? Have I been sitting here for a while? So it's just really having that awareness of what is my body telling me. or I can't focus. It's also a signal of, okay, maybe I need to step away and come back, take a breather, having breathing practices. I do yoga. So, like, my main things are really moving my body, whether it's walking in nature, if the weather permits, um, doing yoga and really stretching my body and just really disconnecting. For me, in the mornings and the evenings, or really at any time, faith is a really important thing. So it's just pausing and going into prayer, going into meditation, and really like grounding myself of like what's here now, what's happening, right? Where if there's the anxiety, the worry, just kind of really tapping into that and like being present, like bringing myself back. And it is that part of that disconnection and sitting and asking myself those questions, and get curious, right? And once I identify, this is what's happening, then I can do something about it versus just going on autopilot. So that's how I create that space for me to get back into a place of like, okay, why is this, where is this coming from? Getting curious and what's in my control and what's not. So it really does take the pausing, right? And tapping into the things that help me be grounded, help me see beyond the chaos.
I love that. I hear the words pause, reflect, disconnect. And I feel like we should all print those words really big and just have them in our offices and have them in spaces where we can remember them on a consistent basis. So, Areli, we're going to go back to you on this one. How do you professionally set boundaries without feeling like you're letting the rest of your team down?
Yes, and I want to just mention what Edith said about the boundaries and how that, allows her to show up fully, right, for others. I want to piggyback off of that because one thing that really helped me, I think, for setting boundaries in the professional atmosphere is understanding and mastering my own boundaries. And what the team was saying is like knowing our non-negotiables. So to me, that's like the first step because I feel that once you put that example that you are respecting your own limits, then everyone else will follow that. So you're setting up this model around you, right? And it's kind of like saying, like, if we don't respect our own limits, who is going to respect our limits? And one of the things that I notice is that not just mastering my own boundaries first, but I now like to call out when someone in a professional way, like if someone seems to have not so great healthy boundaries. I can give you an exact example. I was working for an employer, and there was an employee who would be the first one to arrive to the office. I'm talking about maybe about 6:30 p.m. I'm sorry, 6:30 a.m. And that person would be the last person to leave, and we're talking about like close to 6:30 or 7. So in essence, that person was in the office for 12 hours, and most likely working outside of those 12 hours. And so one of the things that I wanted to highlight to the manager is to find out, why is that person, feels like they have to be in the office for that period of time, and how can we support that employee so that, maybe we can help that employee establish some healthy boundaries. So not just mastering my boundaries, but also recognizing, if someone maybe may have challenges or needs help with establishing boundaries. And the reason that's really important for me is because going back to what we were talking earlier, a lot of times we're not modeled these type of behaviors, so it becomes norm to us not have these healthy boundaries. But if you probably have heard this before, a lot of times, especially if you're in a leadership role or in a management role, your employees will look up to you and they will see your behavior. So if you are the manager who doesn't have healthy boundaries, most likely they're not going to establish their own healthy boundaries because they're going to see that, maybe you don't have them, and they're going to feel like that's the norm or that's expected. So for me, on how to set boundaries professionally without the guilt is mastering your own boundaries, communicating with confidence, right? Clearly communicating with your team, and maybe even put systems in place so that the team can function collaboratively, and really like setting a good example on healthy boundaries and leading by example to really create workplaces that not just have healthy boundaries but also create strong teams.
I love that. I love that. And as HR professionals, we are supposed to be the champions of wellness, right? And we need to notice that in other individuals when they are, playing on that line of not having healthy boundaries. But in order to do that, as many of you have mentioned, we need to model it ourselves. So we are getting to the end of our panel here. So I do want to wrap up with a quick rapid fire round. So these are just one word or one sentence. So starting with Areli, then Arlene, then Edith. Let's start with one boundary you refuse to compromise on. Areli.
One boundary that I used to compromise?
That you refuse to compromise on.
Oh, I would say yes, non-negotiables. And for me, movement resonates so much with me. So I now need to have any type of movement, just to incorporate that into my day-to-day, and that keeps me grounded.
Love it. Arlene, what about you? One boundary you refuse to compromise on.
I think my boundary is to make it a priority to not miss things that are important on personal level. Work will be there, and these good memories that will make it worth it.
Yes, absolutely. I love that. It'll still be there tomorrow. What about you, Edith? What is one boundary you refuse to compromise on?
My mental health.
I love it. I love it. Absolutely. So thank you all for joining us today. Thank you to our wonderful panelists who shared such great insights. And we're encouraging all attendees, think of one boundary. What is one boundary that you are going to refuse to compromise on? And remember, taking care of yourself isn't selfish. It's actually necessary for your success.
Thank you so much, Evie. Wow. I'm telling you, it's nonstop in this space, this digital space. Who would have known that we could do so much on just digital, right? I'm excited for us to get together in person at some point. So if you're on my end and you want to do this in person, I mean, imagine the energy here today and then doing it in person, whole new level. Areli, Edith, Evie, thank you so much. Arlene, de corazón, thank you for making the time, because what we do here is not easy. It requires us to be intentional, to make the time, to figure it out, and to make it our own. So Evie, thanks for making the space with us today. All right, so next I have the pleasure of bringing to the stage a close friend from my past, and Kayla Castro-Kruger. I'm getting emotional because I am trying to say your name correctly. Kayla Castro-Kruger. Her and I go back many, many years, and to see the beauty of not just what she's done in her career, but what she continues to build with the talent around her, with honestly breaking barriers and really building leaders. That's exactly what she does. And to see her living that in her own power, in her own light, and doing it her own way, while also reaching out and saying, hey, can I get some help? I love your authenticity, Kayla, and your vulnerability and your ability to always just be there, be present, and to be una amiga, una hermana, and a helpful, just a listening ear when anyone needs it, whether it's professionally or personally. You always make the time. And so I am so honored to bring you to the stage here with me. And thank you for saying yes to being our last HR Jefa Talk of the day before we end our last panel and we continue the celebrations in our homes. How you feeling, Kayla?
Oh, I didn't realize I was going to get emotional before. I was preparing to be, just nice and cool. And then you saying that. So I appreciate it so much. And just and I know we all talked about it, and I hope that everybody that's been on here has heard, but the camaraderie and the friendships and the love that there is in our community is amazing, and it's undescribable at the same way, because we are all doing just our own thing, and we come together in so many things, and motherhood and friendship and, you know, craziness. And some of us work for similar companies, so have worked or, you know, have connected in some way or another, and that allows us to have, you know, things that we can just all connect in. So I love it. And I talk about it a lot. So
Well, thank
appreciate
you
it.
for sponsoring us through the rooms that you're in, because that's what it requires. I was looking on LinkedIn during the breaks, and it's blowing up seeing everyone sharing their posts of I am an HR leader and just really owning it for Global Latina HR Day. If you don't have the template, we'll share it in the comments, but make it your own. Put your picture in there and blast it out and share what you've learned today. But without further ado, I'd love to give you the floor, Kayla. Thank you again for inspiring us today.
Thank you, and thanks everyone. Hello, and welcome. It's funny because I've been connected with Priscilla again for many, many years. So I love telling this story because it's beautiful. So I'm a hospitality person. So I work in hospitality, worked mostly in operations, growing up, literally 18 years old. I'm a housekeeper. That was my first job in hospitality. And it was a good job. And I talk about it as a good job because it was, I mean, I live in the Coachella Valley. So if any of you have ever been in this area, it's hot. So working indoor was important for me and for my parents because it's 120 plus degrees in the summer. So as I was getting ready to go to school, I kind of stumbled upon this job, and it worked out for me. I worked really hard. It was one of the hardest jobs ever. So for anybody who has had family or knows anyone that works in this industry, you know, it's tough work. And it allowed me to, like, again, work indoor, have a steady income through the summer, and they always fed me. That's my favorite thing about working in hospitality is food. And we get that a lot through many different things, whether it's like celebrations or that's how breaks work. Most of the time we have food and beverage available for our employees. But that first job really, you know, set me up for this career. I've been with, this coming June, I'll be with Hyatt Hotels for 16 years. So it's the only job I've ever had. And throughout my trajectory, I've worked in a couple different, positions that have allowed me to kind of grow and develop in that. But eventually, I found my way in when I was here in the Coachella Valley. I graduated after working different positions as well. Hospitality was a good way for me to make money while earning my degree. And I moved to Seattle. And in Seattle, I was one of the only Latinas there, and I was working there in our maintenance department, which I think shocks people way more than that I was in housekeeping, and that allowed me to see this whole different view. But I remember receiving an email from Hyatt Corporation just talking about Priscilla and about how she was breaking barriers back then, and that must have been 2013, 2014, so it's been a little while, and I was so amazed to hear that there are other Latinas in this industry. And I didn't know exactly what she did because I wasn't, you know, but I heard her name and I sent her a quick note just telling her how amazing I thought she was. And many years later, we stayed connected and through email and email and email. And then now we eventually met each other in 2022 when we published book 2, which I'm an author of book 2. And to long story short, it has been this amazing journey. I remember Priscilla calling me to tell me, like, oh, you want to do the book? And I thought she was tricking me. I don't know why. I was like telling my husband, like, I don't know why she would think that I would be worthy of such a thing. And that's really what kicked off a lot of the confidence that I have gained through this industry. Is it's really that phone call that gave me a lot of confidence, and then meeting other women in this industry of HR that are just doing amazing things, and it allowed me to believe that I can do it because si se puede. And that's really what has always been with me. Si se puede, like, sticks with me throughout so many parts of my life, but I started seeing it as this thing that was actually happening. And I think how I focus on it and how I continue to grow is I started asking questions. Like Priscilla says that a lot. Like, I ask questions, and that's always been my thing. I have questions about things, and I'm not afraid to ask because I realize that didn't make me less to be vulnerable. It didn't make me less to be to question things, because I once I knew, I would focus on it and I would learn it so well, and then I would like, okay, I can keep going from there. But if I didn't ask that initial question, then I was so confused all the time. And like, it's funny. And to me, it's funny to like, to see it now, like thinking back of myself in that time. But I was so afraid and so nervous, even today, doing these things. And I challenge myself to do it. And there's a lot of fear in me, but I really think about me sitting with all these wonderful people and just having these conversations about our careers and our growth and development. And it gives me fuerza, and it gives me so much like empowerment to hear other stories of people with similar challenges or different challenges. You hear about teen moms that have made it so far. You hear about divorcees, or you hear about people that were in abusive relationships, or just different things. And you just realize that there's so much that can continue to be done through you. And it's I don't know, again, speechless. I can be speechless all the time as much as I want, but I'll try to keep talking. But anyway, to kind of get back on focus, I do that. I get distracted and excited about talking. But to kind of come back to it, my story really focuses on growing up with a single dad. So I was raised by a single dad. And so my sister and I have a sister that's a year younger than me. And my mom left us when we were little due to drug abuse and drug addiction. And my dad really took charge and was like, we're going to make it. We're going to make it all together. It's going to be fine. And having that like life of, it was hard, but nice. My dad took good care of us. My dad encouraged education. My dad encouraged us to be brave. But also like later in life, realizing his own vulnerability and seeing how he just eventually seeing us as adults kind of crash and be like, I did well. And oh my God, you guys are doing amazing. But I'm, like he kind of finally showed us his like what he's been feeling all these years and when he had to stay strong. So once I eventually made it into, I like working hotels, but I really want to be a banker because bankers look nice and they dress nice and they take care of you and they work in a nice environment. And eventually making it into HR, I felt like that was a lot of it. So my dad works in construction now. He worked in farming for a long time. He works in construction, and then showing him this part of like HR, but like I have to talk about rules and OSHA, and my dad's like, oh, I know OSHA because of construction. It was really, really kind of fun to kind of find that. And now my dad gives out my business card, says, my daughter can get you a job. Like that's not how it works, Daddy. Like, but thank you for kind of encouraging and giving people, that information about me. And it shows his pride in the work that he did and all the years that he spent trying to make sure that we were successful. And that my dad, I think about him so much. Like I now have 2 kids and a wonderful husband, and those 2 kids have allowed, they keep us busy. My husband's also a professional, so he works remotely in a sales job, so it's nice. But we need parents around, and my dad has stepped up in more ways than I can imagine. So that's kind of the person that I depend on a lot lately. That when we moved back to the Coachella Valley to be closer to family. And I yes, just yesterday I was like, Dad, can you help me pick up Nico, my son, from soccer? He had a game and then we had to run to a dinner. And he was like, yeah, he was so excited. He ran for it and was amazed. But even bringing him around, so I'm the director of HR now for a brand new hotel located in Palm Springs, California. And just to see the amount of changes that I've made in the past year. So when I wrote this book in 2022, I was area of talent manager for the Northern Lake Tahoe area. And through continued pushing, I was like, I'm going to be a director. I'm going to be a director and I'm going to go home to be a director. And I had the opportunity to come to this property. So it's one of our, we call it lifestyle properties here for Hyatt. And the idea behind it and the amount of, I will be honest, the amount of begging I feel like in a way that I had to do in order to get this job didn't feel beneath me, because I was like, I know I can do it. And I reached out to every single connection I had. And I was like, the GM, this person, I can do it. Like, let me talk to you about how I can make this happen. And I had to do that in order to be given this opportunity. And maybe some people don't have to do that, but I was willing to do that because I didn't want that to, like, I didn't want somebody to say, you know what, like, if you're not right, I'm like, I am right, and I'm going to show you why I'm right and why I'm the right person and the right fit. And it was really the opportunity of not giving up and not allowing myself to just be complacent and be like, oh, like maybe next time, next opportunity. But just knowing that it was the right time, and whatever I didn't know, I knew that I would learn, and whatever I didn't know, I know that I could ask, because again, I have asked on this great network of people, but I've connected one-on-one, be like, this is a situation and I've never done that. Like, how would you deal with it with people that I know that do this in their sleep? And not being afraid to do that was really one of the most liberating parts of this growth development, is like not being afraid of and I wouldn't even say failure, but of experimenting, of trying something and be like, that's not going to work, of having some people like just really explaining why I didn't understand and why maybe I hadn't been in those shoes yet, but I would get it and I would never have to ask again. And it was stressful and it was exciting, and it's been great. So we've now been open for 6 months as of yesterday, and we've successfully, had a full hotel. I've successfully hired and recruited a group of 160 plus employees. We have one of the most successful openings in the whole company. So there's a lot of eyes now on this one thing that I was like, I just want to go home and I want to be here, and the success that we've had. So now they're asking me, how did you do it? What did you do? And I was like, I just went out and literally hit the pavement and talked to people and became friends with everybody, so that they knew that this hotel would be the place to work. And continued D&I efforts of talking about hospitality education, which, in our community here, hospitality, if you ask students of local communities, so there's a lot of high schools have hospitality programs, some sort of business program that connects with them hospitality. They think hospitality is cleaning rooms and dishwashing, and we've been on a trajectory to show them what hospitality is and the different things. And that's really been through this humanitarian thing of really understanding, because I've been there. I didn't know what hospitality was. I was never I was never able to take vacations like a lot of people. Like, we have beautiful, amazing resorts here, JWs and beautiful Hiltons and Hyatts, and I had never seen one before until I drove in that one day for my first interview. So bringing students in and being part of those organizations has really allowed me to kind of share and thrive in that by telling people, HR is a great option, and understanding your destination is a great option, but it's okay if you haven't. It's okay if you can't afford it. It's okay it hasn't been provided to you, because most of us don't have those resources. Most of the students here are first generation, a lot of migrant students, and that's really been the focus that we've had over the past year or so. And it's really exciting to me to see students reach out and thrive on that. And same thing with other colleagues. We've met a lot of, here in the Coachella Valley, Spanish is dominant. So we have a lot of HR professionals that are Latinas. So getting to know them and meet them and network and really becoming friends, even though in a way we're also competitors, because we're not allowing these barriers of no, you're going to take my employees and that to stop us from making sure that we are creating these relationships. We're supporting each other through these tough times of talent acquisition and recruiting and stuff. So what I always encourage you to, make friends with the people that work in your industry, and that make friends with those that maybe have no one like you, because then there's two people like you. And even if they're not exactly like you, maybe they don't have the same background, really being able to connect with people who can have something in common with you. Like right now, I'm really excited to connect with other moms that are, professionals, because it allows me to vent a little about how much I love my kids and how annoying they can be all at the same time. So I love that, and I love this community, and being able to be part of this Latinas Rising in HR and Global Latina HR Day just brings me so much joy and excitement as I kind of trying to, decide what to do next. And conversation that we had, sometimes I think like, what am I going to do next? And when people ask me, and right now I'm really living my 5-year plan. So I'm trying to enjoy my kids, enjoy my husband, enjoy this job that is still kind of new, because though I've been here for almost 2 years, we've only been open for 6 months. So I do tell you, like, think about all those things. I know we just had a really great conversation about well-being and wellness, and think about those things. Keep that in mind and keep those close to you. And part of it is like, I need to work one day from home so that I can make sure I cook a good meal for my family, and I flex on those days. Some days I work one day, so it's not always the same day. And then sometimes it's like, I made myself a goal of, I go to the gym and at 5 in the morning. And not every day, it's 3-4 times a week, but it's the only time that I have for myself that allows me to take care of me. So putting all the conversations that we've had today into that, I just remind you to continue that. Challenge yourself to learn something new. Challenge yourself to take care of yourself in a way. Read that book. I even if you spend 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes in your commute, do Audible. I love like the books that I get to like listen to nowadays. So there's so many things that have allowed me to grow and thrive. But I think more than anything has been gaining confidence, in asking questions and not being afraid to be wrong, and not being afraid to keep going. And like I said, si se puede, and let's just keep that going as well. So I don't know if I read any questions or anything like that. I know I talked for a long time. Okay. So I know I'm having someone come up and assist me with the next part. But I did see a lot of you putting nice things out there. Thank you for continuing to encourage me as I was talking. And I'm so happy to see all of you.
Kayla, thank you for being so open and sharing your story and the grief. I realized in the comments of just how much we're going through in life, but that none of that stops us, right? The legacy that we leave behind with our families and our friends. And again, while work is just as important, we don't want that to just be all that we focus on. Our legacy is so much more. So with that, I'd love to bring Arely so she can ask you a couple questions. And before I do that, I just want to acknowledge all of us that have gone through a lot of stuff, a lot of grief. I'm seeing that in the comments, a lot of families that have passed on over the last year and year plus, and know that's another space of why we're here, right? So that we're not alone when we're going through such heavy things in life, right? Because we study and we try to learn from each other. We try to do right to create to know the skills of what we want to do in our job, but life doesn't always prepare us for like the real hard stuff. And that's when I invite you all to look around you and say, who's around me to help lift me up? Because hopefully you were for that for someone else, and then we can continue to keep that going. All right, Arely, come on up and I will bounce out.
Hey, Arely.
Hi, Kayla. Thank you so much for sharing your story. It's always so great to hear from you and, learn about more about you, and for others that haven't had an opportunity to hear your story. So thank you for sharing that with us. And, we have this opportunity to have others ask questions, but I also wanted to ask you a question. And it really is around family, because I know family is important to you. And we also talked about wellness in this presentation. And so my question to you is, what role has your family played in keeping you motivated and grounded, especially during times that are very difficult?
Yeah, no, thank you for asking that. So I think to kind of just feed off of this grief, I think so part of the reason why we moved back to Coachella Valley was because my youngest sister was very sick with cancer, and I was I wanted to spend time with her, and I was able to spend the last few months of her life with her, and that really motivated me to do more. So she was 22 years old, very young, and I wanted to bring all of our family back together. So I'm the oldest of 5 siblings, so she was one of them, and wanted to bring my dad and my stepmom and my my parents, and my husband has his parents here, and we just all really wanted to be together, because the idea that I lost my sister still after two years hasn't really fully hit me. Like in the book, you'll read that I did lose my biological mother, but it wasn't, it didn't, I don't know, even that happened and I never thought much of it. But losing my sister was like detrimental. And still, again, today, we all grieve differently. And I think that's been one of the biggest things I learned, is how people that are so close together can grieve so differently. And, you know, and seeing my kids, you know, raising them to understand the loss, right? They were young. My sister was my son's Nina. And my daughter was months, like she was a little over a year old when she passed away. And I didn't want her to forget her and to like not think about her ever. So we have those conversations. But my family, I think, is just being able to have someone to depend on, and having, you know, there were a lot of questions when I was growing up that I had about life, you know, like that my parents couldn't answer. I was a translator, you know, as many people were a translator, and I didn't have a chance to have a lot of enjoyment, but I also don't think I lacked much. But then seeing my kids and seeing the excitement in them, and in the different things that we do, just brings me this whole different joy and brings me this motivation. I am so motivated to provide for not only them, but for my parents and for my siblings, and have a safe space for all of us to be together. And that's really, really been my focus, I think, is since coming back and being in this role, is like showing them this experience that I've gained, and be like encouraging 401ks with my siblings, and you know, debt, like how they were going to stay out of debt. And they're actually really good. My brother is like, they're kind of entrepreneurs, but those are the things that I focus on. And then just making sure that, you know, we support each other in my family. Like people say, oh, your husband babysits. I'm like, he is the father, like and seeing him be like, we're partners, right? So he never sees it as like, oh, it's my turn to babysit. It's like, it's part of what he does. And I think that's been really important, that we're both on the same page on that, is that we're parents to these kids that we chose to have together. And then everything else kind of has come through that. But yeah, like he's actually much, much tidier than I am. I always tell people that you see those fun memes about the husband being kind of lazy, and then the wife being like super ultra, like he's the one that's, hey, Kayla, let's put some cleaning doing. I'm like, okay. And he's typically the one that does it. So I just want to send some love to my Kevin.
And it's interesting how you mentioned, you know, sometimes you get the comments of, you know, your husband is babysitting, but right, what you said, right? You're both co-parenting. That's something you both do. So it's interesting how sometimes it's just highlighted like that, you know, from certain perspectives. So interesting. And really, you know, the stories that you share really highlight the power of family and personal experiences that really shape our journeys, right? And inspire us, like you said, in our family. And it's so nice to hear how resilience and your values really have influenced, you know, the work that you do and that you continue to do in the future. So I'm always very happy to hear about your story and how you're doing with your family on a personal level and also on a professional level.
Thank you, Ellie.
And I think that we are getting ready to transition to our next team members to join us.
Thank you, Areli. Kayla, as always, you ladies make it happen. I appreciate all of the love and the support of everything that we've done. But again, you ladies are the ones that raise your hands. So, well, with that, I would love to transition us over to Miriam Del Angel. She is, I mean, I joke and I say, who doesn't know Miriam? She is honestly my right hand in so many things when it came to how we started up Latinas Rising Up in HR. She is ready to roll up her sleeves. As you'll continue to hear, it's just a running trend of a lot of these phenomenal women, because they truly believe, like she does, that you have to put in what you want to get out of it. And she's a true maverick when it comes to networking. And I don't like using that word. I mean, we feel like we overuse it so much, that like truly building community and connections. She is the author behind Latinas in Corporate. She is our book sister in volume 1, and then created also a portion in her chapter with our third volume with our executive edition. And she has worked with me fearlessly when it came to what it is that we've done with our last Latinas Rising Up in HR Leadership Summit. So I would love to bring Miriam up to the stage here with me. Hi, Miriam.
Hi, Priscilla. Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here. I've been catching, joining in and out throughout the day. And it's been amazing to hear all the stories and the advice that we are giving to these HR professionals. So thank you for having me.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to go ahead and let you take the lead here, and I'll bring up your panelists here.
Awesome. Thank you. In the meantime, Priscilla did share a little bit about me. I'm also currently I'm the Vice President of HR for North America at Randstad Enterprise. I've been here about almost 2 years, so loving the role and really learning a lot about different types of HR, especially globally. So I saw Libertad Arjona join, or Libby, as I'm told you like to be.
Yes.
Called. And we have Nela Recoba and also Gabriela Bassano. So why don't we start by, giving a little introduction of each other. So Libby, why don't we start with you? Tell us about you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here and to be sharing this space with all of you. So my name is Libertad, but as Miriam was mentioning, everybody calls me Libby. I have been in HR for over 15 years, and I love what I do. I'm the proud mom of Kino, the dog. So he's my company, and I love to travel. I love to what I do. I think that the power that we have in HR is amazing, and that we can do so much for all the employees and all the people that we know. So I love being part of HR. So that's a bit of me, and I'm so happy to be here.
Well, thank you, Libby. Thank you for being here. Gabby, why don't we start with you? Oh, go next. Sorry.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, and I'm also very happy to be here. I began, so a little intro myself, I began my career leading HR for a Brazilian company in Mexico before moving to Canada to pursue an MBA. And I'm now based in Vancouver, and I've spent the past several years in consulting. So I've transitioned into consulting lately, and I lead technology implementation projects. I've done this for some US and Canadian firms throughout different sectors. Outside of work, I'm a parent to two wonderful kids. One of them is 6 months old, so she's very tiny. And outside of work, that's pretty much it, because I guess I don't have that much time for anything else lately. But yeah, that's a little bit about me.
Thanks so much, Gabby. Nela, you're next.
Hi, good morning, everyone. 6 a.m. here in Australia on the Thursday. So I'm happy to be here on an early morning. My name is Nela. I'm originally from Uruguay. I have worked and lived in 5 countries now. So I've been moving a little bit around with HR and my company. But I currently work for the Department of Education in Australia, in Queensland. Just to give you a little bit of perspective, Queensland territory I've been investigating, and it's a little bit bigger than Alaska. So it's one of the biggest territory. It's the biggest territory in the states in the US, and we have more than 100,000 employees. Yeah, and I'm a project manager for the enterprise bargaining team here.
Awesome. I don't know if you all notice, we're from different countries, which I think is amazing. I do work at a global company, and I think it's so important to learn from other cultures or learn from how other countries do things differently, even within HR. So I'm sure all of you have noticed that, especially those that have worked in other countries. I did forget to mention that I do have 3 kids as well. They're beautiful humans. They're 16, 18, and 20. They keep me very busy. And one other thing I'd like to note is that I'm also the executive sponsor for our Latino Business Resource Group within Randstad, which I'm very proud of because I think it's important to, as Priscilla said, I like to network or build communities. So I just wanted to share that. So, well, thank you so much, ladies, for being here. I'm so excited to have this conversation and to learn from all of you, again, working in different countries because it can be very different. So I'm going to start with our first question. And Gabby, I'm going to start with you. So as people leaders, how do you stay connected to your core values while addressing organizational needs?
Yeah, I think the key is first to have absolute clarity on your core values and understand how they align with those values of the organization. And then where there are gaps, there is always room for open dialogue with peers and leadership, and that way you can really influence positive change. Um, Most importantly, I think that as people leaders, our primary responsibility is to do what is right for employees. I see HR somewhat often still operating transactionally, so focusing really, solely on the company interests rather than balancing them with the well-being of the employees. And yes, we in HR are hired and paid by the company, but I think our true purpose is to work for the employees, fostering that best employee experience that we can. And when we approach our role with this mindset, I feel like we can create workplaces where people feel valued and they feel supported and are motivated. And in turn, I think this ultimately leads to trust and stronger engagement, better retention, you know the drill, like all those good stuff. And these are really ultimately the best possible outcomes for the organization. So I think that's basically how I would approach that.
I love that, Gabby. Trust is huge, right? If you're as an employee, you're looking for that type of environment to work in, right? Thank you for that. How about you, Libby? How do you stay connected to your core values while addressing the organization needs?
Well, I think that the first thing is acknowledging that it's okay to be who you are. Sometimes we think that in order to be successful, respected, we have to be perfect. We have to be like superheroes. Don't make any mistakes. Don't show any vulnerability, etc. And no matter what, you have to be perfect, and you have to always show that among employees, among your team, etc. I surely saw that, and I had that feedback in the past that I had to be different if I wanted to have like a leadership role in the future. And to be honest, I thought that was true. But then I realized that what made me different was also my biggest asset, and that was also something that I could give to the company, and I was able to grow, that because I was going to be true to my values, of course being open always to learn, because you can change, and there are some things that you have to adapt, that you have to adjust in order to continue growing as a leader. However, you have to know that your value is being how you are. So now I think that, and I hope that in the future, whenever I have new joiners or people in the team, they can see a different type of leadership. They can know that you can be different ways and you can still be successful. You can still be a great leader. There's no just one size of leading or just one size of doing things, but you have to be really true to your values, always thinking about doing the right thing. And I think that the last thing is also being open, because of course there are always things that you have to learn, and also like it's always good to challenge yourself, to challenge your thoughts, to challenge if you have any bias, etc., but always remain being true to yourself.
I love that. I love that because we're not perfect, and we do have to have that diversity of thought as leaders, right? Because we meet so many different people and how the way that they do their work and how do we connect them. So I love that, Libby. How about you, Nella? What do you think?
Yeah, just continuing on that note, I like, from my experience for living in different countries and all different cultures, I think we need to be or to have an open communication, like be open to receive feedback, as well, and to change according to that feedback, the way we were going to proceed. And if we don't change or we don't take all the feedback on board, just explain why we did it. Sometimes we get feedback from our employees and they disagree with some of our decisions. But if we explain them, because we also have other bosses on top of us that are directing us how to go. So if we explain and we do the rationale with them, I think we can bring everyone on board. And I like always to have that, or to try to have that cultural sensitivity. Like if I don't understand a comment, not because of the language they're speaking, but because I don't understand why they're coming from or what they're trying to really achieve or say, I always take the time to know more about, because we are living experiences, so we act because of our experience and what we have lived. So I like to try to understand why they're proposing certain things, or why they think something is not going to work, or why we need to take certain avenue in a project or in a new policy or whatever that we're doing. So then we can understand more what is behind that, and then we can try to change if we have to, or if we think we need, or even embrace more change and go more with them.
I love that. You made me think of something. We all work in a global role, right? And I took a class a couple months ago called Doing Business Globally. And I really learned how to work with people from different cultures or different levels and understand how I work in my space and how they work. I learned that there's task-based relationships and more personal-based relationships. So for instance, if I'm working with someone in Italy, they want to know how my day is, how things are going in the beginning. And where sometimes in the US, we're like, we got to get done. Let's talk about. So I had to really learn that and balance. And I have teams in 3 countries that report up to me. And I had to learn that as building my own team and how we do monthly calls and things like that. Libby, can you share an experience you've had and how you've worked with culturals in doing a project together? Because I think it's important as HR leaders that we learn how to talk to people and really learn our audience.
Yes, of course, Miriam. And I think that you shared something that is so relevant. Currently, well, I think I didn't mention it, but I'm based in Mexico City. And right now we are growing a lot in my current company. So we are receiving a lot of employees, and we're working across all the world. So we are working with people in Poland, we're working with people in the US, in Latin America. So what we always try to share with the employees, and we do a lot of multicultural trainings for us to understand that we do have differences. We just have to learn about them and find a way to be able to work together, because we are not going to change someone. There are people that, and I love these cases when we have like visitors that maybe at the beginning were more serious, that didn't want, like to share a lot. And then when they start coming more, they become like really close friends, and they go and eat tacos with the team. And, like they start to build that relationship. But we also respect whenever we have people that may not want to do that. And that is something that we have to understand. And as long as we are informed, as long as we try to know, and I always tell everyone, just ask. If you're not sure if the person wants, like, for example, you to say hello with a kiss, ask before you maybe go and hug them. How do you like to say hello? So it's okay not knowing how to maybe work across with other cultures. But if there are some things that you don't know how to do it, just ask and inform yourself, because there are many things that you can learn that can be very helpful when you're dealing with different cultures even within the workplace. So to me, it is something that we have to pay attention to, because sometimes we think it's not very important, or we'll learn how to work together, and that's not the case. We need to pay attention to that. To us, it has been very helpful doing these trainings, getting to learn and to know about the cultures that we're working with, and asking questions whenever we don't know how to do it.
That is so true, Libby. I have a team in Mexico, and I had to step back and think of the policies that we have here in the United States, and then in Mexico, it's very different. So I had to keep an open mind and understand how things are done, and really, how do I share that with my leaders here in the US and say, well, they do things differently, and let me explain why, or even culturally. So I love that kiss on the cheek, because I'm used to it being Latina. When I went to Mexico, they picked me up, and I was like, oh my God, it's like family. They're picking me up, and I loved it. So definitely sharing that. How about you, Gabby, in Canada? I also have a team in Canada, so I'm learning a lot about the laws and policies there as well.
Nice. Yeah, no, I think everything is like Libby was saying, everything is different, but like as long as you can make sure that you stay true to who you are, and like how you can really accept everyone like the way they are. It's really, you can be authentic, right? Like by being your authentic self, I think that's the most important thing. And yeah, and I feel like I would just echo what Libby was saying. It's really wonderful to be respectful of everyone's culture and really value what everyone brings to the table.
Awesome. Now, Nella, you're in Australia, somewhere I've always wanted to go. So if I ever go, I'm going to look you up. Tell us about you being in Australia. It's obviously a very different country from South America. What has your experience been there?
Yeah, so before Australia, I was in the US, and before that, I was in Switzerland. So, so it was a big shock going to all the countries. Like when you just when I just landed in the US, for example, I was given a project, and we needed to survey all employees, and I was like, oh my God, do we have employees here? What about Puerto Rico? What about these states? Like, I didn't know how to do the survey. And then I had this brilliant idea, like, oh, everyone has a phone in the US. Let's send the survey to the mobile phones. And I go like, wow, no, there's certain things that you cannot do. But for me, it was just a given. I came like, yeah, everyone uses it. We do it in Europe all the time. There's no problem. And then you need to get these cultural things and the legislations as well, because that means other thing. But the main shock for me in the US is to see how people work. I came from the networking where I was. It was amazing. Like everyone had lunches for 1 hour to network. So you could send an email to your CEO for lunch. It doesn't matter, who was in the company or where they were. So you could do, and it was such a big culture that you end up with no one to lunch if you not plan, because they like to plan ahead for 1 month or 2 months. So then I got to the US and I was like, oh, no one has lunch here. What's going on? And so I changed my tactic and I was like, oh, let's go for coffee breaks. And then it's like, oh, not even a coffee break. So how do you talk people? So it was like a shock in there, like everyone was working. And then when I moved here, at least in my experience, in Australia, is public sector. So I'm not sure about the private one, but the public sector, work-life balance is the first, and then we work. You have to accommodate your family, everyone, and then you work. So it was another shock, because in the US it was first work, and then you see how you deal with your kids and your family and what you do. And here I was very, very gladly surprised when I became a mom and I decided to go to come back to the workforce. I got this job, and the manager said, okay, look, you're entitled to flexible arrangements. So first, let me know what is your availability, and then we can work with that. So it was totally a different approach. So, new mom, I was lucky to have 1 year gap She looked after my baby, and I was like, okay, I work 3 days a week, 5 hours a day, or you can do another day that is full day. There's all sorts of flexibility. You just say what you want to do. And then they give you the work, of course, in those days. But it was totally shock in that sense. And, I think you need to know your team and you need to know who you're working with to really get across those boundaries and then start working. So I always try to know the culture, not only the country culture, but the company culture as well, and who I'm working with, to then start, well, now we're going to move to this other topic, which is the work.
Right. Oh, I love that. I work for a Dutch company, so I do get that a lot. I got to meet with the CEO at very, easily versus in other organizations that I've worked for here in the US. And my colleagues, I love hearing when they go on holiday for a month or two, or I think it's in Sweden, you get 2 years of maternity leave and you can change with your spouse. When you do 1 year, your spouse does the next year. So there's definitely a lot. I always tease and I tell my daughters, like, hey, you should have kids in Sweden. You'll have longer time to get back to work. But thank you so much for those perspectives. My next question is a lot around how we as women sometimes feel. Many of us struggle with imposter syndrome, right? Especially as a leader. I know I do sometimes, like, when I make decisions, I'm like, oh my God, I'm at the table. Can I really do this? And I can't. How have you worked through self-doubting while leading in your organization? Why don't we start with you, Gabby? Oh, I think you're on mute.
Thank you. It's a classic. I think for me, and it's funny because Libby was saying this, and it was resonating with me because when I started in consulting, I used to believe that I had to know everything, right? Like they're paying me to be the expert, so I need to have all the answers. Like that's what I was thinking. So if a client asked me something I didn't know, I would get like super nervous and start explaining related concepts, kind of like trying to cover up the gap of what I didn't know. And one day, my boss at the time noticed this in a meeting, and later gave me feedback that really changed everything for me. And he said, it's okay not to know everything. Just own it. And so I think that deep down, I already knew this, but hearing it from a seasoned consultant that was not as new as I was, and that I respected, kind of like gave me permission to let go of the pressure. And instead of trying to have all the answers, I started embracing what I did know with more confidence. So really recognizing the value of what I was bringing to the table, and then leveraging my network for the rest. So Nela was referring to the network as well, which also resonates a lot with me, because that's what I really found is really helpful, is that this shift was really like a game changer for me. I have now no problem simply saying, I'm not sure, let me get back to you on this. And because I trust in my ability to find the right person or resource, and I've come to see that really true expertise lies. It's not really about knowing everything. It's about asking the right questions and connecting with the right people, and then bringing valuable insights back to the table. So it's really not like you're not alone. So I think that was kind of like a big thing for me, and really embracing what I do know and owning it.
That's great. No, I think it's really important to do self-reflection as well of what you're good at or what you need to learn, right? So I think that's so important. Thanks, Gabby. How about you, Libby?
Yeah, well, I think that it resonated everything Gabby just mentioned, and I think that sometimes it's easier to think that we are where we are because of luck or timing, or that the stars align and that's why you're there. And I think that it's good to acknowledge and to recognize that maybe there can be a part of luck or timing or anything for you getting an opportunity. But if like in my case, when I started feeling like that, I thought like, if I wasn't prepared for it, I wouldn't have gotten the opportunity, you know? And it's something hard to remind yourself, but it's something that we have to all the time, like really keep reminding that you are there because of something. And if you are doing something new, as Gabby was saying, it's okay not knowing all the answers, not knowing everything. You'll learn on the road, and everything is learned by practice. So be sure to read and to learn about the things that you maybe already know, what you don't know, because you're new doing this, and be kind to yourself. So if you don't have the answer, don't worry. You will have them in the future. And I think that, as Gabby was mentioning, you do know a lot of things. So it's okay not knowing. Be kind to yourself, prepare. And also the power of community, I think it's very helpful on this. Like this community, for example, you can always learn from someone, ask someone to be your mentor. If maybe you're struggling with something, ask someone that you see that has maybe already done that and can help you. And let's lift each other, because it's a way to really get where you are. Remember that you are there because of something, because of your power, and be kind to yourself while you're learning.
100%, Libby, right? It takes a village. And I think that's what Latinas Rising Up in HR is. I love this community. I always use it to ask questions, from, hey, we're building a new policy. Have you all done this before? To, hey, I need help in finding a job. Do you know any connections or any recommendations? So I think it's all important to also have that healthy mental mindset. Like, my kids are athletes, and I always tell them it's 80% mind and 20% skills. So we have to keep that in mind, right? To believe in ourselves and have that, because we're our worst enemy, right? So thank you. How about you, Nella? What do you do?
But I'm mute. Sorry, I have other things from the screen coming up. Sorry for that. Well, to add to what my colleagues here said, I would say just focus on what you can control. When you don't know something, don't get focused on, oh, they're going to ask me this question, they're going to do that. Just focus on what you control, and have the courage. Like Gabby said, if you don't know the answer, just say, like, I'll get back to you soon, let me find out. But I always like to say to my colleagues here, and depending on the industry you are, like I say, we don't work in health. So we're not saving life. Not everything has to be perfect. So meaning just jump into the pool and then you will swim. You might do some scroll, you might do some back clubs. It doesn't matter how you swim, but you will get there. You will get to the next border, to the edge. So you're not going to drown. So have the courage to jump, to take that risk. And I've been looking a little bit on the comments, and if you're looking for a new challenge or a new job, I will say just look for a job that you don't know everything. It's just go a little bit outside your zone of comfort. Like if you're an HR generalist, try to look for a job that is not 100% generalist. If you're a specialist in HR, try to go for another specialty in HR, another specialist, or something that the job can teach you something, so then you can build that experience as well. And know yourself, know your value, and be true to that, but also have the courage to go where you don't know.
That's great, Nella, because it's so interesting. There was a study done that says, I believe it was when a woman looks at a job, they want to have 100% that they can do that job when they look at the qualifications. When a man looks at applying at a job, they look at 60% and they apply. So all the jobs I've ever had, I just applied. I'm like, you know what? If it's a true company, they can always teach you, right? If you have that skill set of learning, of willing to learn, and to have an open mind, just apply. The worst thing they can say is no. Like, again, I go back to my kids as athletes. They play soccer. And I'm like, you're not going to know you're going to shoot a goal until you keep shooting, right? So you just have to have that mindset. So thank you so much, Nela, for that. My next question, I think this is well for us as women. We either have kids or fur babies, or we're taking care of our family. What habits or practices help you maintain balance between your professional responsibilities and your personal life? Libby, let me start with you.
Well, I think the first thing is recognizing that sometimes you cannot do everything, and it's okay. And I know it's easier to say it than sometimes to do it, because I think that we all love what we do and we really try to do our best. But we do have to spend time also nurturing other parts of us. I always think that we have all of us are part of different like circles, I would say, somehow. So we have like the professional circle, the well-being and mental health circle, the social circle, etc. So it is important that we pay attention to all of them. Sometimes you don't have enough time to put attention to all of them, but you can at least try to make sure that you can focus your attention not only on the professional side or only on the work side, because you need to be healthy. And if you're not healthy, then you cannot work. You need to take care of your mental health, otherwise you will not be able to concentrate. So I have been trying a lot right now to really focus time during my day to do those things that I know that are good for me. I don't succeed every day. I can say that sometimes there are days that I say I'm going to exercise, I'm going to eat healthy today, and I'm the worst at it and I don't do anything. But I always try to, at least now I put it on my calendar, like lunchtime, time to do exercise, like to make sure that I'm really focusing myself on also doing that, because that will be reflected in other sides of my life. So I try to really be mindful and to put it in my calendar and to put it in a way that I can really focus my attention to it.
I love that. I actually schedule time on my calendar for my yoga. I love core power yoga, so I try to go at least 3 to 4 times a week. I also love salsa dancing, but that's usually done in the evenings. But I think it's important to schedule that, and I block it, so that they don't schedule meetings during that time, because that is what helps me. And I feel so empowered after my class. I come home, I'm like, okay, I can do anything. So I think it's important to have that and to make time for that. How about you, Nela? What do you do?
I would say don't do much, but what I what I like to think is that you are in an airplane in an emergency and all the masks came down, so you need to put your first to then help the others and help your kids. So I like to think about work or the balance that you need to get. So first, like Libby would say, you need to look after yourself. So when you're not well, you're not able to perform at work. You're not able to feel like you're doing a great job as a mom, and then it's all this guilty and for both sides, and then your partner, and then everything that is in your life. So I like to say, yes, you need to find your time. I need to find various strategies, to be honest. But what I like to do is try my best to set boundaries. So when I'm at work, I'm at work. And when I'm home, or when I have to leave to see, my daughter's school, or to go for a competition with her or something, I'm with her, and that's quality time. So unless there's an emergency at the office, or something happens, I don't pick up the office work. One thing that I remember from working in the States, like sometimes it seems like a competition to see who works the longest or who sent the latest email. And I'm like, no, I've done that. I lived that. It was another part of my life. I don't want to go there. I know how it feels. So try to know yourself, put those boundaries, and whenever you can, respect your own boundaries.
It's so important, Ella. I actually worked at 3 of the big 4, which is the big consulting firms here in the United States. And the mentality was always up or out, right? So people are always stressed and working hard and doing that. And it's not healthy, right? And I would say to my team now, like you said earlier, I think it was someone else, but we're not ER doctors, right? At the end of the day. So let's keep that in mind, that we need to take care of ourselves first, because and not to be a downer, I had 3 employees that died in the last year, and it was all health related, right? It was all heart attack or something, right? So we have to keep that in mind, that our health comes first, and it's the only life we have. So thank you for that. Gabby, what about you?
Yeah, as I was saying, I just had my second child, and I'm on mat leave right now, so I'm not sure how long these practices will hold. But so far, what I did with my first, I really made it a habit to, like, whenever possible, not to touch my phone when my son was at home, like from school. So especially, we didn't see each other for the whole day. So when we were playing together or having dinner, like I made myself like a conscious choice of like not touching my phone, because those moments are so precious to me, and so I really try to stay fully present. Also, my husband and I took at least one day per week, each of us. Like, so one would stay with the kids and the other one would take the day off for something that we like. So he was, for example, playing soccer once a week, and I was rock climbing with a friend once a week. And since we didn't have much time together alone, we would watch movies like at night or escape like once in a while to the movies, like during school hours, things like that. Um, and I think it's really important that I've made a conscious effort to stay away from work on the weekend. So that's also like kind of like setting the boundaries that I think Nela was mentioning. Sure, there are days during the week when I needed to catch up and work, even like night time, like very early in the morning. But my priority is to be there for bedtime and to enjoy those moments with my son. So on those nights, I would work after he was going to sleep. So even though I was sleeping less and whatever, I still wanted to be with him, and then would catch up with work. So I didn't really miss out on that. And really another really important thing for me was that over the years I've learned to set boundaries at work as well. I used to say yes to everything in an effort to be, like helpful and like a good team player and so on. But I've realized that instead of achieving just that, I was really either delivering something of not quite the quality that I wanted, or really burning myself out in the process. So now I'm much more intentional about what I commit to, so that like both professionally and personally, I'm more like mindful of what I commit to, and I think if you find the right balance and you adjust as needed, it's really good for your mental health, and I think it's really key to be present in those moments that matter, and just be mindful on how you spend your time.
Right. No, 100%, Gabby. Like I said, like life's short, right? And if you have kids or fur babies, or you're taking care of someone, you have limited time. So you definitely have to enjoy. Work will always be there. It's like when I tell my team when they go on vacation or PTO or holiday, I'm like, don't worry about it. We'll figure it out. We are all replaceable. And I know that's hard for people to hear that, but we are. If you win the lotto tomorrow, if I win the lotto, I'm like, I'm out. So, I think people need to understand that. Now, my next question is, what advice would you give to someone in HR, an emerging leader, like to become an HR leader? What advice would you give that person? Nella, why don't we start with you?
I would say to pick your battles and be smart in what you're trying to do. If you are an emerging leader and you want to, climb that ladder very eagerly, you don't need to do everything to prove that you're worth. You just need to pick one thing or two things that are key for the company and their focus, and show that you can deliver them. So be smart in what you do. Don't put on your objectives to do everything. Because it's not realistic. I mean, we've been talking about this here. Like you don't know everything, you cannot achieve everything. So do what you think you know best to show your value and to prove that you can climb that ladder or go up in that ladder.
That's true, Nella. One thing I always, when I do these talks too, I always say that if you don't want to climb that ladder, that's still okay. Like if you're happy in being wherever you are at that level, that's okay. Don't feel like people judge you because you don't want to make it to director, VP, or chief HR officer, things like that. I know people, my leaders, they don't want to be chief HR officer. That's not what they want. They're happy. I'm happy where I'm at right now. So I think that's something that we need to say so that we need to hear that. So what about you, Gabby?
I'm sorry, it cut off when you asked the question, but did you ask what advice would I give
to emerging HR leaders?
To emerging HR leaders. I think what I mentioned before, really staying true to your values, like really having a purpose and staying true to that purpose and not compromising what you decide, even if it's a tough decision. And the other thing that I think I mentioned also is you're not alone. So you're really just thinking that you're not alone, even when you're making a tough decision. You don't have to do it on your own. Leverage your network. I think Nella mentioned it at some point as well. I think more often than not, we think that everything is on us, and when you're making decisions and when you are really leading teams and everything in between, you want to make sure that you not only stay true to your values, but also realize that you're not alone and you can use your network to have that, to get advice and really really share that responsibility as well, because sometimes it's tough to have to feel that is all on you. And I also think that transparency is also critical. I also mentioned that trust is kind of like my my mantra, and I think it's critical that if you make any decisions for any reason, and I think someone also mentioned this at some point, but I think it's very important that you acknowledge why you're making that decision and you acknowledge the challenges or the trade-offs or whatever, and that makes a huge difference. I think people respect that. So yeah, I think like trust, communicating openly and transparently, and just leveraging your network. I think that would be the main ones.
Thanks, Gabby. And you, Libby?
I think that I agree a lot with Gabby. Be true to yourself. You are enough, so you can do it. And if you feel that you are in a place where you don't feel valued, where maybe you see that you cannot work at because of the values, etc., you always have the decision to make a change and to be on a place where you can be surrounded by the right people, by the right culture. So if you don't feel that you are okay where you are, don't worry, do the change, and you can find that place where you will be happy, where you will be successful. So because you are okay and you are enough. And I think that the other thing that I would advise is it's okay to be vulnerable. And I think that it's like the best way really to connect with your team, with the people, because it's okay to make mistakes. It's okay not knowing the answers. And when you find opportunity to really being vulnerable, open up. I can say that, for example, with my team, which I truly admire and love all of them, being vulnerable, and when I'm overwhelmed, when I'm feeling like I cannot do anything anymore, they're there. And instead of feeling like, oh my God, Libby is the worst leader or Libby is not going to support us, that makes them feel that they can also be vulnerable, that they can also make mistakes. So it's okay if you don't know the things, if you are overwhelmed, if you're maybe scared of a project or anything, it's okay to say it and to be vulnerable with the people that surrounds you.
Love that. We are human, right? So my last question is, what is your favorite motivational quote? I'll start with you, Gabby.
I guess I literally, you're gonna laugh at this, but like I literally use it. It's from, you'll know from where, but like it's literally from a sports brand, but I love it and I use it for my everyday life. Just do it. Just don't overthinking, just do it. And I love it because I just feel it just drives you to do stuff and like without overthinking, which is something that I really had to work on for myself.
I love that. I always tell my kids, just do it. Just do it. How about you, Libby?
Well, I love a quote of Mahatma Gandhi that says, "Be the change you want to see in the world," and I truly think that us being in HR, we can really do the difference, and we can really change people's life with the way we treat them, with how we do things. So I always think about that, and I always try to treat people as I would like to be treated. So that's a quote that I really connect with.
Love it. How about you, Nela?
If I may, I will say it in Spanish. Dice, el camino es la recompensa. So it's something like, while you're still aiming the goal, enjoy your journey. So celebrate the day to day and the little wins that you have, and don't lose focus of what is the moment as well, while you still have the big goal there.
Oh, I love that. I've never heard of that. Oh, I love it. Mine is from a famous pop singer who unfortunately passed away, Prince. I just went to his museum a couple weeks ago in Minnesota, and it is life is death without adventure. So I think that's so important. You got to enjoy life. Work will always be here. So enjoy it and have fun at work too, right? So, well, thank you so much, Libby, Gabby, Nella. This has been an amazing conversation. We got to talk a lot about what we do, what helps us in our job, and what countries we're at and how things are done differently. People feel free to reach out to any one of us if you want to learn a lot more about global roles or just our experience. And thank you so much for your time, ladies. I think Priscilla, you're coming up next.
Hi, ladies. Wow. I know there's so many questions coming through the chat of how do I get a role like what you ladies have? And so I'm already taking notes. I'm like, part 2, we got to do something before next year. We can't wait a whole year. Miriam, as always, thank you so much for taking the reins and bringing us home with this amazing last panel and always just being a true leader with Latinas Rising Up in HR.
Thank you and happy birthday.
Thank you. Well, with that, ladies, I want to bring to the stage Yareth, who's going to give us some closing thoughts. And we've heard some questions of how do I become a member? How do I get connected? I need to find a mentor. And the beauty is once you get connected with us as members, the gates open up. It's beautiful. Starting in June, we'll be opening up our application for our mentorship program. It's regardless of level. And we do a very, very good job at ensuring that you get aligned with someone at or above with where you're at to just provide that insight, right? Our mentorship program is really about sharing what's coming. And that's regardless of where you are in the country. So it's 5 weeks. We meet every other week. And it's a beautiful way to expand your network and meet other Latinas in HR, right? The other thing that we have coming up is we have a golf outing for those that are out in the Los Angeles, California area. Our ambassadors in that space are doing a beautiful, beautiful golf clinic with Azucena, who is behind Latina Golfers Association. And we will be doing some amazing work there where we're going to learn how to golf. So good luck to me. I'm not the best, but I am so great at handing out beverages, cold beverages, to make sure everyone's hydrated. And last but not least, for those that don't know of actual programs and the things that we do, when you join us, you are obviously know a lot about what's going on with our HR Leadership Summit. We have our mentorship program. We have scholarships that we give out once a year through the proceeds of our books. Since we just launched our 3rd volume of Latinas Rising Up in HR, the executive volume, that is allowing us to use this next year to build and use those partial proceeds to supplement for our scholarship. And it's for students and professionals. And so if you're looking to get your SPHR, your HRCI, or any other global a certification. Take a look at it, but we will have more to come. Since you all registered, if you did register with us, then you will receive this information. If you haven't, get online and connect with us so you're part of the newsletter, because all this information is going to be coming. We just didn't want to bombard you. It's such a good day, right? And we walk away going, oh my gosh, how much more can come? If you are looking for professional development opportunities and you love the speakers and you would love to be in that space too, again, I'm all about who do you put your shoulders next to and learn from. You ladies can be in this spot. This was opened up by many of the ladies that raised their hand and said, I would love to, one, either stretch myself, two, share my knowledge, or three, I just want to inspire. And so if that sounds like you, please come. For our community, regardless of you being a member or not, we open up our job board. So if you come to latinasrisingupinhr.com, we have a job board there that's open to all of you, because I truly believe we cannot be the gatekeepers of these opportunities, and it scrapes all the HR jobs into one nice little spot for us. And so more to come with virtual events as well. So then that way, for those that are far, far away or on different time zones, we would love to get you involved. Again, the sky's the limit. I can't believe we did this and we're here already. So with that, let me turn us over to Yareth, who will walk us through our final messages here. Thank you, Yareth.
My name is Yareth Oliveros, Latinas Rising Up in HR Program Ambassador Lead, and also Volume 2 book author. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I hope you all have had a wonderful day listening to some amazing panelists from around the globe. It's certainly been inspiring and motivating, to say the least. I've had the pleasure to partner with our founder, Priscilla Guaso, who has been instrumental in making this happen. And we're just so excited that you've been able to take advantage of this opportunity. You know, as I was actually thinking through my own HR journey, I was like, wow, a lot has happened. It's definitely not been easy, but it certainly has been an opportunity for me to learn about myself a little bit more through the process. You know, one of my recent mentors, who actually was a panelist today, all the way from Luxembourg, she has truly been a motivating force for me in many ways. She's taught me to be bold, to be courageous, to be a strategic thinker, and to, at the end of the day, really leave a positive, lasting impression. And that has really just been something that I've gone through in what I implement in my everyday life, from being a mother, from my own HR work that I do. It's been something I take along the way. But needless to say, I hope that this day has kind of had the opportunity for you to just reflect, right? Like where you are now in the stage that you're in. Where do you want to go? What type of impact do you want to make? You're probably looking to transition into an HR role, or maybe you're already in an HR role and you're thinking, how much more can I do, or what much more can I do? And there's so many things out there. This organization, Latinas Rising Up in HR, has been made by Latinas for Latinas. And when I first heard of Latinas Rising Up in HR was during COVID, which was certainly such a really tough time for everyone, right? We're just all locked down. And I wanted to take the opportunity to see how can I develop more professionally in the space that I'm in. So I was introduced to Latinas Rising Up in HR. Priscilla had a meeting. I joined. And just her vibe, right? Like her vibe is just amazing. Like you kind of just, I don't know. For me, I was like, this is great. She's amazing. Like, tell me more. And just her quest to just drive change and her quest to have more representation of us Latinas in HR leadership roles was something that really resonated with me. And now 5 years later, we are making things happen. We are part of, or I am part of, this global movement along with my fellow book sisters. We have now ambassadors who are representing in different parts of the country, from Dallas, Chicago, Miami, LA, San Diego, Seattle. And I just couldn't be more proud of those ambassadors, just kind of doing their thing to be able to just share more about what we're doing. Which we will actually be having some amazing events coming up to you all this year from those locations. So shout out to our amazing ambassadors. If you have found today to be just inspiring, or you just want to learn more, or you have more questions, definitely sign up to be one of our inaugural members here at Latinas Rising Up in HR. There's going to be so much opportunities. I'm telling you, you are not going to regret this. So check out our website, Latinas Rising Up in HR. Follow our social media channels for more information. If you just have a question, just an inquiry, reach out to us. We will answer questions that you may have. But we certainly look forward in getting to know you. And thank you again for joining us today. May you take everything that you learned and that you may be able to apply it to your everyday life, to your work, your professional, personal side of things. And we wish you a wonderful and restful rest of your week. And adelante.
Thank you so much, Yarith, and thank you for being the powerhouse support behind the scenes and making today even happen. I've told you all, I can't believe we're 6 hours live going since this morning, and the energy has not stopped. But I do want to say a big thank you to everyone. Please share in the comments what you learned, what you're taking away, what you're inspired with. This is all done through inspiration, motivation, really trying to create growth opportunities for our community. There's a lot happening globally right now, as we heard today, and it's so important more than ever that we come together as one community, regardless of what country we're in or we're from, and that we work together to create the change that we're looking to be. And so with that, I invite you to join us, be a part of this with us, follow us on social, share with others what we're doing. I truly believe that one of us are connected to over 4,000 or 5,000 people in the world. And right now we are looking for supporters in all ways. This is truly a passion project from my heart to yours. And being a mom of my 1.5-year-old, I truly believe that it's going to continue to be what that change is that we're looking for. And I couldn't be more happy with celebrating my birthday today with you all. Because again, it's not about just one person or what each of our careers is. It's really about how we're leveraging this information to help us in all that we do, right, for the future, our future generations. So with that said, thank you again for everything. Have a wonderful rest of your night, day, morning, and send your selfies. I'd love to see us connected or right working with each other and being live in this virtual world with one another. And if you like the platform, let us know too. We'll be sending out a feedback survey following this event, because again, for 2026, because we're in 2025, for 2026, we want to make this even grander, bigger, in impact. So if we're missing something, you feel like something just wasn't there, we missed the mark on something, again, we're in HR, we're big on feedback. So give it to us with love and kindness. We'll take it and we will run with it to make next year an even greater success. Thank you for being part of history, or as we were saying, her story, and being a part of what comes next. All right, you all have a wonderful rest of your day, and we'll be talking soon. Take care.